Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Elemental Kitsune Syrinx. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku absently watched as Kaminari went down to the front to Nizu for some reason. He muttered something to him and they walked off quickly. He wondered what that was about. But knowing the blonde baby of the ragtags, he'll quickly fill them in on what it's about. Got any idea on what you'll do? He heard Raiki ask Mina. Not yet. All depends on who we're against, I guess. She mumbled. Scared? Little. It's quite nerve-wracking, but I'll be all right. Of course you will. You're teamed with Katsuki. You'll be fine. She reassured her. He's not much of a team player though. Mina turned to look at Raiki, and he could see the doubt in her eyes. Pinky, he'll work with you, as you are ragtag. Everyone else is just a rival to beat. Promise? She nodded before nudging Katsuki a little to get his attention. What is it? Reassure Mina that you'll work with her in this. She's a little nervous. She told her boyfriend, who leaned forward to lock his fiery gaze on the pinkette. Listen up, Pinky, we'll work as a FING team in this, because we're ragtags and we stick together. Got it? That was the best they'd get out of the stubborn sheet, but at least he said he'd work with her instead of as a rival like the others. Yep. Thanks, Bakugu. She grinned at him. He nodded once and settled back in his seat. Okay now? Bakugu asked his girlfriend. Yeah, thanks babe. Welcome love. Kaminari rejoined them with a small skip in his step. What did you need Nizu for danks? Raiki asked as he dropped into his seat. About adding the shoes as part of my hero gear. He motioned to his feet and he was wearing the shoes that Izuku had created for him. I take it he said yes? Yeah, he did. I can't wait. He pretty much bounced in his seat in excitement, resulting in all of them smiling at the happy bean. At least Izuku knew that he appreciated them. They settled into silence again, watching the screens. It wasn't all that fantastic of a fight really. It could have been over within at least 4 moves previously. Team G wins. Next up is Raiki against Team J as the heroes. Izuku heard Nizu curse under his breath, knowing what was about to happen. Even All Might paled slightly when realizing that mistake. He barely stopped himself from laughing. Now it was time for Raiki to get revenge, so to speak. Raiki stood and stretched lazily, before turning to her boyfriend. Because the other students couldn't see her due to their position, she pulled her mask down. Good luck? Bakugu smirked at her. I don't need it. I have you as my lucky charm. She pulled the mask back up and the guy had a huge grin on his face. She knocked knuckles with the others. Don't go too crazy, Izuku told her as he sprawled lazily on his chair. I won't. But it'll be a FING show, that's for sure. He didn't expect anything less from her. That's just how she was. He wouldn't put it past her to scare them first either. He observed as his sister got a small box from All Might. As she went past Nizu, he reached out to stop her. Remember, this is a training exercise. The Chimera warned. I know. But it'll be tricky for them and a head F- as I'm the villain. I'm planning on a few things. Think yourself lucky that Izuku installed the cameras on another network. But what do you have planned? He asked dubiously. Wait and see. Raiki cackled as she walked off without a backwards glance. What was that about? Bakugu asked him, drawing his gaze. Raiki is going to put on a bit of a show. To show that she isn't one to be trifled with. No doubt get into their heads and toy with them a little using fear. He answered before turning his gaze to the screen. Cameras showed her casually walking going to the top floor of the building they were using for this exercise. She threw the device All Might had handed her to the floor, which split open and a fake bomb emerged. It only just fit height-wise in the room. Izuku watched as Raiki's eyes bounced around the room, calculating and cold. She started shoving trash against one of the doors, effectively blocking it so that her opponents would have no choice but to use just one to enter. Beautifully executed. Exactly as he would have done. Which also meant that Uraraka's quirk would be pretty much useless in this circumstance due to nothing for her to use, unless Yaoyorozu made something. But by that time, it would be too late because Reiki would have taken them out. Well, unless his sister wanted to play, so to speak. The bomb was moved to the furthest corner, half buried in the shadows. And begin, heroes! All Might hollered through the mic. Once he said that, Reiki cracked her knuckles to get ready just as Uraraka and Yaoyorozu entered the building. She looks so focused. Mina piped up. Actually, Reiki's being quite lazy for now. Izuku admitted. Really? Yeah. This is where Reiki is at one of her best. How so? Bakugo questioned. Mind manipulation. Get in your opponent's head, which results in them making a mistake. His sister left the room and started heading down as casual as anything. As she headed down a floor, on her right was a small cupboard, about level with her chest. Everyone watched as she opened it. Her gaze lifted to the camera pointed right at her and winked, eyes gleaming. Izuku snorted. What is she doing? Kaminari gasped, as she wrapped her fingers around the wires inside. Thinking like a villain would. Creating less opportunities for a hero to strike. If you can't see what you're aiming for, then it's easier for the villain to escape. Izuku mumbled, just as she ripped the wires out and the building went dark. All Might fiddled with something on the small box in front of him, but nothing happened. Why can't we see anything? Someone asked. I don't know. All Might admitted. Izuku, sort it for us? Nizu called. Izuku shuffled down to the table as the one hero moved to give him space. Because he'd personally installed the system used, it was easy to fix. Flipping some switches, the screens turned back on, showing the live feed, as though the lights hadn't gone out. Yes, there was still some darkish spots, but it was better than nothing. Want to hear what's being said too? He asked his uncle. Go for it. Izuku fiddled a little and plugged in the speakers. Immediately they could hear the sounds from within the building. He handed the controls to All Might and went back to the ragtags, completely ignoring the confused looks of the other students of why Nizu had asked for him specifically. Eiji smiled and linked their hands together with a happy hum of contentment. No one had dared question their relationship, probably knowing he'd end them if they did. He was already highly protective of his love. Ragtags too, of course. Looking at the screens, Izuku snorted as Reiki strolled along the corridors, searching for the girls. Well, appearing to be, he knew full well she already knew where they were. Yes, they could see and hear everything nearly perfectly now, but inside that building? It was jet black in parts of where the sunlight wouldn't be able to filtrate through the windows, which was prime target areas for Reiki to use. They should be grateful that she was on her own and not teamed with him, because it would be even worse than what was about to happen. The class watched as Yaoyorozu created flashlights and the girls used those to look around. I think we should check that room there, then head up. Yaoyorozu said, heading to the door she meant. Reiki had nearly reached the trainee heroes, and from the shadows, the observers saw her eyes glowing menacingly. The girls went into the room, and Reiki wrapped more shadows around herself, vanishing from everyone's sight. Heads up for you, we can now hear and see everything you do. He sent out to her. Don't really FNG care. I figured you'd get asked to sort the cameras. Enjoy the show. Then she went blank on him and he rolled his eyes slightly. Where did she go? Sato asked. I don't know. She's not even turning up on thermal imaging or infrared. All Might proclaimed, looking confused at that. Of course she won't. It's shadow manipulation at its absolute finest. Only 2 people in the entire world can use that and be exceptional at it too. Nizu stated as he watched the screens. What? Who else can do that? Jiro queried. Only Reiki and Izuku can. The principal absently responded. The class turned to him and he stared right back at them, fully aware that his eyes were emotionless. You can do that as well, Izuku? Jiro asked. Yes, was all he said and turned away. I've never heard of shadow manipulation. All Might admitted, also looking at him. It isn't common knowledge, like at all. I'll let you in on a snippet of a secret. Just hiding in the shadows like that isn't all that Reiki and I can do. What else can you do? Want to find that out? You'll just have to wait and see. Izuku wasn't going to tell everything. He wasn't stupid like that. Let them guess. Although he did wonder as to what they'd be like when they did show their true powers and strength. Probably freak out. The trainee heroes had now entered the room fully, just before a loud bang made them jump. Izuku was slightly amused at seeing the look of unease appear on their faces. "Let's play, little heroes." Raiki's voice came from within the shadows. It was cold, emotionless, and bone-chilling. Many of the students actually shivered from it. He knew that voice. It was her inner Kalma. "How badass is my FNG girlfriend?" Bakugo chuckled and Izuku glanced at him. "This is nothing yet," he told the male. "What do you mean?" the blonde asked. "You'll see," was the cryptic reply. "Show yourself, stupid villain," Uraraka called, shining the torch around. Yaoyorozu was partially hidden behind her, her torch slightly shaking. "I'm right here." Raiki's face emerged with blazing eyes, before disappearing again. The girls chased after her, but it wouldn't do any good. Raiki can be ridiculously quick when she wanted/needed to be. They raced up a couple of floors, not caring about searching the other rooms. Idiots. What if Raiki had hidden there instead? "Uraraka, do you have a plan for this?" Yaoyorozu whispered to her partner. "Yes. I'm going to gut that beach like she deserves. Show that she is nothing but vile scum, and that Katsuki Bakugo is mine." Uraraka sneered. "That isn't hero-like Uraraka. Just drop it already." Yaoyorozu told her, moving forward in apprehension, in case something happened. "I don't care right now. This is the perfect time to prove it. Why can't Floaty Beach get it through her effing mind that I don't effing like her in that way? Or any way for that matter. I'm with Raiki for F's sake." Bakugo growled. "We know that. But like we said before, it just won't register with her." Mina sighed. "Well, it FING should. I've told her numerous times to back the F off and leave me alone. I don't want anything to effing do with her." Bakugo snapped, palms letting off tiny explosions. "Unfortunately, it'll take more than you just telling her I'm afraid. Some people just don't take no for a simple enough answer," Izuku admitted to the blonde. "Aizu." He turned to his boyfriend, whose red eyes were locked firmly on the screen. "What is it, Eiji? What is that on the screen?" He turned to see what his love meant and chuckled a bit. They'd gotten to the floor below where the bomb was, but both girls had frozen. Seeing as the end of the hallway, what was meant to be illuminated by the sunlight from a window, was nothing but darkness cackling with electricity. In a way, it was actually quite beautiful. Its shadow manipulation mixed in with electricity. She's toying with them. This is Raiki getting into their minds more. "Aqua Jotiel?" Izuku turned his gaze to the French speaker. Did he think that no one would understand him, so he spoke in French? Newsflash. Izuku did. "Did you seriously just ask what is she doing? She's playing her goddamn role like everyone is meant to do." He snapped, which resulted in the guy turning widened eyes to him. "You know French?" "Yes, fluently." "So be careful what you say about my sister." "Sorry." He shimmied down in his seat in embarrassment. "Okay, let's be on good terms here please and carry on watching the match." All Might tried breaking up the tense atmosphere. "Settle down, students. I will be having no arguments here." Nizu glared over his shoulder. Many gulped in fear, but Izuku wasn't fazed. Nizu wasn't scary to him. Sure, the Chimera wielded a lot of power over Udade and Japan for that actual matter, but to him? He was nothing more than his uncle and the principal of the school. Izuku faced brutal enders, rapists, pedophiles, abusers and many others for a living, so that look on his face was nothing. "Show yourself, you effing coward." They heard Uraraka scream. "Sure." Raiki replied and stepped out from the shadows. Many gasped at the display presented to them. Izuku wasn't surprised as his sister was a total powerhouse. The reason for the gasps? Her face and eyes were highlighted from orbs of hot flames in her palms, making her appear crazed. Raiki watched, slightly amused, as her intended prey went into the first room with apprehension. Why were they making it so easy for her? Yes, she was aware that the entire building was in the dark, but this was effing hilarious. She decided to play a little. She wrapped more shadows around her, hiding completely, and approached the doorway. She already knew that Nizu would have called Izuku to fix the cameras so that everyone could see what was happening, so why not give them a show? Could they hear what was being said too? She did promise Katsuki that after all. Heads up for you, we can now hear and see everything you do. Izuku sent to her telepathically. She had guessed right after all. Don't really FNG care. I figured you'd get asked to sort the cameras. Enjoy the show. She cut the mental chat. Peering in, they were searching with flashlights. It wouldn't penetrate her shadows, no matter how much they tried. Reiki clenched her fist and slammed it into the wall, resulting in a loud bang, which made the girls jump. "Ha, and beautiful. Let's play little heroes," she said from the shadows, channeling her inner Kalma. Which mean that her voice came out as cold, emotionless and bone-chilling. "Show yourself, stupid villain," Uraraka called, waving the torch around. Yaoyorozu was partially hidden behind her, her torch light slightly shaking. Good, that scared them. "I'm right here." Reiki's face emerged with blazing eyes, before disappearing again. The girls chased after her, using the torches to light the way, but it wouldn't do any good. She was quick when needed, and silent as a shadow. "Uraraka, do you have a plan?" She heard Yaoyorozu whisper to the beach. "Yes. I'm going to gut that beach like she deserves. And show that she is nothing but scum, and that Katsuki Bakugu is mine." Uraraka sneered. "That isn't hero like Uraraka. Just drop it already," Yaoyorozu told her. "But don't care right now. This is the perfect time to prove it." Reiki heard enough and raced to the end of the corridor, to the stairs that led up to the attic. She heard the girls close behind, so spun and manipulated the shadows to fill the area she stood in, blocking out the sunlight that streamed in through the broken window behind her. She saturated the shadows with powerful electricity, creating a majestic, yet deadly dance within the darkness. Once that was done, she took a deep breath and held her palms out. Orbs of flames appeared, in swirls of orange, red, and yellow. She knew that the light would highlight her face and make her eyes glow bright, giving her a crazed look. That's what she wanted. Looking through her barrier, she saw the girls come into the hallway and step forward slowly and with caution. Uraraka was in front of Yaoyorozu. "Show yourself, you effing coward," Uraraka screamed. "FNG hell, that was even worse than hearing FNG nails rake down FNG blackboard. Talk about FING aggravating." "Sure," Reiki replied and stepped from the shadows like it was nothing. The girls gasped as she did. "I'm going to get you, hey scum." Uraraka sneered and Reiki snorted. "You know, Uraraka, jealousy looks terrible on you, yet you continue to wear it?" Reiki retorted. "F off, you pathetic FNG villain. You're not even worth my effing time." "Oh, someone's trying to act tough. Beach please. I know a more FING dangerous toddler." Without giving them any warning, she lobbed one of her flame orbs, making them drop to the floor. It soared over their heads and splashed into the wall, igniting, basically blocking their way out unless they wanted to hop out the window or she got rid of them. "I'm tough. I'll prove it when I wipe the floor with you. I'll show that you are nothing more than the dirt beneath my feet and aren't worthy of becoming a hero." Uraraka growled as she got to her feet. Yaoyorozu stumbled to her feet too, glancing wearily to the flames behind them before turning to face Reiki properly. Her eyes held a mix of fear, worry, and determination. "Let me tell you something, Uraraka. Judging a person does not define who they are, it defines who you are. And by the way that you're portraying yourself, already shows that you are not worthy of becoming a pro-hero. You've judged me when you don't even know me, nor do you know what I've gone through in life. I couldn't give a shit what you've gone through in life. You're FNG scum. No one likes you. Just leave already. This place will be much better not having you in it. Better yet, just do us a favor, end yourself," she screamed. "Uraraka." Yaoyorozu gasped at her. "No Momo. I've had enough of this beach. I'll show that she's nothing. She does not deserve to be with Bakugu. He can do much better than her." She spat. "Uraraka, that is enough. That is not hero-like at all." All Might's voice boomed through the corridor from hidden speakers. "Shut up. I'm going to gut you." Uraraka snapped at her. Reiki heard enough and threw the other orb. They dived out the way, so it joined the other. Reiki spun and disappeared into her shadow barrier. But not hiding in it, she just went through and up the stairs. The barrier would go down in about 30 seconds. Skidding into the room, she slammed the door shut and spread a clear liquid on the floor from a small slit in her outer thigh. Thank you, Izuku, for this gift. She stepped back to a reasonable distance, just as the door opened. Uraraka stepped in, with a FNG flamethrower in her hands. She had a crazed look on her face. Yaoyorozu looked terrified of what she would do. Reiki felt a little sorry for being teamed with that idiot. She had taken the whole exercise to an entirely different level. This was nothing to do with heroes versus villains. This was Uraraka wanting to try and destroy her. Duck this UFN beach? Uraraka clicked the flamethrower's trigger, and hot flames instantly spewed out the nozzle. Reiki didn't so much as move. In fact, she put her hands behind her back. No, Uraraka. That isn't what you told me it was for. Yaoyorozu screamed, but Uraraka just knocked her back with her leg, not even taking her gaze off her target. She does realize we're flameproof, right? Pyro sneered. Clearly not. We'll end this in a moment. But I'm bored of her. She's nothing but a bratty, pathetic child. She instantly agreed. After a minute, the flames died and Reiki just glared at them, completely unharmed and her suit in perfect condition. Hell, even her mask was flame-resistant. Thank you, Aizu. Was that actually meant to do anything? What? You're not injured? Oh, thank God. Yaoyorozu sighed in relief, one hand clasped to her chest. Her onyx eyes showing just how relieved she truly was. Don't take her side. She's the enemy. Uraraka snapped at Yaoyorozu. Oh, she isn't. I realize that now. We never gave her and Izuku a chance. We all wrongly judged them, and I truly regret that with my entire being. Stop this madness, Uraraka, please. Yaoyorozu begged. Reiki wasn't expecting that from her. Never. Then we'll do this the hard way. Allow me to give you a hint of the brutality and barbarity of a FND villain. Reiki snapped. Electricity mixed with flames began to fly around her body. She was uncaring of the results anymore. This had gotten too personal. Joke's over. She'd had enough. She had never done anything to this pathetic idiot, and she was like this to her? Time to finish this sheet. Flicking a small flame to the liquid on the floor, it lit quickly, making the girls jump forward to avoid being caught in it and having no way to escape. Reiki threw her arms out, and the windows shattered, sending shards of glass to the ground below. Wind howled through the room. Her hair bobbles snapped, resulting in her hair whipping around her body in a frenzied dance. Pyro, do me a favor and change my face to your muzzle. I have a spare mask, so don't worry about it. Let's show them some true FNE power. Got it. Raw power ripped through her body as she floated up into the air by a couple of feet. She threw her head back and roared as loud as she could. The mask ripped as her face changed shape. Bones cracked and skin stretched as her mouth and nose shifted into Pyro's muzzle that perfectly formed to her size. Teeth elongated and became wickedly sharp. Black claws shot out the tips of her fingers, wickedly sharp. Eyes sharpened and small black scales framed the sides of them, as well as dusted her throat and ears, standing out brightly against the paleness of her flesh. Her head rightened and locked eyes with two now frozen girls. You wanted a villain, Ochiko Uraraka? You FING got one? She growled, with Pyro's deeper voice overlapping her own. Effing scum. The brunette sneered, trying to be brave. But Reiki would see her body slightly shaking in fear. I will prove to you that Katsuki Bakugu is ours. We don't take kindly to those who wish to take those of great importance to us. This has gone beyond a simple training exercise. You have made this personal. Yaoyorozu, I am sorry that you have got caught in the middle of this. I wished for this to not happen. I also accept your apology too. Her feet collided hard with the floor, denting the wood slightly. She strode forward, and Uraraka charged at her. They threw punches at each other, and honestly, her hits were weak as a newborn babe's. Lightning quick, Reiki threw her fist out and smashed it into her face, causing her head to snap to the side. While the beach was distracted, she jumped in front of Yaoyorozu and knocked her out with a single hit to her nervous system. She caught and laid her gently on the floor away from any flames, before whirling back to the one she wanted to hurt. She tackled her into the ground, throwing punches to the trapped woman beneath her. "Reiki, stop right now before it gets any worse." All Might's voice bellowed through the speakers, but Reiki blatantly ignored him. "Katsuki is mine." She roared in Uraraka's face and smashed her fist hard into the little arsehole's face, instantly breaking her cheekbone. Uraraka screamed in pain, but Reiki was past caring. She stood up, looked at the camera that was filming everything. "I am done with this shit. Stop calling me a villain. He is mine, and the next person to try and take Katsuki Bakugo from me, I will RIP ye part." She turned back to the still screaming slag on the floor and picked her up by her costume. It started to tear a little from her claws. "Game FING over Achiko, Uraraka." She stared down into wide, pain-filled brown eyes and floated into the air. Using sheer strength, raised her arm until Uraraka was level with her shoulder, then launched the bloodied brunette straight down as hard as she could. Uraraka slammed into the floor and fell unconscious after she bounced. Reiki landed over her body, much like a predator over a end, and roared. She called forth the flames that were in the building. They sizzled along the ground and up her body, sinking below the flesh. "Please take the muzzle away," she mumbled to Pyro. "Of course. Well done, my Dragaling." Reiki tipped her head down as her face went back to normal. Putting on the new mask, that was enough. It was done. V-Villain Team W wins. All Might stuttered and she smirked under the mask. She grabbed the unconscious girls, hauling their bodies over a shoulder each, and quickly left the building. Reiki went to where the class was sat, all staring at her with wide eyes full of fear. Nizu was blank-faced, but Reiki saw the barely concealed sadistic gleam in his eyes. All Might, however, did not look pleased as he approached her. She dropped Uraraka to the floor without a single care, but carefully placed Yayarosa down. "What you just did was not hero-like at all, Reiki." He tried chiding her. "I'm going to stop you right FNG there. It's completely FANG irrelevant, All Might. You can't say FING shit to me about it because I was playing the role of villain. So, honestly, I think I did my FING job well. If you want to tell anyone off, then tell that beach, because I know for damn sure that you could also hear everything, including where she told me to FNG myself and used a goddamn motherfengy flamethrower on me." She growled low. "You can't talk like that to our symbol of peace. How discourteous." She glanced over her shoulder and glared right at Ida, who had stood up, waving his arms around like a moron. "You can pretty much effing go have your man period in a Shark Tank for all I effing care. Piss off and take that stick out of your FNG arse. Don't effing come at me when you clearly know that she was in the effing wrong." Her eyes narrowed dangerously at him. "Reiki, that's enough," Nizu said in a calming voice, patting her arm, which drew her gaze. "Think yourself lucky that he's here, or I'll do to you what I did to her." She pointed to Uraraka. "That's my badass effing girlfriend." She heard Katsuki cheer. "That's my bestie queen." That was Mina. "Let's go calm you down, Reiki," Nizu said, and she nodded. She picked him up without hesitation and sat him on her shoulder before turning around. As she strode past the ragtags, Izuku stretched his arm out from where it was around Kirishima's shoulders and they slapped palms. She winked at Katsuki, who was sitting there, proud as F, with a smug grin. Her and Nizu walked away, without a single backwards glance. He had a paw on her head to keep his balance but leaned down a little. "Let's go straight to your dad, okay, little love?" he whispered, and she nodded before letting out a sigh. She didn't want this to FING happen. What was the whole point in fighting with a classmate that she was going to be with for the next few years? All because Katsuki had chosen her? It was stupid and childish. No one behind her said a single word as they left, quickly vanishing from sight. All Reiki wanted was her dad to hug and reassure her of everything. Izuku watched as his sister left with their uncle. He knew she was mentally berating herself. She'd never wanted this to happen. But they'd all seen that it had quickly escalated from a simple training exercise to a personal battle. He sighed as he turned back around. "Are you okay?" Eiji asked. "Not really, Eiji. That shouldn't have even gotten to that stage. Now Reiki is mentally beating herself up about it. Would someone be willing to take these two down to the infirmary, please?" All Might called and Izuku stood up when no one else did. Some friends, huh? He understood why the ragtags didn't, but the others? Who knew what was going through their minds right now? I'll do it. He gathered the girls over his shoulders, like how Reiki had carried them out. Both were still unconscious and half of Uraraka's face had partially collapsed. Thank you, Izuku, All Might said. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for my sister. This never should have happened in the first place. Or before it escalated to what happened, you should have stepped in. You're the teacher. He glared at the man before storming off. While we wait for Izuku to get back, let us carry on. But use the next building due to what has just happened? All Might's voice boomed. Izuku ignored the man. He truly wasn't fit to be a teacher. This was Izuku's first lesson with the man and he was entirely useless in that aspect. He should just stick to patrolling the streets and protecting civilians. About 5 minutes later, he yanked open the door to the infirmary and strolled in. Recovery Girl peered up from her desk and gasped. Oh dear, what happened to Izuku? She motioned to put the girls down on a bed each, which he did. Battle exercise. Heroes versus villains. These two were against Reiki, and well, it went utterly haywire. What role was Reiki? Villain. He sighed and sat on the chair next to Yaoyorozu's bed. Oh dear. How bad was it, Izuku? The elderly hero turned to him. Bed. Not sure if you'll be told, but Uraraka told Reiki to end herself. All Might didn't step in to stop it and of course students aren't allowed to interfere. Niza didn't either, but you know what he's like. Blimey. I'll definitely be having a word with that man. Fun for you. Oh, Uraraka has a broken cheekbone too, by the way. He motioned to the brunette. What? How? Reiki punched her while channeling some of Pyro. He shrugged. Of course that firecracker did. I'll heal her. What about this one? She motioned to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu was knocked out with a shot to the nervous system. Reiki didn't want to hurt her. Very well. Thank you. Go on back to your lesson now. I'll keep these two here with me for now. No problem. See you later, Granny. He reached out and hugged the woman. She happily returned the embrace before waving him from the room with a grin. He chuckled as he did as he was told. Wandering back to the lesson, Izuku wondered where Reiki went. Then again, she was probably with her dad. She'd want to just hug Aizawa and calm down that way. As he approached, the next group to go had just finished with the heroes winning. He hopped over his seat, startling the ragtags. Eiji put his hand over his chest and mock glared at him. Izuku just raised an eyebrow. Don't scare me like that. He huffed. Got to keep you on your toes, love. He winked. Eiji just rolled his eyes and grabbed his hand. A playful punch to his thigh had his head turning to Bakugu. Oh please. If I genuinely wanted to scare you, I would have. He smirked under the mask and Bakugu snorted at him. Take the extras to Recovery Girl, all right? He queried. I did. She's keeping them with her for now. Uraraka is going to have 2 or so healing sessions due to the damage that Reiki did. What damage was it? We couldn't really see. Mina asked. You saw the punch she gave her to the face. The second one? Yeah. Resulted in breaking Uraraka's cheekbone. He admitted. That's totally barbaric. Someone shouted, and Izuku glanced over. It was Ida. How about not eavesdropping into our conversation when it doesn't involve you? He said instead. We're meant to be classmates and Reiki went too far. Ida snapped, waving his arms around. Izuku leapt to his feet as anger started rising inside him. Went too far? Too far? Are you f***ing kidding me right now? So it was perfectly fine for how Uraraka has already treated my sister? Or telling Reiki to end herself? Or how about getting, no demanding, Yaoyorozu to create a f***ing flamethrower that she effing used on my sister? Izuku roared. Well, she is a villain. Ida mumbled, but he heard him clearly. Reiki is not a villain. Get that through your skull, you stuck-up bastard. You're saying how we're meant to be classmates, then why the F are you being like this when we retaliate to defend ourselves? Is that good enough? Is it dash? Stop being so high and mighty, thinking you're some sort of effing hero, when you're really effing not. The ragtags immediately got up and grabbed him gently. Eiji in front, wrapping around him tightly. What is going on here? All Might demanded, looking up from the table he was at. She's though. Look at what she did to my friend. Ida retaliated. She was playing the role of villain for F's sake. You know, for the exercise. If you can't handle that like this, then what are you going to be like in the real FING world going against actual FING villains who won't give a shit if you're injured or not? Izuku glared at the engine quirk user. He was pissed, no beyond that. Livid, how dare he say that about his sister, and yet be perfectly fine in what Uraraka did? Talk about being two-faced. The ground began to rumble, and the students looked around in panic. What's happening? Ojiro said. Eiji lifted his head to look at Izuku and gasped. Babe, calm down. Please. He whispered. But it did no good. Blood was pounding through his ears, making it hard to hear anything. Izuku rolled his shoulders and tensed his muscles. His eyes have changed color. Ida, you idiot. Jiro snapped, slapping the guy on the arm. Kirishima, take Izuku away to calm down before something happens. He barely heard Bakugo say. I will. Take the weapons first though, please. Eiji said, and he felt hands touching him to remove the blades from his back and thighs. His belt was taken as well. He was about to snap about being touched like that, when he felt a pair of already familiar soft hands cup his cheeks. He stared into the eyes of his boyfriend and saw himself reflected in the orbs. It was true. His eyes had changed color, they were now blood red with lightning streaks of black. Follow me, love. Eiji stepped back and Izuku followed. He didn't drop his hands either as he walked backwards, always making sure their eyes were locked with each other. As they got further away, going past buildings in the fake city, he clearly heard someone scoff. That's right. Just leave. Go be with your villain sister. He stopped. No, Izuku. Please. Keep on moving with me, Eiji said, trying to get his attention. I'm sorry for this, our beloved Ijiro. Syrinx's voice came out and his love gulped, and his eyes began to tear up in worry. Izuku whirled around to stare at the class. Raiki is not a villain. He hollered, resulting in the ground shaking, making buildings groan and some even to collapse a little into each other. Mina clasped Izuku's belt in her hands, the heavy weight holding her arms down, but she didn't care. She was furious. She snapped her gaze to Ida, who didn't look a single ounce of sorry for what he had just said. You're FING scum, you get that right? Is this how a FING hero in training is meant to behave? No, it isn't. They have done F all to you guys, yet you've been treating them like this. I'm disgusted. You didn't even give them a chance and now you're calling Raiki, my best friend, a villain and slandering her completely. She snarled. She is, Ida tried to say. No. She if he isn't. What the hell got that into your heads? Seriously? How stupid can you truly be? Kaminari piped up. Exactly. Now Kiri has to calm Izuku down before he rips you apart for how you are treating his sister. They've done nothing to you. Literally nothing. Sure, Raiki swears, doesn't take anyone's sheet, but Bakugo is the exact same and yet, you all have accepted him perfectly fine. Why is Raiki any different? Or Izuku for that matter? Shiro demanded. No one had an answer for that. If you are all part of the next FING generation of heroes, then quite frankly, the world is F-ed. Because you've already judged my FING girlfriend because of how she is and slandering her enough to FNG call her a villain, then just FANG leave. You don't belong here. Raiki and Izuku have done F all to you. Bakugo snapped, explosions going off in his palms. Mina turned to see Kiri leading Izuku away, who was clearly furious as well. No one realized just how lucky they had it that Kiri could do that. She heard someone scoff and glanced at the others. It had been Ida, who was staring after her boys, her second family. That's right. Just leave. Go be with your villain sister. He called out and they saw Izuku halt. Kiri said something to him, but they couldn't hear, but they saw his eyes well up with tears. Oh shit. Izuku whirled around to stare at the class. His eyes blazing red. Raiki is not a villain. He bellowed, resulting in the ground shaking, making buildings groan and some even to collapse a little into each other. Many of them jumped from that. Now you've FING done it. You absolute if a moron. Mina yelled at the Bluette. All Might came to stand near them, leaving the ragtags at the side. Not that they hurried to join the pro and the students. Mina just hoped that Reiki got here in time to counteract whatever it was that Izuku would do next. If not, then they were truly FE'd, because there was no way any of them could defeat the powerhouse that was Izuku. Reiki kept quiet as she navigated the corridors leading to the teacher's lounge with Nizu perched on her shoulder. He seemed to realize that she didn't want to talk, so didn't force her. She was grateful for that. She sighed a little at the thoughts going through her mind. What the hell had she actually been thinking? Doing that to those girls? Yes, Uraraka had made it very personal, but Reiki should have known better. Reiki, we're here. She snapped from her thoughts as Nizu's voice caught her ears. Sure enough, they were. She knocked once and opened the door. Her dad was sat at his desk, marking work, along with her. Auntie Nem. Zashi was there too. No one else was in the room, thankfully. Reiki? What are you doing here? Her dad asked, turning in his chair as he put his pen down. Can we talk? She said instead. Of course. She walked in and shut the door. She pulled Nizu off her shoulder and ripped her mask off. Leaving it clenched in her fist, she also pulled off her katana, dropping that to the floor, uncaring of where the weapon landed. She'd honestly forgotten she'd had that on her. She fell onto the couch and put her head between her knees, as her entire body started to shake a little. What's going on? She heard her dad ask, worry lacing his voice. She lifted her head and they gasped. Tears were leaking out of her eyes. Oh, sweetheart. Aunt Nem ran over and pulled her into her arms. Reiki cuddled into the woman, burying her face into her neck. Her dad sat beside her and rubbed her back. Reiki, my beautiful firecracker, what's wrong? Zashi questioned in as gentle a voice as he could. She sat up properly and looked at her family. Zashi was kneeling in front of her, Nizu at his side. Aizawa held her hand for comfort and she squeezed back. Using her other hand, she wiped under her eyes and sniffed a little. She then put up a soundproof barrier. No one needed to hear this. I fed up. Like so in bed? She mumbled. How so? We had training with All Might. Heroes versus villains. I was on my own due to having 21 students. She trailed off and glanced at Nizu, who got the silent message. Reiki was the villain. She went against Momo Yaoyorozu and Achiko Uraraka. Nizu said. What? Everyone knows to keep Reiki and Uraraka away from each other. Aunt Nem growled. It was by lottery, unfortunately. Nizu sighed. What happened? Her dad probed and she turned her head to look at him. It went it's up. I hid the fake bomb in the attic, decided to use Shadow Manipulator for a bit, as well as knocked out the electricity. Scared them, used flame orbs which went over their heads, so they weren't hurt. Anyway, I went to the attic again, and Uraraka had gotten Yaoyorozu to make a flamethrower, misleading her for its use. She used it on me, but we know I'm flameproof, but they definitely didn't until that happened. Anyway, I lost it a little. Ended up knocking Yaoyorozu out with a single hit to her neck, overpowering her nervous system. Uraraka I beat up, resulting in a bust cheekbone and knocked out after I rose into the air, lifted her to my shoulder and threw her into the ground hard. Reiki admitted, not looking away from her dad. What she's failing to tell you was Uraraka was taunting her a lot, calling her a villain, yet again, as well as saying she was going to prove that Reiki was nothing and that Bakugo was hers. Nizu stated. She noticed he left out the part about telling her to end herself. Sensible, as no one needed her protective family to go after anyone for that. Where are they now? Zashi mumbled. They're with Granny, I would presume. Reiki said. Well, she'll heal them so it's fine. Reiki, why were you crying? She glanced at Aunt Nem. Does this mean I'm a monster? Because of what I did. She whispered, but they heard her clearly. Hell no. Don't you dare even think that. Her dad shouted. She stared at him in shock. It was exceedingly rare to hear him shout. Majority of the time, he didn't need to. Okay, I won't. But I do feel bad. I mean, come on, I'm already a pro hero and I did that. I should know FING better. She stated. That may be so, sweetheart, but you're also a teenager. We tend to forget that because you're so mature. You always have been, same as Izuku. Look at it this way, you were doing your role given to you in training. Stop blaming yourself. You are bound to make mistakes, just like we do. Do you really think we've managed this far in life without making mistakes of our own? Sweetheart, we're human, it happens. No one is perfect, Aunt Nem said, drawing her in for a cuddle. Nem is right. We all make mistakes now and again. Zashi smiled at her and she returned it. I love you guys. They fell into a group hug and Reiki had never felt safer or more cherished than right now. Well, it'd be better if Izuku was there with them too. They stayed quiet, just enjoying the family embrace when Reiki froze. They immediately pulled away to look at her. What is it? Her dad queried. Did you feel that? No. What was it? The ground shook. She pulled the barrier down and put her mask back on. They focused properly and let her go. They shifted on the couch a little, to create space. Just in case someone walked in. Earthquake maybe? Nem wondered. No. Totally different. I think it's quirk related. What was going on? Who's powerful enough to do that? Aizawa stood up. Izuku is. Without a doubt, definitely. She froze again as she heard a faint roar. What the F dash? She swept up her katana and put it back in place. The door flew open and revealed Cementos, with a slightly panting Ida behind him. We're needed down on ground B immediately. Izuku has lost control. Reiki didn't need telling twice. She scooped Nizu up and left the room but stopped short as Ida stepped in the way. You are not a teacher. Let them handle this. Ida said. Like, seriously, what was with those FING arm movements of his? Get the F out of my way, Ida. I'm the only one who can stop my brother. She snapped. Previous sadness was gone. Now she was determined as well as worried. What caused Izuku to lose control like this? This wasn't like him. Ida, move. Reiki is right. She can stop Izuku? Nizu demanded and Ida noticed him in her arms. Sorry, sir. He moved and Reiki took off running, well aware of him following as well as the teachers. They didn't speak as they sprinted to ground B. She could go faster, but because she had Nizu in her grip, she didn't want to risk accidentally dropping him. Let me take Nizu from you, Reiki. I know you can go quicker. She glanced to her left and Zashi held his arms out. She didn't hesitate, she passed him over. Thank you. She hollered and took off even faster. A minute later, she heard another roar, followed by panicked screams and All Might shouting. Racing through the doors leading into the training area, she got near the group. Reiki! Mina screamed, having seen her. She joined her ragtags, and Katsuki grabbed her hand. What's happened, Pinky? The teachers approached too, just in time to hear her response. The class was huddled behind All Might, who had his arms spread in a protective gesture. All of them stared over at their group with fear in their eyes. After Izuku got back after taking the girls to Recovery Girl, we were talking after your fight. Izuku got into an argument with Ida because he stated that what you did was wrong, and you went too far yet didn't say anything about what Uraraka did to you. Then he called you a villain as well. Stated that what you did to Uraraka was uncalled for. Izuku couldn't take it anymore, and the ground started shaking. Kiri took him away to try and calm him down privately. But then Ida opened his mouth, yet again, and said that's right, just leave, go be with your villain sister. Izuku must have said something to Kiri because he looked panicked before he whirled around and shouted, Reiki is not a villain, but it wasn't in Izuku's voice. It was heavier, deeper and more like a rumble from his chest. Mina stated, fists clenched at her sides and took in deep breaths after that announcement. FING hell. This is a cluster and a half. She grumbled. She knew exactly what was happening. Syrinx was taking over. Where is Izuku? Aunt Nem demanded. Over there, Midnight Sensei. Siro pointed and their attention went down one of the streets of the fake city. Izuku was a decent distance from them, Kiri behind him. Her brother was glaring at them with blood-red eyes blazing in barely held fury, clearly intent on hurting someone. She whirled to Ida, who was beside Cementos. This is your effing fault, you effing arsehole. Why couldn't you have kept your effing mouth shut? She screamed at him. This is not my fault at all. Perhaps if you hadn't been like a villain and hurt my friend, this wouldn't have even began. Ida countered. Are you seriously effing blaming me for what effing happened here? Don't be such effing moron, Ida. I played my role correct in this training exercise, but yet you say FNG nothing about what Uraraka did, or said, to me? She used a flamethrower on me. Yet you're perfectly fine, aren't you? What if I wasn't FING fireproof? Did you think of that, you FING arrogant prick? No, I can see you FING didn't. You're a pathetic FANG hypocrite. She could have ended me. She shouted at him. That's enough. They turned to Aizawa, who was glaring at them with eyes glowing red. But sir, Ida started but soon shut up as Midnight, Present Mike and Nizu also glared. Cementos had no reaction, he just stayed out of it. No, Ida, that is enough. What Reiki has said is indeed correct. You're judging her for doing her role correctly, and yet, none of you stood up for her, apart from Izuku and the ragtags, in regard of what Uraraka did. I'm disgusted. If this is the next generation of heroes, then quite frankly, I'm disappointed by the way you've already portrayed yourselves. Nem snapped, blue eyes like ice. Oh, she was pissed. No, Izuku. They heard Kirishima scream and Reiki turned to her brother. He was now marching forward, fists clenched as Kiri had his arms wrapped around his waist, digging his feet in, trying to stop him. Not that it was working, her brother was abnormally strong, even without using his quirk. Reiki stripped off her weapons and handed them to her dad, who took them without hesitation. Don't you need those? Ciro questioned. Oh. This will be done with fists only. She rolled her shoulders. Please be careful. I don't want you hurt, Reiki. Katsuki said, drawing her attention. I can't promise that this time, Kat. This is really going to even hurt, considering it's with my brother, who's utterly pissed. She hugged her boyfriend quick, then the others and nodded to the teachers. How she desperately wanted to hug her family and reassure them too, but didn't want to let out the secret just yet. As she walked away, she heard someone crying. Glancing behind her, it was Mina. Tears were falling rapidly down her cheeks. The guys looked ready to cry as well. Don't cry for me, Mina. I'll see you after this is over and give you a long hug. Oh, and Nizu, you might want to get Recovery Girl out here, along with extra clothes for us. She told the Chimera, who nodded and got his phone out. Let us handle this, Reiki. All Might called out and she turned to him. Oh. You won't be able to beat him. Protect everyone instead. She told him and turned to her brother, who had red eyes locked on the class. She strode forward with sure steps. She didn't want this to happen, but unfortunately, she had little choice. It was either she fight her brother, or she cleans up the remains of the students after Izuku quite frankly rips them apart. Because there would be no stopping him when he gets going, not even the pros would be able to. Maybe after this, they'd realize just how close they got to realizing that she'd quite literally saved their lives, despite them being arseholes. Izuku, stop. Oh. I'm fed up with them treating us like scum, he growled. Yeah, that was definitely Syrinx coming through there. Kiri, I need you to let go and get out the way, she told the redhead. He peeked around Izuku's body, tears streaming down his face, before moving back to where he was before. I can't leave him, Reiki. Not like this. He adamantly shook his head. You're not leaving him, Kiri. He won't listen to reason at the moment. You need to let me handle this. The only way it'll work is fighting. I don't want you caught in the middle of it. Please. Kiri's arms slowly let Izuku go and he ran to her as fast as he could. Please get back the Izuku we know and love. I promise. Go back to everyone. Stay beside the ragtags or the teachers, and not All Might. Be safe, Reiki. He kissed her cheek quick, spared a glance at his boyfriend and darted off. Reiki sighed and got her brother's attention again. Izuku, please stop. No. Then you leave me no choice, brother. I'm sorry. She closed the gap between them and threw a swift punch to his face, snapping his head to the side. He let out a menacing chuckle and turned back. A solid fist connected it with her chest, right in between her boobs, lightning quick. If that hurt. But no time in thinking about that. They sent a flurry of vicious punches to each other, hitting any parts of the body they could. They weren't holding back either. Izuku suddenly took a step back and Reiki knew this was going to downright effing suck. She braced herself for the impact and just in time because he launched a fist, connecting back in between her chests, and it sent her flying. She went right back near the ragtags. She crashed into the ground, leaving a small crater with her body. Dirt and dust flew up around her. She blinked a few times. Jesus effing Christ. She was going to be so bruised after this. If not, broken bones too. Reiki? That was Katsuki calling her. She held up a hand, indicating no one to come near her. She got back to her feet with a groan as Izuku let out a low growl. Her head went up and her eyes widened. His mask had fluttered to the floor, his head was lowered and hands lax at his sides. Oh shit. She glanced at her family and saw Recovery Girl had arrived, armed with medical supplies, clothes and gurneys. The elderly pro looked terrified as she saw what Reiki was going against. I'm sorry, she said with a sad smile. This was going to be really effing bad. They stared at her with their own sad faces, worry etched in their features and eyes. They knew they couldn't interfere. Izuku would pretty much destroy them without hesitation with the way he was right now. Pyro? Yes, love? Came the sleepy reply. She'd been asleep. We need to fight. Dragon form. Against? Izuku and Syrinx. What happened? That made her dragon wake up fully. They pissed him off. We need to stop him. Let's go draggling. Reiki felt that familiar itch under her skin. She stretched her arm up her spine and pulled across the zipper that was hidden. The back of her outfit split apart, revealing her flesh and black bra. Rolling her shoulders, jet black wings shot out of the blades, causing the students behind her to gasp. The wings spread wide, easily 6 feet wide and 5 feet long in this form. They closely resembled those of a bat's, but on each joint was an inch-thick, pointed bone shard for shredding. Flapping them a few times, she ran back to Izuku, but lifted into the air a little for flight. Lift your ife head up, she screamed and he did. Revealing part of his face had shifted into Syrinx's muzzle. The upper lip lifted into a semblance of a smile, no smirk, and showed gleaming teeth. She slammed into him and they went even. Further down the fake road. She lifted and threw him into the ground at an angle. Using his body, he made the asphalt lift like a digger had gone through it until he stopped. Reiki hovered in the air as she watched her brother get back to his feet as though that had never happened. She wasn't surprised. His outfit started to tear and fluttered to the floor as his body changed. Reiki flew back, creating a little bit of distance between them and landed. She risked a glance over her shoulder, and everyone was watching on the big screen. Of course Nizu had managed to get that working for this. Hearing bones snap, she focused on Izuku as he dropped to his hands and knees as his body shook slightly. Destroyed clothes lay around him, apart from his boxers. Reiki pulled her boots off, uncaring of where they landed. Let's go Pyro! And try match whatever size Izuku changes into. Got it. She dropped to her knees as her own outfit tore. She looked at Izuku, just as his skin split and peeled off his body, resulting in him screaming. Reiki glanced at her hands and shuddered. This part sucked when it was slow. Reiki ripped her mask off and shrieked. F this hurt. Her skin split and peeled off, revealing sleek black scales. An agonizing 2 minutes or so later, she was easily the size of about 6 stories high, matching Izuku in height. Reiki watched everything through Pyro's eyes. Syrinx now stood in front of her with his red body that looked like it was not skin, but blood. Thankfully, only 2 tails were present. They barely fitted between the buildings, meaning her wings were tucked in. This wouldn't do. Using sheer strength, they toppled buildings out of the way, then charged at each other. Lifting onto powerful hind legs, their bodies clashed. Claws slashed, creating wounds, which stopped bleeding quickly and healed over thanks to their instant healing. Still hurt like a motherfucker though. Teeth ripped chunks of flesh off as they growled at each other. Izuku managed to get a little gap between them and used it to his advantage, kicking her away. She went tumbling back about 50 feet. Too close for comfort as she was near the students and teachers. Izuku emerged, resulting in lots of shocked gasps. One thing to see it via camera, but something else entirely seeing it in person. Reiki opened her mouth and shot a fireball at him. It hit his shoulder, resulting in a pain-filled hiss. She wasted no time in waiting for him to recover. She charged and using strong shoulder muscles, picked the Kitsune up and sent them barreling back down the road. Crashing into the ground, Reiki used her claws on all feet to grip the body beneath her. "Stop, please," she begged. "Never." Then an excruciating pain went through her shoulder as he sank those wickedly sharp teeth into the muscle, tearing the flesh and muscle. She roared from the anguish and kicked him away, catching sight of two new tails emerging. Holy shit! As she wobbled a little, she was picked up and thrown straight through a thin building. It collapsed on top of her. Oh hell fing no. Ripping through it, she paid little attention to the thousands of tiny cuts she got from glass, steel, or whatever else that hit her. She ignored the gasps of everyone, focusing on what was happening. She did hear more than her class though. Had others joined? Nosy affairs. Climbing through the opening she made, she caught the Kitsune across the snout with a brutal smash of her front leg. His turn to be building friendly. Reiki stood on the toppled construction, waiting with bated breath for the next move. A torrent of black fire emerged from in front of her and caught some of her hind leg and tail. She shrieked from the agony. The hell that hurt. The black flames were always the worst. As the Kitsune emerged, Reiki dived on him. His red eyes were slightly crazed, and she had to end before it got even worse. Catching him unaware from how quick she'd moved, she slashed and hit as hard as she could, stunning him from the assault. She flipped him using her head and shoulders, sending him crashing onto his back. Pouncing and locking herself around the fox, belly to belly, she flapped her wings as hard as she could, rising until they were a good 200 or so feet above the ground. Reiki! She heard someone mentally scream. That? Oh, thank God you heard me. Please don't do this. I can't take any more. Please, baby. I'm sorry, Dad. This is the only way. He has 4 fing tails. Please don't let anyone but you, Nem, Zashi, Grandma, or Ragtag sneer when this ends. What are you talking about? We're coming in for a crash landing. No, Reiki, don't. Sorry, Dad. I love you. She broke the connection, just as Izuku moved. She roared as his claws sank into her sides, puncturing the flesh easily. His teeth locked onto her shoulder, sinking deep. At least this was with her and no one else. They'd already be dead. Reiki. She recognized that shout. Cat? Baby, please. Don't do this. There has to be another way. You're already injured a lot. I know, Cat. But this is the only way to stop him before it gets worse. Please, stop. I can't bear you being hurt. I'll be okay. Make sure no one sees us afterwards. I need you to brace yourself for impact. Reiki, don't. Please, baby. I beg you. I'm sorry, Katsuki. But this truly is the only way. Kat, I love you truly and deeply. Boys. She quickly broke the connection with her boyfriend after she confessed. Izuku's teeth unlatched and she locked her flaming orange orbs into blood-red crazed ones. I love you both. I'm so sorry for this. A single tear slid out her eye, dropping onto his cheek. Reiki reared up further with a hard flap of her wings, tightened her hold on the now wiggling Kitsune and sent them towards the ground. Wind rippled around them. Glancing over his head, the ground was approaching quick. She let out a sad cry that ripped from her heart just as they struck the floor with brutal force. They fell through layers of dirt, and the last thing she saw was the now clear eyes of a stunning mixture of red and green, leaking tears as they slid shut. Reiki followed, allowing the arms of unconsciousness to drag her swiftly under. Bakugo waited as Reiki pulled off her abundance of weapons and handed them over to Aizawa, who took them without hesitation. He'd forgotten she had that katana strapped to her back. Imagine the damage she'd have caused if she'd used that in her fight. Don't you need those? Zero questioned. No. This will be fists only. She rolled her shoulders. Please be careful. I don't want you hurt, Reiki, he said, drawing his girlfriend's attention. I can't promise that this time, Kat. This is really going to effing hurt, considering it's with my brother. She hugged him quick, then the others and nodded to the teachers. As she walked away, Mina started to cry. Big, fat tears falling rapidly down her cheeks. He understood why. The sibling duo were no laughing matter, and considering Izuku was pissed, they were definitely going to get hurt. He even felt tears threatening to spill. Reiki glanced over her shoulder. "Don't cry for me, Mina. I'll see you after this is over and give you a long hug. Oh, and Nizu, you might want to get Recovery Girl out here, along with extra clothes for us," she told the principal, who nodded and got his phone out without any argument. Did he understand the severity of what was about to happen then? "Let us handle this, Reiki," All Might called out, and she turned to him. Bakugo barely stopped himself from snorting. Did he seriously think he'd be able to stop Izuku? What a load of shit. "Oh, you won't be able to beat him. Protect everyone instead," she told him bluntly, and turned to her brother, who was walking towards them, with Kirishima wrapped around his waist, digging his feet in to try and slow him down. It didn't work though. They knew Izuku was ridiculously strong, even without using his quirk. Reiki, however, strode towards them with zero reluctance. They were quite a distance from them, so they wouldn't be able to hear anything said, nor watch properly. "Okay everyone, we can watch and hear the fight from the screen. I've accessed other cameras and mics," Nizu said, and they turned to the big screen that was still up from their training exercise. Thank you, Nizu. Even though Bakugo didn't want this to happen, he knew that Reiki truly was the only one able to stop/calm down Izuku when he was like this. "Izuku, stop." Reiki's voice came out of the speakers. Bakugo's gaze was locked firmly on the screen, not wanting to miss a single thing. "Oh, I'm fed up with them treating us like scum," Izuku growled. "Kiri, I need you to let go and get out the way," she told the red head. He peeked around Izuku's body, tears streaming down his face, before moving to where he was before. I can't leave him, Reiki. Not like this." The red head adamantly shook his head. "That was Kirishima for you. Loyal to an absolute fault. One of his best qualities if you asked Bakugo. You're not leaving him, Kiri. He won't listen to reason this way. You need to let me handle this. The only way it'll work is fighting. I don't want you caught in the middle of it. Please." Kirishima's arms slowly let Izuku go, and he ran to her as fast as he could. "Please get back the Izuku we know and love. I promise. Go back to everyone. Stay beside the ragtags or the teachers, and not All Might." Bakugo wondered why she said not to All Might. Maybe because he was with the extras? "Be safe, Reiki." Kirishima kissed her cheek quick, slid a worried glance at his boyfriend, and darted off. Reiki sighed and got her brother's attention again. "Izuku, please stop." Reiki said. "No. Then you leave me no choice, brother. I'm sorry." She closed the gap between them and threw a swift punch to his face, snapping his head to the side. He let out a menacing chuckle and turned back. A solid fist connected with her chest, right in between her boobs, lightning quick. Vanji hell, that must hurt like a motherfucker. Just hearing the connection was enough to make even him wince. They were going to have some serious bruises after this, or even broken bones. They started to send a flurry of vicious punches to each other, hitting any parts of the body they could. They weren't holding back either. How the hell his girlfriend was able to keep on her feet, he wasn't sure. Those punches were no laughing matter either. Bakugo was thankful he wasn't on the receiving end of those, that's for sure. Izuku suddenly took a step back. Reiki braced herself, and just in time as he launched a fist, hitting between her breasts again, and sent her flying. She went right near them, crashing into the ground, leaving a small crater with her body. Dirt and dust flew up around her. He glanced at the teachers and noticed that Recovery Girl had now arrived, along with medical supplies, clothes, and gurneys. Holy shit, why did she need clothes and gurneys? Unless Reiki and Izuku were going to shift? Actually, the gurneys would be a good thing for after this. "Reiki!" he shouted. She held up a hand, indicating no one to come near her. She got back to her feet with a groan as Izuku let out a low growl. Her head went up and eyes widened. Bakugo's gaze went to the screen and saw Izuku's mask was now on the floor, head lowered so they couldn't see his face, and hands lax at his sides. "Oh shit." She glanced at him, ragtags, and the teachers. "I'm sorry," she said with a sad smile. This was going to be effing bad if she was apologizing before it got started. They knew they couldn't interfere. Izuku would utterly destroy them with the way he was. A soft tap on his arm had him gazing into golden orbs. Mina. What is it? How bad will this be? I haven't got a FNG clue, but I know it'll be bad. He admitted. Mina grabbed his hand in a panic. He squeezed gently and she flashed a small smile to him. Movement caught his eye and turned to look. Reiki had moved and was now reaching up her spine and pulled across a zipper that must have been hidden. Bakuga's gaze locked on tight to his girlfriend as her suit split open, revealing peachy smooth flesh and her bra. She rolled her shoulders just as jet black wings shot out of the blades, causing those around him to gasp. The wings spread wide, easily 6 feet wide and 5 feet long. They closely resembled those of a bat's, but on each joint was an inch-thick, pointed bone shard. Being stabbed or slashed with those. Flapping them a few times, she took off back to Izuku, but lifted into the air a little for flight. She was graceful, yet powerful. As she went to her brother, Bakugo turned his gaze to the screens to see better. No point in trying to strain. Lift your ife head up, she screamed and he did. Revealing part of his face had shifted into Syrinx's muzzle. The upper lip lifted into a semblance of a smile, no smirk, and showed gleaming teeth. Those would cause some brutal FING damage. Bakugo was glad he wasn't on the receiving end of those. Kirishima gasped and grabbed his arm. Bakugo didn't tell him to let go, knowing it would fall on deaf ears at the moment. Reiki slammed into Izuku and they went even further down the road. She lifted up with ease and threw him into the ground at an angle, which resulted in his body lifting up the asphalt until he stopped. Reiki hovered in the air as she watched her brother get back to his feet as though that had never happened. How the F did he even manage to do that? Why wasn't he knocked out? Or limping? Bleeding? One thing was for sure, Izuku was a FANG badass. No one dared make a sound as Izuku's outfit started to tear and fluttered to the floor as his body changed. Bakugo could just make out the hint of some scars on his left shoulder and down his ribcage. Had those been from when he'd gone after Lycania? Reiki flew back for some distance and landed. She risked a glance over her shoulder, probably trying to see them. Hearing bones snap, which sounded really FING gross over the speakers, Izuku dropped to his hands and knees. Destroyed clothes lay around him, apart from his boxers, which wouldn't last long. Reiki pulled her boots off and threw them to the side just before she dropped to her knees, as her own outfit tore. Bakugo watched as Izuku's skin split and peeled off his body, resulting in him screaming. Reiki glanced at her hands and shuddered, before ripping her mask off and shrieked. Her skin also split and peeled off, revealing black scales underneath. Bakugo was completely enraptured, despite it being absolutely FNG gross. An agonizing 2 minutes or so later, after growing at an alarming rate and exposing the dragon and the kitsune that lay beneath their flesh, Bakugo guessed they were both easily the size of about 6 stories high. Seeing them like this was truly astounding. The raw power that was evident in their muscle-clad bodies was impressive too. Syrinx stood in front of Pyro with his red body that looked like it was not skin, but blood. Eerie. He had only 2 tails present. He vaguely remembered Reiki stating that if all 9 tails emerged, they were in absolute sheet creek. They barely fitted between the buildings, meaning her wings were tucked in. The dragon moved, and using sheer strength, toppled the buildings out of the way like they were made of cardboard. Once there was plenty of room, the 2 powerhouses charged at each other. Lifting onto hind legs, their bodies clashed with a solid thud. Claws slashed, creating wounds, which stopped bleeding and healed over rapidly quick. Teeth ripped chunks of flesh off as they growled at each other. Bakugo barely managed to keep the wince at bay. He decided it was easier, in his head, to just call them by what the quirks' names, instead of Izuku and Reiki. Syrinx managed to get a little gap between them and used it to his advantage, kicking Pyro away. She went tumbling about 50 feet. Too close for comfort as she was right near them. Bakugo's gaze turned from the screen to the real deal. Syrinx emerged, resulting in lots of shocked gasps. One thing to see it via camera, but something else entirely seeing it with their own eyes. Plus they were already covered in blood, gashes, etc. Pyro opened her mouth and shot a fireball at him. It hit his shoulder, resulting in a pain-filled hiss. She wasted no time for him to recover, She charged and using strong shoulder muscles, picked Syrinx up and sent them barreling back down the road, away from them. Everyone was intently watching the screen to see how this would play out. Crashing into the ground, Pyro used her claws on all feet to grip the body beneath her. "Stop, please," she begged. "Never!" Syrinx roared before he sank those wickedly sharp teeth into the shoulder muscle. She roared from the anguish and kicked him away, just as two new tails emerged. Holy shit! As she wobbled a little, she was picked up and thrown straight through a thin building. It collapsed on top of her. Bakugo barely managed to stop from running in and helping. He caught the eye of Nizu, who was watching him. The principal shook his head slightly, giving a sad smile. Bakugo turned away, getting the silent message. Loud tearing noises caught their attention and saw the building that had toppled onto Pyro was moving. What the actual F dash? Mina squeezed his hand tight. F sake pinky. He growled and yanked his hand away. Sorry. I'm just really hating this. She apologized. Bakugo understood completely as he hated it as well. Pyro's head emerged from within the middle of the building. They took a deep breath before moving. Climbing through it, she caught Syrinx across the snout with a brutal smash of her front leg. His turn to be building friendly. Pyro stood quietly on the toppled construction, waiting with bated breath for the next move. A torrent of black fire emerged in front of her and caught some of her hind leg and tail. She shrieked from the burning agony. Bakugo definitely winced at that part. Being burned sucked, he knew that firsthand because of his quirk. He dreaded to think what it would be like with those kind of flames. He heard scuffling and glanced over his shoulder. Other students and teachers had appeared. "What's happening?" Vlad King asked, as he was surrounded by his students. "A fight between Izuku and Raiki with their quirks?" Nizu announced. "Whatever you do, stay quiet." Aizawa glared, before turning back to the fight. Bakugo also turned away, uncaring of the extras. He did, however, hear them gasp as they caught sight of the dragon. No doubt they will when the Kitsune does too. And speak of the devil. Syrinx emerged, from where he'd been thrown through a building and Pyro dived on him. His red eyes were slightly crazed. She caught him unaware from how quick her form moved, slashing and hitting as hard as possible, stunning him more. She used her head and broad shoulders to flip him onto his back before pouncing. Locking around Syrinx, belly to belly, Pyro gave a hard flap of her wings, which resulted in ridiculously strong wind pressure to cascade over them. Kirishima finally let his arm go and took a few steps forward, only to be stopped by Midnight, who wrapped an arm around his shoulders tightly, effectively keeping him in place. Their gazes went skyward as Pyro and Syrinx went up, until they were a good 200 or so feet high. Bakugo was beginning to panic now. What was going to happen? He heard Pyro scream, as Syrinx sank those horrendous claws into her sides, puncturing the flesh as easy as a hot knife through butter. Teeth locked onto her shoulder again, sinking deep. Bakugo couldn't take it anymore. He remembered her telling him that she could talk into minds. It was worth a shot. "Raiki!" he mentally shouted. Holy shit, she heard him. "Baby, please. Don't do this. There has to be another way. You're already injured a lot." "I know, Cat. But this is the only way to stop him before it gets worse. Please, stop. I can't bear you being hurt. I'll be okay. Make sure no one sees us afterwards. I need you to brace yourself for impact. Raiki, please, baby. I beg you. I'm sorry, Katsuki. But this truly is the only way. Cat, I love you truly and deeply. Boys." She quickly broke the connection. He blinked. Had she seriously just said that, or was it a figment of his imagination? No, she loved him. Holy shit, Raiki loved him. Just like he did with her. He knew that was fact. He genuinely loved her. She was, without a doubt, the best part of him. Syrinx's teeth unlatched, and he saw their eyes lock with each other. She said something, but they couldn't hear what. Pyro reared up further with a flap of those strong wings before sending them towards the ground, letting out a cry of anguish that pretty much made Bakugo's heart hurt. Many girls screamed in a mix of fright and fear. Mina buried her face into his chest, and he held her tightly. Brace yourselves for impact. Midnight roared and many did. The two beasts got closer to the ground at a rapid speed before slamming into it with sheer brutal force. They went through layers as the shockwave sent many stumbling. Dust, dirt, and other debris shot into the air. Buildings collapsed quickly, with shattering sounds of glass breaking, thuds, and metal scraping against each other. Bakugu pushed Mina off him. Raiki! He roared and took off, avoiding the teachers trying to grab him. He ran as fast as he could. As he approached, he didn't slow, just scrambled up the huge dirt mound as fast as he could. He ignored the minor cuts he got on his arms and legs. He slipped a little, but a strong hand on his thigh stopped him from going far. Glancing down, Kiri was staring at him with parts of his quirk activated. "I got you, bro." Bakugu nodded and they scrambled up together. When they got to the top, they braced themselves for whatever they'll see. Kiri turned his quirk off, and they peered over the edge. Remaining color drained from their faces as they saw the siblings. Both were back in human form, unconscious and naked. Blood splattered their bodies, bright red against pale flesh. He glanced at the bottom of the rubble and many had arrived, including teachers. He could just make out the worry in Aizawa's eyes. He wasn't surprised, it was his daughter and nephew after all. "If you're coming up, bring clothes. Teachers only." Kiri hollered. "Get on." He turned his back to Kiri, who quickly did, and Bakugu used his explosions to take them down. They must have traveled a good 20 feet, before crashing into the floor. Kiri quickly got off and ran to Izuku. Bakugu dropped to his knees beside Raiki and slowly reached out a hand to brush her hair from her face. His heart leapt into his throat as he took her in pale form. She was on her side, one leg bent, and one arm spread in front of her and the other behind. He moved her arm, he outright refused to look anywhere but her face. "Come on, baby, wake up for me." He stroked her cheek, removing some blood, but smearing the rest. He needed her to wake up. He wanted his firecracker back. "Aizu, wake up, baby." He glanced at Kiri, who had hauled Izuku's body into his arms, face bent as he cried. Tears dripped onto Izuku's face, but the male was unresponsive. Bakuga's eyes widened at the scars that the male had. Sheet, just how bad had they been if that was the healed result? He heard some noises and looked up. Aizawa and Midnight flew down from 2 feathers, with hawks behind them. When did he get here? They had clothes clasped in their arms, and once they landed, the feathers let them go. Aizawa ran to him, while Midnight went to Izuku. How bad are they? Another voice drew Bakuga's attention. It was Nizu, covered in blood. "I don't know injuries, but I can't see any. Haven't woken up either." Bakugu mumbled to the chimera as he appeared at his side. "Midnight, swap with me for a minute," Aizawa said, and she did. She dressed Raiki in sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt. A mask went into place on their faces too. They didn't bother trying to clear the blood away, it wasn't important at the moment. Once done, the teachers swapped places again. "Come on, Raiki, wake up for me." Aizawa ran his hand gently over her face, but she did nothing. Bakugu held her tightly as tears threatened to spill. "Aizu, wake up for me, baby. Please wake you up?" Midnight cried and Bakugu glanced at her. She was bawling as she clutched Izuku to her chest, while Kiri was beside her. "Hawks, fly back up and get 2 boards from Chio. We're going to need to strap the siblings in and get them to medbay as quickly as possible." Nizu demanded, and the pro nodded before he quickly disappeared. Aizawa looked at Bakugu, who could barely stop himself from crying. He needed to be strong. For Raiki and Izuku. "Bakugu." He raised his gaze to lock with his teachers. "What? You can cry, you know. It won't make us think any less of you. I take it you both also want an explanation of why me and Nem are like this, huh? I don't want you to force yourself. I can wait." Bakugu sniffed, wiping his eyes quick. "I know you can. But it won't hurt as they trust you. Raiki is my daughter." he admitted, and Bakugo just blinked at him before glancing at Kiri, whose eyes had gone wide. It's true, and Izuku I is my son. Midnight stated with tears cascading down her face. Please keep this between you though. No one needs or has to know for now. Izawa said, and they nodded. Bakugo turned to Nizu. What about you? I'm their uncle. Both have been learning under me since they were 6 years old, he said, peering up from his phone quick. Now that was a scary thought of the siblings being taught by their slightly sadistic principal. The telltale noise of wings had their gazes going up, just as Hawks appeared, carrying 2 stretchers with straps. He handed one to Izawa and the other to Midnight. Working as a team, Bakugo and Izawa carefully placed Raiki onto it, strapping her in place. How will we get them out? Midnight asked, wiping her face. I'll use my feathers, Hawks said as said feathers attached themselves to the boards, one on each corner. More attached to Izawa, Midnight and Kiri, sending them up into the air. Nizu was scooped up into Hawk's arms, and he went to send feathers to Bakugo, but he shook his head. I'll do it myself. He used his explosions to take himself out, following Hawks, Nizu and the unconscious duo. They didn't stop until they were back on solid ground with Recovery Girl waiting with gurneys. Hawks lowered the siblings carefully, and the straps were removed. They weren't needed now. Feathers detached and went back to Hawks. That was one nifty quirk. Many students gasped as they took in the bloodied state of Raiki and Izuku. Bakugo didn't pay them attention and held Raiki's hand. He hated how lax it was. He wanted to feel that secure grip she always did when they held hands. He glanced at Kiri, who was whispering something in Izuku's ear. Look out! Someone screamed and their attention was snapped up as a purple vortex thing emerged and a guy stepped out. He was about 6'5" or so, with stacked muscle. He wore grimy jeans and a t-shirt that was more fit for the bin than anything else. He had also appeared the other side of the siblings, resulting in the pros not being able to do much yet. Who the hell are you? Hawks demanded. You can call me Pyro. Now, if you'd be so kind as to point me in the direction of Katsuki Bakugo, I'd greatly appreciate it. Why the F would I go with you? Bakugo snarled. Ah, Katsuki Bakugo I presume? Makes this easier. Come with me and no one will die today. Why? Because you are wanted to join the villains, of course. How the actual F did they know of him anyway? Never going to FNG happen. He let Raiki's hand go, ready to fight. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Kairo's hands ignited into flames. Before anyone could say or do anything, a flame ball hit his chest, sending him back a few steps. If you FNG touch him, I'll rip out your FNG heart. Bakugo's eyes widened as he turned. Raiki had gotten off the gurney and was glaring at the villain. How the F was she awake? Oh, another flame user. Nice. Pyro lobbed one of his own flame balls, but she just batted it away like it was nothing. She took a few steps and launched her fist into his face. The sound of breaking bone was unmistakable. She'd broken his nose. UFN Beach. Pyro snarled. Woof v woof motherfucker. Raiki retorted. Bakugo realized it wasn't truly Raiki. Pyro had emerged but kept Raiki's form. They launched themselves at each other, slamming fists into any part they could reach. Bakugo glanced at Izawa, who was completely gobsmacked. Not surprising, as his daughter had been unconscious not even 2 minutes ago after a nasty fight. Hearing Raiki scream, Bakugo's head snapped back around as Kairo's clenched fist went inside Raiki's body. Fire rippled along the man's arm as he smirked, before sending it into his woman. Then the unexpected happened. Raiki started to laugh, like a complete maniac. The smirk was wiped from Kairo's face, and color drained too. She pulled his hand out as though it was nothing. Enjoy hell, motherfucker. A deep snarl came from behind him and they realized Izuku had appeared behind him. A sickening crunch sounded and Pyro screamed. Raiki chuckled deeply and launched her right fist into Kairo's chest, ripping his heart out. Izuku moved, showing bright red eyes, and was followed by a repulsive squelching noise. Pyro flopped to the floor, as dead can get. Bakugo's eyes widened. That noise had been Izuku removing the guy's entire Ifenji spine. He dropped it to the floor, with Reiki letting the heart drop too. The siblings stared at each other with a smirk. Kiri ran to Izuku as he toppled backwards, and Bakugo moved to Reiki as she turned to him. "Catch baby." Her eyes rolled and she collapsed. He caught her tightly to his chest. "I knew they were villains. Imagine ending someone." Ida shouted. "Ida, that is FING enough. If I hear that FNG again, so help me FA God." Aizawa snarled, eyes red and looking downright pissed. All students and teachers stepped back a few steps in a mix of fear and shock. No one ever heard him talk like that. Aizawa is right. Any more of that nonsense and you're gone in a heartbeat. I should have you know that sometimes death is inevitable being a hero. They just saved Bakugo from being taken, so stop. Nizu chimed in. "Put Reiki back on the gurney please, Bakugo. I need to get her and Izuku down to the infirmary," Recovery Girl said, and Bakugo reluctantly nodded. He carefully put her back on it, before leaning down and placing a gentle kiss to her lips through the mask. Medbots came and took the siblings away, with Recovery Girl, plus Nizu, following at a rapid speed. For their size, they sure could shift it when needed. One robot, however, took the corpse, spine and heart with them. When they were gone, Bakugo's legs gave out, sending him to the floor. His chin dropped to his chest as he stared blankly at the dirt beneath him. Feeling something crash into his back, he got his answer of what it was, when pink arms came around and into his line of sight, hands locking against his stomach. Then another set and another. "Everyone leave now." He heard Aizawa say, and peering up, he saw everyone leaving, including teachers. He caught the hint of a sad smile that Aizawa showed him before leading the students away. Until it was just him and the ragtags. Kiri fell in front of him and opened his arms, while tears cascaded down his cheeks. Bakugo reached out and pulled him into a tight hug. "Cry, cat. It's fine to cry. We won't judge you. It's not weak to show us your emotions. We're just as terrified and worried." Kaminari whispered softly in his ear, and that was all it took. Tears cascaded down his cheeks as sobs racked his body. The others joined as well, shaking from their anguish. Why them? Why the F did it have to happen to them? They did nothing wrong. Mina screamed into his shoulder blades. He, unfortunately, had no answer for her. All 5 of them were worried about their favorite sibling duo. What could they do about it though? They weren't medics or anything. His entire body was racked with feeling powerless. He hated this. Why the F did it end like this? What the F was wrong with people going against Reiki and Izuku just because they didn't understand them? They'd never given them a chance to begin with. Bakugo's arms tightened around Kirishima, who was bawling the worst out of them all, and mumbling Izuku's name repeatedly. He just hoped that they weren't down for too long. The sooner Reiki was back in his arms, safe and her usual sassy, beautiful, intelligent self, the better. Until then, he didn't want to FING know anything. However long it was later, they got to their feet, wiped their faces, and Bakugo took a deep breath. He hated crying, it always made him feel exhausted and weak. But this time, it was inevitable, considering who it was for. Kirishima and Kaminari clung to each other, while Mina was holding on to Siro. They nodded at his silent message as he stared at them. They sluggishly went to the changing rooms, washed faces of the tears, changed into their uniform, then back to the classroom in total silence, not needing to talk. Content in their silence and just being each other's emotional and psychical support, which Bakugo was silently thankful for. They walked in, and everyone was silent, many avoiding looking at them. But no doubt realizing that he was just one word, or snide look to blasting someone's FANG face off. Regardless of the consequences those actions would cost him. He definitely wouldn't regret it either. He settled at his desk, outright refusing to look at the empty desks that were behind him. He dropped his head onto his arms, gazing out the window at the clear blue sky as he waited for the end of the day. He realized they still had about half an hour left before they were free to go. He completely zoned out, ignoring Aizawa talking to everyone. Bakugo felt emotionless and empty, like a vital part of him was missing. Which, to be honest, it was because Reiki wasn't here with him. Sounds sappy, but it was the truth. Izuku too, but that was a different kind of emptiness. That was the feeling of missing his best friend. Now it was just a stupid FING waiting game for when the siblings come back to them. Until then, Bakugo had no time, patience, or energy for anyone but the ragtags. Izuku was currently in the dreamscape of his mind, lazily sprawled on a rolling hill of dazzling green grass that gleamed in places like it was kissed with dewdrops and staring up at the clear blue above that resembled the sky, with a burning ball of sunshine. Don't ask how this worked because he honestly had no FANG idea, but it was peaceful. As far as the eye could see was vast wilderness of fields, mountains, forestry, and the like. It was literally a paradise for Syrinx. No need for food or anything because he got his nutrients from whatever food and drink Izuku put into his body, well, unless he appeared outside like when they'd been at training ground. He sighed as he put his hands behind his head. He was waiting for Syrinx to get back from where they'd heard the situation with a villain wanting to take Bakugo away. So he'd let Syrinx take over, just so he could rest. He couldn't believe that he'd fought Reiki like that though. What the hell was wrong with him in losing control like that? An injudicious immature brat, who was the epitome of a stupid machine, should not have gotten the better of him. He, who literally laughed in the face of villains. It was pathetic. But perhaps after this, the class would back off because Izuku pretty much had enough of it all now. They hadn't done anything wrong to them to warrant this kind of behavior. Hell, since starting at Udare, he'd not even done a full week due to hunting Lycania. What a way to start the year off though, huh? He snorted at his thinking. Feeling the ground rumble and snapping from thoughts, he tipped his head back and locked eyes with Syrinx, who had settled on the ground comfortably. He absently noticed he had no injuries from the fight, having healed them already. Well, he did, but it was faint scars. What happened? Izuku asked. As we heard, scumbag villain wanted to take Bakugo away to join them. Pyro took over Reiki and ripped his heart out in front of everyone, outright refusing to let that happen. I know that's not all of it. What else occurred? I ripped his spine out? Syrinx grinned toothily and Izuku snorted. Clambering to his feet, he approached his bloodthirsty Kitsune. I'm not surprised by that. What now? They've taken yours and Reiki's unconscious bodies down to the infirmary. Chio is going to heal whatever wounds she finds, well, the ones we haven't already with our healing quirk. Other than that, I'm not entirely sure. Reiki okay though? As well as she can be after the fight? Figured as much. Can't believe we did that. He sighed. I know, Kit. It sucks, but it has happened and no point in dwelling on it now. You'll make yourself miserable and you know Reiki, and Pyro for that matter, won't be upset with you. Yeah, true. I'm glad of that. Well, I'm going to stay here for a little while anyway. He climbed onto Syrinx's back and lay down. Sure thing. Comfortable there? Quite comfortable, thanks. Are you going to sleep? Yeah. What about you? Not yet. But I will soon. Okay, Kit. Don't stay awake much longer. Will do you good. Night. Syrinx lowered his head to rest on his feet and quickly fell asleep, resulting in Izuku rising and falling slightly with each steady and slow breath that the Kitsune took. It was remarkably calming. Tucking his hands behind his head again and crossing his ankles, he stared up at the sky, just as memories of when he'd gone after Lycania came forth across some of the vast space. Almost like a TV sort of thing. Why did he have to think about this though? It was over with. He knew it was pointless in trying to stop it, so just let it roll out. Izuku strolled into the building he was working in to find Lycania with a backpack slung over one shoulder. It was 10 am, and sure, he'd have liked to have come in earlier, but he had been told to just start at 10 am and get a decent rest. Like that had happened while away. He'd barely managed 4 hours sleep. He was dressed as he'd pretty much been since he'd gotten here. Black combat trousers. Black, long-sleeved muscle t-shirt, bulletproof vest. His customized lead and iron-lined black combat boots tied military tight that had hidden blades in the heels and toes. 2 ridiculously sharp katanas strapped across his shoulders, ready for him to grab and use, should he need to. A leather jacket went over them, with the handles slipping through custom slits. No one knew what he truly looked like, due to his metal grid mask that was locked in place thanks to the heavy-duty buckles at the back of his scalp, so it couldn't be removed unless by brute force. His eyes were a calculating, cold and emotionless blood red. You only could see some of his now jet black hair, due to the beanie he wore. Leather fingerless gloves covered his hands. If he was pulled aside, he had a fake ID, as well as passport, indicating he was Rain Hendrickson, and he had a permit to allow him the usage of the katanas and other weapons that he currently had on his body. That was to anyone who was not included in this hunt. But those in the building knew he was Kritanta, but had signed a contract stating to keep it secret. If they broke it, there would be dire consequences. Many of the operatives kept their distance, feeling the dangerous aura from him. Izuku preferred it that way. They left him alone, which was perfect for him to get on with his job. During his second day, there had been a rookie who had tried acting the tough guy and trying to take Izuku out, but that had lasted all of 5 seconds when Izuku had slammed him into the floor that hard. He'd left the imprint of the man buried into the wood, about an inch deep, along with a knife buried close to his head. It had nicked his ear, resulting in a slow trickle of blood. No one had seen him move, he'd been that quick. "Do not F with me, rookie. Next time I'll slit your throat." He'd growled before getting off and walked away like nothing had happened. Classic new kid trying to think they weren't hardcore. Not FING chance. Izuku wandered into the room he was using. The room was bare, bearing 2 white boards which were covered in photos of Lycania's victims. No matter how gruesome, Izuku had seen it all before and he wasn't squeamish. There was a desk that Izuku used, covered in paperwork, detailing all aspects of what he'd found out about Lycania as well as the victims. Let's just say, there was a lot of written notes. Windows were covered with blinds, which he kept permanently closed. Pulling out his cheap laptop he'd purchased when he'd gotten here in America, he turned it on and plugged in the charger. Turning his gaze to the photos, his head tilted slightly, eyes bouncing over all the evidence he'd found or been given. The pattern jumped out and slapped him in the face with obviousness. How the F hadn't he already noticed this before? This is why he preferred working with Reiki, or Kalma, goddess of death. Put both of them on this, and they'd have had it sorted already. He wasn't slow by any means, but 2 geniuses worked better. He'd been gone too long, and it was driving him mental. He just wanted to go home to his family and the ragtags. A knock on the door caught his attention. "Come in." He glanced over his shoulder as the boss walked in. Well, he was everyone's boss but Izuku's. He was dressed in an immaculate business suit, complete with shiny shoes and cufflinks. "Morning, Kritanta. Any luck on finding anything yet?" He joined him but couldn't look at the photos. "Morning, Porter. I've got some idea, but it's more of a hunch at the moment. I'm going to dig some more before I truly follow through with it." "What have you got?" The man turned muddy brown eyes to him. "There is a pattern here. It might appear random, but it's not. He's, somehow, being very selective in who he targets. We have 60 victims so far. 10 from hospitals, ranging from porters to advanced surgeons. 10 from the front line, like police and paramedics. 10 in shops or fast food places. 10 in construction. 10 in childcare, and the remaining 10 were unemployed. Okay, connections? Many of them might have had run-ins with each other, but that's a big maybe." Izuku flipped one of the white boards, revealing a map with different colored pins, along with post-it notes. The green pins are workplaces. Blue are where they lived. Red are last seen. Yellow is where the bodies were found. Izuku glanced at Porter, who was staring at the board in wide-eyed astonishment. "This is incredible. And you've done this on your own?" "Yes. Anyway, because I've seen his pattern now, with a bit more digging, I could very well find out where he's been hiding." "Kritanta, this is impressive. Would you like anyone to come in and help you?" "No. I work better on my own." "I thought you worked with Kalma though?" "I do, majority of the time, but as she isn't here, I much prefer working alone." "Very well. I shall leave you to whatever it is you're going to want to find out. If you do need anything, please inform me." He wasn't a bad guy, but Izuku still kept him at arm's length, as he always did when working. "I will." Izuku walked over to the desk and settled in the seat. Pulling his laptop in front of him and using the private server that he and Reiki usually use, knowing she won't use it at the moment, he delved deeper into finding more information. He vaguely heard the door close but didn't pay any attention to it as he was left alone. Shrugging off his jacket and removing the katanas, he placed them on the floor nearby. He flicked on the radio next to his feet, and he soon lost himself in work. He was oblivious of how much time actually passed before he sat up straight, stretched before shaking his wrist. He'd written so much that he was getting a bit of a cramp. Nothing unusual though. Putting his pen down, Izuku glanced over his notes and slapped his forehead. It was so bloody obvious where Lycaenia was hiding. Rubbing his eyes quick to focus more, he started using other methods, hacking companies and so forth. He found a place that was meant to be abandoned, but clearly wasn't, and he checked it thoroughly. There was no mistaking that was where the bastard was. Locking the laptop so no one could use it or see anything he had open, he left the room, startling some of the workers, but ignored them as he went to Porter's office. On his way, he peered out the windows and saw vibrant sunshine. Was it even the same day? Well, knocking on the door and without waiting on a reply, he opened the door and walked in. "I found him," he said right off the bat, uncaring. That Porter was on the phone. "I'll call you back." Porter hung up without a reply and stared at him. "Come again." Porter asked. "I've found Lycaenia. I know where he is hiding. How quickly can you get a team here?" "At most, an hour, maybe." "Okay. I'll get the team assigned to this to get here quickly. When they arrive, do you want us to meet you in the room you've been using?" "Yes, that would be best. Then we'll go over everything before rolling out." "Deal. Go and get something to eat and drink at least. You've literally been hidden away in that room since 11 am. It's now almost 7 am the next day." Critanta. He wasn't all that surprised by how much time had passed. Considering Izuku had gone over literally everything that he had found, including other information he'd come across. "I didn't realize the time passing. But sure, I'll get food. Knock before entering though." "Done." Porter picked the phone up and Izuku left. He went down to the cafeteria, ignoring people who moved out of his way, pulled some money from his pocket and selected a sandwich, crisps and drink from the vending machine. It was easier that way. He quickly went back to his space, and once back inside, he took his beanie and mask off. Dropping into his chair, he scarfed down the food and drink quickly. He wasn't even hungry despite how long it had been, but it was something to put into his stomach and allow for energy to build up in his system for the takedown soon. He put his mask back on, then secured the beanie in place. Rubbish went in the bin and he was soon going back over what he'd found. Izuku was not taking any chances, he was making sure he had everything. A knock on the door had him lifting his gaze. Had an hour gone already? Surely not. He glanced at the clock on his laptop, and nope, not an hour. It was now 9 am. What the hell had taken the team 2 hours to get here for? That was disgusting behavior. "Come in." He called and it opened, revealing Porter, along with about 20 men, all dressed in tactical gear. Once inside, Porter shut the door and strode over to Izuku, placing paperwork down. "Before we begin, I need you men to sign this contract stating that you will not disclose any of the information that is given in this room." Porter pulled out a pen. Izuku moved the laptop. The men shuffled forward and signed all relevant stuff that they had too. "So, mind telling us now what this is all about?" The biggest guy there, who had to be about 6'5" or so, asked. "Okay, so this is Critanta, who works for the World Hero Association. He is here under the request of the High Chairman himself. He's been tasked with tracking all movements and information about Lycaenia." Porter started off. "But we don't need any help." One chimed up. "Really? Then why has it taken you 6 months to find anything out about him?" Izuku questioned. "We've been busy." "Excuses. Don't bullshit me. You were given this task, so you see it through to the end, regardless of anything else that pops up. Give the other work to someone else to accomplish?" Izuku stated. "What a complete FING moron." "Michael, shut up. You have no idea who this is, do you?" Another said. "Am I meant to Sam? This is Critanta, God of Death. He has more confirmed ends and catches than anyone within the WHA. He's extremely skilled and proficient in what he does. Now shut the F up." Many of the guys openly paled at that, while Izuku internally snorted. "Anyway, Critanta has found where Lycaenia is." Porter piped up, and the men became serious. Izuku stepped over to the white bards. He flipped it to show the pin side. As you can see, I've gone over literally everything. I've scanned over the map countless times. As you can see from the pins, many of the bodies were found in some semblance of water, be from a pond, lake, river, and even swimming pools of people's backyards. I searched up abandoned buildings and other stuff I won't bother going into, and I've found where he is. He is in a building that has been unused for a number of years but has now had a surge of electricity being used from it. Izuku stated. Alright. Have you deducted how big of the space he's supposedly in? Sam inquired. It was obvious he was the one in charge of this unit. Yeah, it's roughly 10,000 square feet all one level. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's set traps to catch anyone unaware. But we're ready to roll out whenever. Izuku nodded. He grabbed the laptop, closed his program, sent all relevant information to his pro account, then wiped the laptop clean. Once done, he powered it down and left it on the desk. He grabbed his katanas and jacket. Porter instructed them to go to the armored vehicles in the garage, which they did. Izuku made sure that he had everything he'd possibly need for this. He'd clean up everything in the room properly when they got back. He and Porter headed down to the garage in silence. Izuku dressed in his gear, with Porter in his suit. It was obvious that the man wasn't going to join in the actual raid but be there should it be needed. They got where the men were waiting in their vehicles, and Izuku slid into the passenger seat of Porter's sleek black BMW. It was only them two in it, which suited him fine. Porter handed him a walkie-talkie, which he took. That will allow you to connect with the team as they follow us? Izuku nodded and programmed in the address they needed to go to. Porter didn't bother asking how he knew it. He had quickly learned that Izuku had a photographic memory. Once the sat-nav started, Izuku held the walkie-talkie up at his mouth. This is Critanta. We have roughly a 20-minute drive to our destination. When we get here, we will park around the corner, because guaranteed he'll have cameras or something up. Got it? Came 5 replies. Izuku lowered the device to his lap and they settled into silence again while Porter drove. He just stared out the window at the passing scenery, blanking everything. A tap on his shoulder got his attention and turned to Porter. We're nearly there. Izuku glanced out the windshield as Porter pulled to a stop. Izuku unbuckled himself and got out. The SUVs pulled to a stop and the men clambered out. Porter joined his side and regarded the men. Okay, I'm placing Critanta in charge of this operation due to his experience and skill. Porter stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Izuku could see that some of the men wanted to argue but held their tongues. They definitely didn't like that answer. Syrinx piped up. He'd been silent for the past few days, just letting Izuku get on with his work. We know that. They're all complete FANG idiots, to be honest with you. I guessed as much. Let them be squabbling children. Time to stop Lycania, yes, Kit? We're going in now. Got it. Be safe. Syrinx went silent again. They headed as a silent unit to the building. He could sense the electricity coming from and realized that the windows had been blackened out so that no one could see any light appearing from inside. His gaze bounced over the structure, searching for cameras, but saw none. He didn't bother reaching for his weapons at the moment either. Izuku glanced at Porter, who nodded in understanding that he was going in. Keeping to the shadows, as did the team, Izuku opened a door as quietly as possible. It made no noise. It should have, considering it was covered in rust, but then he smelt the faint acidic WD-40 on the hinges. There was no mistaking that stuff. Porter stayed outside, out of the way. The place was in darkness. The team followed quietly, some with weapons up and ready to use. Izuku caught sight of a room to the side. I'm going to check this room quick. Do not engage if you find him. Wait for me. He ordered, and the men went on ahead while he checked it out. Nothing but storage. At least he checked it because who knows if someone was hiding in there. Then he heard loud screams and careless gunfire. Racing over to where the team had gone, he got his first look at Lycania. The man was a complete mess. Old and new blood covered his t-shirt and grimy jeans. The man's usual black hair was greasy as anything and held back from his face in a sloppy cut. Gray eyes were hardened and crazed. Lips were lifted in a snarl as he glared at them. He was definitely not the 252 pounds of muscle anymore, but he was still big. A horrendous burn scar stretched from his forehead, down the left side of his face and onto his neck, no doubt from trying to get his family out of the fire that took their lives. How it didn't affect his eye would be a mystery. On Izuku's left were two new victims locked in cages. They were badly bruised, gagged and chained in place while watching everything with fear-filled eyes. They also had tear streaks down their cheeks, which was to be expected in this situation. Clothes were filthy and had blood on them, but at least they were alive. "Stay back, we'll even deal with this." Michael sneered at him and charged in. That lasted all of 30 seconds and 4 of the team were dead from Lycaenia slitting their throats as quickly as possible. One of those included Michael. What did they expect in trying to get the victims first? Take the dangerous threat out first before rescuing the victims because they were locked up, so they weren't going anywhere yet. Idiots. Izuku charged in and quickly took over, not wanting anyone else to die under his watch. "Stand back, men." Sam bellowed and they did, allowing Izuku room to move and not have them get in the way. He and Lycaenia then locked into a fight of violent and hard punches, reaching any part of their opponent's bodies that they could. Claws ripped out of Lycaenia's fingertips as he roared and slashed at Izuku, who bent backwards avoiding a swipe to the bare part of his face. "Oh hell fing no." He launched back up and threw a fist, connecting with Lycaenia's cheek. "I'm going to end you, scum." Lycaenia snarled. "Sure, little kitty." Izuku taunted, completely unfazed by the threat. They clashed again, when Lycaenia lashed out with claws, which went in through his right shoulder, over and to his pectoral. Blood spurted, and Izuku growled low from the savage pain but carried on. It started to heal over due to his healing quirk, but this needed finished quickly. He smashed his fist into Lycaenia's throat, cutting his airway off quickly, grabbed him around the waist and launched him over his head, slamming them into the ground. A small crater was the result of how hard they fit the floor. Izuku didn't care. He let go, threw a backwards elbow hitting the side of the guy's head, before turning to get up, but Lycaenia recovered quicker than most and stabbed all of his claws into Izuku's sides, sinking deep. Izuku didn't slow to try and remove them, he just threw a solid right hook into the guy's face, feeling the nose and cheekbone shatter from the impact. He felt feet hit his chest and was sent flying, resulting in those claws ripping free. Izuku hit the wall, leaving an impression of his body in the metal work, but charged right back in as Lycaenia got to his feet and went to slash the throat of an agent that had been looking at him. He intercepted the punch by grabbing the guy's wrist and using the villain's momentum, dragged him down to the floor as hard as possible. "Remember, we need him alive," Sam called and Izuku grunted as a reply. He quickly knocked Lycaenia out. Reaching into a pocket, he pulled out quirk-canceling cuffs and slapped them to the guy's wrists. Then he saw some chains nearby, so held his hand out and called them to him using Syrinx's ability to control metal. He tied them tightly around Lycaenia's body, not taking any chances. Normal handcuffs would be pointless. Izuku also gagged and blindfolded the villain just in case he woke up and tried biting or spitting at anyone. Standing properly and uncaring of his injuries, hauled Lycaenia over his uninjured shoulder in a fireman's lift, not even caring if his katana dug into the guy. He walked over to the victims' cages, wrapped a hand around the padlock and chains and ripped them clean off, before turning to Sam. "I'll leave you to get them out." He didn't wait for a reply, just walked out to where Porter was waiting for them. When he got to where they'd left the vehicles, Porter quickly noticed him and gasped. Other people were there too and turned. Many had wide eyes seeing the bloodied and injured state that Izuku was in, but more for who he was carrying like it was nothing. Which, to be honest, wasn't that hard considering how much Izuku could literally lift/move, lab door at training ground for example. Seeing the specialized transporter used for villains, he went to it, opened the doors and threw Lycaenia in, uncaring of the fact the man landed unceremoniously on the reinforced metal floor with a thud. "Thank you for helping on this case," Porter said as Izuku joined the man. "Don't worry about it. Let's go." Izuku slid into the car, strapped in and settled against the seat, closing his eyes now that he could somewhat relax. He hurt like a motherfucker. The driver door opened, and Porter slid after instructing everyone to head back to the compound. He didn't ask if Izuku needed to go to the hospital, he knew that he'd just say no. Thank you for helping in the healing. He sent to Syrinx. Always Kit. Rest for a bit. You need/deserve it. Damn right. Syrinx snorted before going silent again. They didn't say a word to each other, Porter realizing he wanted to stay silent. When they got back to the compound, Izuku stumbled out of the car and went straight to the office he had claimed as his own after buying a bottle of water from the vending machine and ignoring the startled gasps of the building's occupants that happened to see him. The door shut behind him, and he went right to his backpack while removing the mask and got some much-needed painkillers. It would take the edge away, but that was good enough for Izuku at the moment. Popping 2 in his mouth, he swallowed them with a mouthful of water. He quickly finished off the drink and put his mask back into place. A knock at the door had him turning. Come in. It opened to reveal Porter. What is it? Give me a rough report of what went on. Izuku filled Porter in on what had transpired with Lycania. Once finished, Porter looked downright furious. A hesitant knock sounded, and he yanked open the door. The squad ushered in, all glaring at Izuku slightly apart from Sam, and once in the room, Porter shut the door and turned to the men with fury. He ripped into them verbally while Izuku just calmly took everything off the boards and put them into a folder. He scrawled "solved" across the front in a thick marker, along with his name and date. He also jotted down a quick go-through of what had happened for Porter. Then he packed his sheet, not leaving anything behind. The door opened and Izuku glanced over his shoulder. The room emptied, apart from him, Porter and Sam. Critanta, I want to say that I apologize for the way the squad acted towards you. Sam said. Don't worry. About it, I've heard worse. He handed over the paperwork to Porter. But still, they should have been professional. Sam countered. Shit happens. Don't worry about it. Just be thankful that Kalma wasn't here, or she'd have ripped their heads off. Now my job here is done. I'll go back to my room, clean my wounds, and then I'm heading home first thing tomorrow. Goodbye, gentlemen. He bowed slightly in manners and left. Thank you. Porter hollered and Izuku threw a hand up in a half-hearted wave. Izuku went straight to his hotel room and was thankful he wasn't stopped. Once back in his room, he threw the backpack on the bed and took the mask off after locking the door and making sure that all curtains were closed fully. Using the burner mobile he'd pinched from the office that had just been sitting around, he quickly rang the high chairman and debriefed him on the case. When he finished his statement, he heard a sigh on the other end. Well done on the case, Critanta. Clean your injuries, get some rest and head on home. You can relax until your services are needed again. The high chairman answered. Of course, sir. Goodbye. He hung up. Izuku stripped off the weapons and then his gear. Looking at his wounds, he just grunted. They were pretty much healed over, but still red and sensitive. He went to the bathroom and washed his clothes in the sink. He'd destroy them once home, then hopped in the shower to wash the filth off himself. When done, he wrapped his wounds in gauze and bandages just in case. They were going to leave some hefty scars, that was for sure. Good thing Izuku didn't really care. It was part of the job after all. He then phoned the pilot of the private jet and let him know that in the morning about 9 a.m., he was leaving to go back to Japan. The pilot confirmed it before hanging up. Izuku destroyed the burner, as it wasn't needed anymore. Setting an alarm, he crawled into bed after putting on sleepwear and sliding a katana beside him under the duvet and a short blade under his pillow. He was taking no chances if someone tried breaking into his room. Yes, it was the middle of the afternoon, but Izuku was exhausted, having barely slept during the week, so he was going to make up for it now that the case was solved. Just one more sleep and he'd be finally back with his beloved family. He couldn't wait. Izuku sighed as the memory faded away. Why think of that specific one? It was bizarre, but he wasn't going to worry about it. He got off Syrinx and settled back on the grass, but used the Kitsune's paw as a leaning post. It was comfortable. He'd stay here for now and try talking to Reiki through their bond when he woke up, as he was mentally exhausted. Sleep right now would be fabulous. He knew that the ragtags would be worried, but Izuku just had no way of waking his body up yet, not with how depleted he felt. It was out of the ordinary. He'd never felt like this before. He'd question Syrinx about it later. He wiggled a little and drifted off to sleep, despite a faint pain that started going through his bones. What Izuku and Reiki didn't know was, in the conscious world, School had finished, students had gone home, and in Nizu's office, Aizawa, Namuri and Yamada were watching the entire recorded match of Reiki versus Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, as well as the secretly recorded conversation between Izuku and Ida of where Nizu had the good idea to place a camera to see what transpired. To say they were furious was an understatement that Nizu was actually feeling apprehensive in saying anything to them. When finished, all three pros took one look at each other, before silently turning to their boss. "Get All Might in here now," Aizawa said, vehemence lacing his otherwise usual monotone voice. Nizu immediately nodded and contacted the No. 1 pro. He quickly arrived, and with one look at the three glaring at him, he gulped and sat down on the couch when Yamada pointed to it. Shota Aizawa might not show it on the outside, keeping a neutral appearance and expression, but on the inside? He was quite literally freaking the ever-living F out. His most cherished, loved and irreplaceable person, his feisty daughter, was fighting against his nephew in their unbelievably strong quirk form, and it was not pleasant. She just severed their mental conversation and was now hurtling their bloodied forms down to the ground after a heart-wrenching cry ripped from the dragon's mouth that pretty much caused his heart to stop for a few seconds. He hated hearing that, and never wanted to hear that noise again. He put Reiki's weapons down that she'd handed him, not realizing he actually still held them. "Brace yourselves for impact." Midnight roared, and many did. The two beasts got closer to the ground at a rapid speed before slamming into it with sheer brutal force. They went through layers as the shockwaves sent many stumbling. Dust, dirt, and other debris shot into the air. Buildings collapsed quickly, with shattering sounds of glass breaking, thuds, and metal scraping against each other. Aizawa blinked a few times to get his bearings before seeing the result. The mound presented to them was ridiculous, and shone in places from glass, metal, and other objects. "Reiki!" He heard Bakugu scream and went to catch the blonde, but he dodged as he raced towards the impact zone. Kirishima also followed after wrangling out of Namuri's grip. He took off after his students, well aware of the others behind him. Bakugu scrambled up the dirt like a bat out of hell, with Kirishima only a few steps behind him. Bakugu slipped but was caught by Kirishima, and the duo worked together to get to the top. Aizawa watched as they braced themselves, before peering over the edge and watched the color drain from their faces. "If you're coming up, bring clothes. Teachers only," Kirishima hollered. Bakugu turned his back to the redhead, who quickly climbed on, and Bakugu used his explosions to take them down. "I'm here as you asked." "What's happened?" Aizawa turned to his right, and Hawks was there, and not his usual laughing self. This wasn't good. Hawks was close to the feisty duo. Reiki and Izuku fought in their quirk forms. Nizu informed him. "Shit. Where are they now?" He looked around. Many students were freaking out that he was here, and one were gobsmacked that he knew Reiki and Izuku, judging by their faces. "Up there." Namuri pointed, and Hawks let some feathers attach to his and Namuri's shoulders. "Take these," Chiyo said, holding clothes out to them. "Thanks." He took them, and up they went. They didn't stop until they hovered over the hole, and Aizawa barely stopped the tears from spilling as he saw his daughter's unconscious form. Bakugu was beside her but was looking at the other two. Kirishima was bawling as he cradled Izuku to him. Hawks lowered them, and the explosive blonde looked up. Aizawa took in the state of his precious girl. Blood covered her in places, but he couldn't detect any open injuries. Had her healing quirk kicked in? Or was it from Pyro? They landed with a slight thud, and the feathers detached and went back to Hawks, who had just let Nizu down from where he'd carried the chimera. Aizawa went to his firecracker, while Midnight went to Izuku. "How bad are they?" Nizu asked, drawing Bakugu's attention. "Covered in blood. I don't know injuries, but I can't see any. Haven't woken up either." Bakugu mumbled to the chimera as he appeared at his side. "Midnight, swap with me for a minute," Aizawa said, and she did, as he couldn't dress his daughter. To dress Izuku in sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt. A mask went into place on his face after he gentle brushed the tears away from Kirishima. They didn't bother trying to clear the blood away, it wasn't important at the moment. Once done, the teachers swapped places again. "Come on, Reiki, wake up for me." Aizawa ran his hand gently over her face, but she did nothing. It outright terrified Aizawa. Yes, he knew that she unconscious, but didn't mean it didn't hurt. The only reason he didn't panic entirely was because he could see the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. Aizu, wake up for me baby. Please wake you up? Midnight stammered and he glanced at his best friend. She was crying as she clutched Izuku to her chest, while Kirishima was beside her. Hawks, fly back up and get 2 boards from Chio. We're going to need to strap the siblings in and get them to medbay as quickly as possible. Nizu demanded and the pro nodded before he quickly disappeared. Aizawa looked at Bakugu, who looked on the verge of tears. That, in a weird way, also proved to Aizawa just how much the blonde thought of Raiki. Bakugu. He raised his gaze to lock with his. What? You can cry, you know. It won't make us think any less of you. I take it you both also want an explanation of why me and Nem are like this, huh? He kept his voice gentle. I don't want you to force yourself. I can wait. Bakugu sniffed, wiping his eyes quick. I know you can. But it won't hurt as they trust you. Raiki is my daughter. He admitted and Bakugu just blinked at him before glancing at Kirishima, whose eyes had gone wide. It's true, and Izuku I is my son. Midnight stated with tears cascading down her face. It was weird seeing her stutter, but at this moment in time, she was not a teacher or a pro hero, but an upset mother worried about her offspring. Please keep this between you both though. No one needs or has to know for now, Aizawa said and they nodded with hesitation. Bakugu then turned to Nizu. What about you? I'm their uncle. Both have been learning under me since they were 6 years old, he said, peering up from his phone quick. The telltale noise of wings had their gazes going up, just as Hawks appeared, carrying 2 stretchers with straps. He handed one to Aizawa and the other to Midnight. Working as a team, Bakugu and Aizawa carefully placed Raiki onto it, strapping her in place. How will we get them out? Midnight asked, wiping her face. I'll use my feathers, Hawks said as said feathers attached themselves to the boards, one on each corner. More attached to Aizawa, Midnight and Kirishima, sending them up into the air. Nizu was scooped up into Hawk's arms, and he went to send feathers to Bakugu, but he shook his head. I'll do it myself. He used his explosions to take himself out, following Hawks, Nizu and the unconscious duo. They didn't stop until they were back on solid ground with Recovery Girl waiting with gurneys. Hawks lowered the siblings carefully, and the straps were removed. They weren't exactly needed. Feathers detached and went back to Hawks. Many students gasped as they took in the bloodied state of Raiki and Izuku. Bakuga didn't pay them attention and held Raiki's hand while Aizawa stood at the top of the board, before glancing at the redhead who was whispering something in Izuku's ear. Look out! Someone screamed and their attention was snapped up as a purple vortex thing emerged and a guy stepped out. He was about 6'5" or so, with stacked muscle. He wore grimy jeans and a t-shirt that was more fit for the bin than anything else. He had also appeared the other side of the siblings, resulting in the pros not being able to do much yet. What the hell? How did he know they were here at this specific location? Did they have a traitor in their midst? Who the hell are you? Hawks demanded. Everyone quietened to hear and kind of not draw attention to themselves. You can call me Pyro. Now, if you'd be so kind as to point me in the direction of Katsuki Bakugu, I'd greatly appreciate it. Why the F would I go with you? Bakugu snarled. Aizawa slowly stepped closer to either grab his student or fight if he had to. Ah, Katsuki Bakugu I presume? Makes this easier. Come with me and no one will die today. Why? Because you are wanted to join the villains, of course. First, how did they even know of him? Never going to FNG happen. He let Raiki's hand go, ready to fight. That was the no-nonsense explosive blonde he'd gotten to know since the year had started. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Kairo's hands ignited into flames. Before anyone could say or do anything, a flame ball hit his chest, sending him back a few steps. If you FNG touch him, I'll rip out your FNG heart. Bakuga's eyes widened as he turned, Aizawa's included. Raiki had gotten off the gurney and was now glaring at the villain while keeping her body between the villain and her boyfriend. How the F was she even awake? Oh, another flame user. Nice. Cairo lobbed one of his own flame balls. but she just batted it away like it was nothing. She took a few steps and launched her fist into his face. The sound of breaking bone was unmistakable. She'd broken his nose. UFN beach? Pyro snarled as blood poured from his nose. Woof v woof motherfucker, Reiki retorted. Aizawa barely stopped from snorting. Reiki's witty and sarcastic side was highly entertaining at times. More so when she could do comebacks like that right off the bat. Then he realized it actually wasn't his firecracker at the moment. Pyro had emerged but kept Reiki's form. They launched themselves at each other, slamming fists into any part they could reach. He was gobsmacked though, considering his daughter had been unconscious not even 2 minutes ago after a nasty fight. Reiki suddenly screamed as Pyro's clenched fist went inside her body. Fire rippled along the man's arm as he smirked, before sending it into her. He was about to step in to help his daughter when the unexpected happened. Reiki started to laugh, like a complete bloody maniac. The smirk was wiped from Pyro's face, and color drained too. She pulled his hand out of her body, as though it was nothing. What the hell was wrong with his child? Who laughed at something like that? Maybe she had hit her head badly when she'd crashed through the earth. That was pretty much the only explanation he could think of. Enjoy hell motherfucker. A deep snarl came from behind him and they realized Izuku had woken and appeared behind him. A sickening crunch sounded and Pyro screamed. Reiki chuckled deeply and launched her right fist into Pyro's chest, ripping his heart out with ease. Izuku moved, showing bright red eyes, and was followed by a repulsive squelching noise. Pyro flopped to the floor, as dead can get. That noise had been Izuku removing the guy's entire spine in one single move. Aizawa honestly forgot how strong his nephew was at times because that was no easy feat, more so one-handed. He dropped it to the floor, with Reiki letting the heart drop too. The siblings stared at each other with a smirk. Kirishima ran to Izuku as his eyes rolled and toppled backwards, unconscious again. Bakugo moved to Reiki as she turned to him. Catch baby. Her eyes rolled and she collapsed. He caught her tightly to his chest. I knew they were villains. Imagine ending someone. Ida shouted. Oh hell if you know he did not just say that. Ida, that is effing enough. If I hear that even again, so help me effing God. Aizawa snarled, turning with eyes red and looking downright pissed. All students and teachers took a few steps back in a mix of fear and shock. No one ever heard him talk like that before. If it put more fear into them to not piss him off or get on his bad side, then good. Aizawa is right. Any more of that nonsense and you're gone in a heartbeat. I should have you know that sometimes death is inevitable with being a hero. They just saved Bakugo from being taken, so stop. Nizu chimed in and Aizawa turned his quirk off. Put Reiki back on the gurney please Bakugo. I need to get her and Izuku down to the infirmary. Recovery girl said and Bakugo reluctantly nodded. He carefully put her back on it, before leaning down and placing a gentle kiss to her lips through the mask. Medbots came and took the siblings away, with Recovery Girl, plus Nizu, following at a rapid speed. For their size, they sure could shift it when needed. One robot, however, took the corpse, spine and heart with them. Aizawa watched as they disappeared from view. When they were gone, he heard a thud so turned. Bakugo's legs had given out, sending him crashing to the floor. His chin dropped to his chest as he stared blankly at the dirt beneath him with his hands limp on his lap. Mina latched onto his back, wrapping her arms around him as tears leaked from her eyes. Siro and Kaminari joined her, cuddling into the blonde, who hadn't moved. That's how Aizawa knew it had truly caught up to them, when Bakugo didn't shove them away from touching him, or even saying anything. The only one he noticed he'd never objected to openly touching him was Reiki. Everyone leave now, Aizawa said, and everyone left without a word, including the few teachers that were there. They knew it would do no good in arguing with him. They would lose, every single time. He sent a small smile and nod to Bakugo, letting him know it was okay to stay there with the ragtags to let their emotions out privately. Walking out, he absently noticed that Namuri had taken Reiki and Izuku's weapons with her. No one inexperienced needed to touch those considering they were wickedly sharp. The kids were adamant in keeping their weapons like that, in peak condition. Going through the doors, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the ragtags openly shaking while crying in a huddle, including Bakugo, who was now holding Kirishima like his life depended on it. If that didn't show Aizawa that Bakugo loved and worried about Reiki, then what would? Apart from her obviously being back there with them. He understood perfectly where he was coming from though. Aizawa wanted his feisty firecracker back, and not unconscious with his badass nephew in Recovery Girl's care. What had even brought this on entirely though? Surely not just because of what had happened during the heroes versus villains fight? Seeing 1A in front of him, heads down and silent as they waited for his instruction, he grumbled slightly and closed the doors leading into the training area behind him. Go and get changed, then back to the classroom as quickly as you can, and not a word to anyone. They fled and he went to see his family. Walking into the infirmary, Chiyo was cleaning the blood from Izuku's arm to allow her to put a drip in. She'd already done it to Reiki. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were now awake but keeping quiet, no doubt with a firm warning from Chiyo. After all, the elder pro was very protective of the duo who called her granny. He noticed that Uraraka now had a thin scar under her right eye. No doubt from where Recovery Girl had to operate to repair the brutal blow from Reiki. That was one of the things the Hero Corps students would have to quickly realize. During their few years here, they will get scars. It was inevitable. You two go and get changed. Then back to the classroom in silence and without talking to anyone. Aizawa instructed and they left without a word. When he was sure that they'd gone, he went over to Reiki and brushed her hair from her forehead, then glanced at Chiyo. How bad is it? He questioned, knowing she'd give it to him straight. It's bad, Shota. I've already called in the medical team to head to training ground. 2 vehicles are on their way to transport them now. I've healed their injuries, despite not seeing any. But that didn't mean there wasn't internal damage. I can only do so much, hence why I called in the team. They're also in a coma right now, and I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how long they'll be in it for. She sighed as she checked the 4 in Izuku's arm, before pulling the blanket over him more. What would you think is your rough estimation of how long they'll be like this for? I'll be honest, I'm not that sure. It could range from a few days, to a week, to a month. Or perhaps even longer, it depends on these two. Chiyo said, just as the phone rang. She toddled over to it and he ignored the conversation as he stared at his daughter. She was really pale and he hated it. He despised not being able to help her. This was the worst part of being a parent, not being able to help his child who was hurt, and it was ending him. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. I love you, Reiki. So don't take too long in waking up for me, firecracker. He whispered before going to his nephew. He was also deathly pale and Aizawa put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Wait, something seemed wrong. He seemed to be slightly shaking, but it wasn't detectable unless you were touching him. Chiyo? He called and she rushed over, having finished her phone call. What is it? Izuku is shaking. What? You can't tell unless touching him, but you can feel it. It's just slightly there, but I can feel it. But it seems to be a more internal shiver, if that makes sense. That is strange. She stretched her hand out and touched Izuku's hand. He watched as her face scrunched up slightly in concentration before her eyes went wide. She jotted it down on the chart at the end of the bed, then hurried to Reiki to check if she was as well. Aizawa leaned down and kissed Izuku's cheek. I love you, Izuku. Don't spend too long unconscious. It already isn't the same without you both around. He told his nephew and straightened up. Sure, he wasn't one to usually show emotion, but when it was his family, he did. He wasn't entirely emotionless, despite what some have claimed. The door opened and in walked the crew that worked for the duo. Yes, they had their own medical team that were called in on emergencies but worked in normal hospitals when not needed. They wheeled in transport beds and quietly worked in carefully transferring the kids over. Chiyo handed over medical charts to one of the workers. The head doctor wasn't there, so he was no doubt already at training ground setting up the medical gear that would be needed. It would be on the main floor into the building, considering they'd need Izuku or Reiki's credentials and whatever else to access the rest of the facility. Not even Aizawa had access to those. Once everything was sorted, Aizawa and Chiyo led the team out to the waiting black vans with tinted windows that were docked in the teachers' parking area, easily avoiding students who were in class. When they were ready to go, the duo safely in the back of a vehicle each, the second-in-command doctor turned to them both. "We will do our absolute best for Miss Aizawa and Mr. Kiyama. We give you our word. That's all we ask for. Keep us updated on anything that happens." Aizawa said, "Of course, sir. We shall take our leave now." "Okay." Bowed and off they went. Aizawa stayed where he was until he could no longer see the vans. Chio patted his leg and he looked down at her. "What is it?" "You still have a class to sort out." "Then you can go to them," she reminded him. "True. I'll pick you up after so you can come along too." "Of course, Shota." They went their separate ways. His mind was a mess. What the hell was going on with these bloody first years? He also realized that he'd have to collect Izuku and Raiki's belongings from the changing rooms when the day ended before getting Chio. He quickly got to his classroom and heard nothing coming from inside. He opened the door, and the students were in their seats, hands in laps. He was expecting them to be talking about what had just happened. Shutting the door, he went to his desk and sat down. He stared at the lot of them and realized 5 students were missing. But before he could say anything, the door opened, drawing his attention. It was the ragtags and they looked utterly worn out. They went to their desks and sat down. Aizawa's gaze slid to Bakugo, who promptly put his head down on his arms, staring out the window and refusing to look at the empty desks behind him and outright ignored everyone. Looking at the others, they had puffy and red-rimmed eyes. The only indication that they'd cried. "Right now that everyone is here, I will inform you on what's happened so far, and do not interrupt me while I'm talking, understood?" He didn't get out of his chair, but he did sit up straight. "Yes, sensei," came the reply from all students, bearing Bakugo, who didn't even raise his head. "Good. Now, with what has just occurred, which I'm quite frankly disgusted at and never should have even happened in the first place, I have the unfortunate task of informing you that at this moment in time, Raiki and Izuku have just been escorted to a private facility for high-end medical treatment. They are both now in a coma due to the injuries they've suffered because of Raiki fighting Izuku to protect you. We have no idea in how long they will be like this for, but mark my words, if anything like this happens again, I don't care if you're from a highly respected family to a working-class citizen, you will be expelled from UDA, and I will do everything in my power to make it be that you will never get into a hero school anywhere in the world. What many fail to realize, I have exceedingly high connections in the hero industry, so I can make it happen very quickly, am I understood?" He saw the worried and panicked looks on the ragtags' faces hearing the duo were in a coma but kept his expression neutral. From the rest of the class, the only ones who showed any type of sympathy and seemed genuinely upset about what had just occurred was Kyoko Jiro and Momo Yaoyorozu. "Yes, sensei," they replied and looked downright frightened at the idea of not being a hero. He meant it as well. Considering the main contact he had was the high chairman himself, they'd be royally effing screwed if he called the man about what happened. Not even the Ida, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki families would be able to have any say in the matter if the high chairman got involved. Plus the man actually had a soft spot for Izuku and Raiki, and that's not just because they'd saved his life numerous times or being his top pros either, despite their age, but what can he say, his daughter and nephew were astounding. "Good. Now there is 20 minutes left of school, so get your books out on the hero laws and read from the beginning. I know we've gone over it already, but I don't care. I want it in total silence." They did as he said, and he got his personal phone out of his desk drawer and powered it up. When loaded, he pulled up Nisa's contact and sent his boss a text. "Aizawa, I don't know if Chio has told you, but Raiki and Izuku have gone to training ground under the care of their private medical staff. They're in a coma." "Nizu, yes, she has already informed me. Do we have any idea on what caused the coma?" "Aizawa, none as of yet. But I'll find out. I will come and see you when class has ended." "Nizu, of course. Will Kayama and Yamada be joining as well?" "Aizawa, yes." "Nizu, okay. I will await your arrival." Aizawa fired off a text to Nem and Zashi, telling them to meet him at Nizu's office when class was ended. They immediately replied with an okay. While the class read in silence, Aizawa pulled up one of the rare photos he had of the kids unmasked. It had been at Izuku's birthday last year. Both had their arms around each other, smirking at the camera. He, Nemuri and Hizashi were behind them, smiling as well. All of them were wearing matching tartan pajamas, just in different colors. Keeping his face partially hidden in his scarf, Aizawa smiled softly at the image. It was one of his favorite memories too. Closing it down and locking the phone, he put it in his pocket, just as the bell rang. Everyone packed their things and waited to be dismissed. Everyone can leave but the ragtags? They quickly fled in silence. Aizawa put his paperwork into a pile, then walked around his desk to lean on it. Ragtags in front of him. "Are you all okay?" he asked. Stupid question, but he had to ask. "Not really. I hate that this happened. It never should have gotten this far," Kirishima said. "Can you tell me what actually set it all off?" Mina sighed before nodding. If anyone would tell him the truth about what happened, it was this group. They'd already shown and proven they were loyal to Izuku and Raiki, as well as true friends. They trusted each other unconditionally, which, considering his daughter and nephew, found it difficult to trust anyone that wasn't family, that was saying something. Izuku took Uraraka and Yaoyorozu to Recovery Girl after All Might asked for a volunteer to do it as he couldn't leave the class. When he came back, I asked him how bad the damage was, and he said that Uraraka had a broken cheekbone from Raiki's punch. Ida piped up, butting into our conversation, saying that what had happened was totally barbaric. Izuku told him how about not eavesdropping into a conversation that doesn't involve him. Ida then said that Raiki had gone too far and were meant to be classmates. She started off before rubbing her eyes. Izuku leapt to his feet and said, was Ida actually kidding? What about how Uraraka had already treated Raiki so far? Or how she got Yaoyorozu to create a flamethrower, well, more like demanded and used it on Raiki, completely misleading Yaoyorozu on what she wanted it for. Siro followed and squeezed Mina's hand as she started to get upset again. Floaty Beach then said the wrong FANG thing in the battle to Raiki. "I don't know if you have been told." Bakugo grumbled. "What did she say? Did he really want to know?" The ragtag gulped in nervousness. Kaminari whispered something, but he couldn't catch what it was. "What did she say, Kaminari?" He turned to the electricity user, who bowed his head. Floaty Beach told Raiki to end herself. Bakugo growled. "She did what?" "You heard me. All Might did F all about it as well. Some if a good he's meant to FNGB as a teacher." The blonde growled as anger rose inside him. Aizawa was getting there. "What the F dash?" Carrying on, Ida then mumbled that Raiki was a villain, but Izuku heard him. We could tell he was getting furious because his eyes changed to that blood-red color. He turned to Ida and said Raiki isn't a villain. He had to get that through his skull, and that he was saying about how we're meant to be classmates. Then why was he being like that when the siblings retaliate to defend themselves? He told Ida to stop being so high and mighty, thinking that he's some sort of hero when he's really not. Plus there was a lot of F-bombs included. Siro said, also getting angry. We got up and grabbed him, albeit gently. I was in front of Aizu, wrapped around his stomach tightly, Kirishima proclaimed. Then All Might demanded to know what was going on here. He'd barely been paying attention, instead fiddling around with something on the table. Kaminari rolled his eyes, clearly unamused about how the pro-hero had acted. Aizawa knew it was a bad idea for Nizu to hire the bloody idiot to be a teacher. He should just stick to being in the field, saving people and capturing villains. The man had absolutely no idea in what he was doing in teaching students. All Might was ignored as everyone watched the eye interaction. Ida retaliated by saying that Raiki was though B because look at what she'd done to his friend. Mina stammered. Izuku explained that Raiki was doing nothing more than playing her role in the training that she'd been given. And that if they couldn't handle it like that, then what would they be like against real villains who wouldn't give a shit if we're injured or not? He had a valid point and got really angry about it because the ground started to rumble. Siro stated, before pulling a now openly crying and distraught Mina into his arms, and she buried her head into his chest. I asked Izuku to calm down, but it did no good. He just rolled his shoulders, and I felt his muscles tense, like he was about to spring at Ida or something. I heard someone say about Aiza's eyes changing color and called Ida an idiot, followed by a slap. Kirishima let Bakugo go and dropped onto the desk, looking completely done. That was earphones saying that. Anyway, I told Kirishima to take Izuku away to calm him down before anything happened. He told us to take the weapons that Izuku had on him, which we did, while Izuku just kept his gaze locked with Kiri's. Once the weapons were off, I noticed that Izuku's eyes changed again. Black lightning streaks had gone into the white parts. It looked really FING freaky. Bakugo said, "Yeah, I saw that as well." Anyway, Kiri led him away, holding Izuku's hands and walking backwards to keep his gaze on his boyfriend. As they got further away, Ida scoffed and said, "That's right, just leave and go be with your villain sister." Kiri tried to keep Izuku's attention on him, but it didn't work. He turned and roared that Raiki was not a villain. But his voice had changed. It was deeper, more bassy, and seemed to be overlaid by another. It was that loud that the ground shook, buildings groaned, and some even collapsed. Mina sniffed as she told him that, from where she'd partially turned to look at him. Aizawa was now furious. What the actual F was going with these kids? What did All Might do? He bit out from between clenched teeth. Absolutely FING nothing. He just stood there like a twat. Mina got into a bit of an argument with the robotic arsehole, defending the siblings. Kaminari joined in asking how stupid is it that he needs to be to see that Raiki isn't a FING villain. Kirishima was now tasked with trying to calm Izuku down before he pretty much ripped them apart. Bakugo snarled as small explosions went off in his palms from anger. I told them that they've literally done nothing to them to warrant that type of behavior. Sure, Raiki swears and doesn't take anyone's sheet, but Bakugo is the exact same. I told them all that they'd accepted him perfectly fine, so why was Raiki any different? Or Izuku for that matter? They had no answer for that. Siro said as he ran his fingers through his hair in clear frustration. I get where you're coming from. What happened next? He could tell how loyal they were. It was nice to see that at least these 5 backed them completely. I told them that if they're all part of the next FING generation of heroes, then quite frankly, the world is F'd. Because they'd already judged my FING girlfriend purely for how she is and slandering her enough to call her a villain, then they should just leave because Raiki and Izuku have done F all to them. Bakugo snapped. Kirishima patted his arm softly to try and calm him down. Not that it really seemed to be working. Izuku was furious and started storming towards us. I'm fairly sure he was intent on ending someone. That was when All Might came over, realizing the dangerous aura that surrounded our genius Ragtag. He stood with everyone else, intent on protecting them. We didn't want to go near them, so stayed where we were, knowing that Izuku wouldn't hurt us. A few minutes later, if that, Raiki joined us along with you teachers and you know the rest. Mina said. Thank you. Once I hear anything on how Raiki and Izuku are doing, I will inform you. You're dismissed to go home. Thank you, Aizawa. We'll take our leave now. See you tomorrow. They bowed slightly and left. Aizawa watched as Mina let Siro go and linked her hand with Bakugo's, who nodded at her slightly, and off they went. That was a good bunch of kids, he must admit. If he truly had his way, he'd expel everyone but the Ragtags and just teach them for the next 3 or so years. Maybe Yaoyorozu and Jiro, considering their reaction to his statement earlier. He was honestly surprised that it was Ida that had kick-started this sheet fest off though, considering the guy was a stickler for the rules. He grabbed his paperwork and went to the teacher's lounge. Dumping everything on his desk to deal with another time, he rushed over to Nizu's office. Namuri and Hizashi were waiting outside. They took one look at his face and gulped. What happened? Nem asked cautiously. Ragtags informed me of what happened for Izuku to lose control. He bit out and knocked on Nizu's door. Come in. He opened the door and they went in. Hizashi shut the door for privacy and they settled on one of the couches. I'll get right to the point. I know the fights are recorded. Show us what happened on Raiki's fight. I know what happened afterwards and the bit that Raiki told us, but I want to see the entire thing. Aizawa told his boss. Are you sure? Nizu asked. He actually looked anxious. Was it that bad? I already know that Uraraka told Raiki to end herself. The Ragtags told me. She did what? Hizashi shouted, and Aizawa was quick to activate his quirk to stop the voice hero from rupturing their eardrums. Even then it was still loud. You heard me, Zashi. Show us, Nizu. The Chimera nodded, knowing it was a losing battle considering how pissed he was, and brought up the footage. They stayed silent as it played. Aizawa was really proud of his girl though. She portrayed her role exactly like she was meant to. They all cringed at the flamethrower part though. Even knowing that Reiki was fireproof, it still sucked watching it. He was pleased hearing Yaoyorozu apologize for her actions. That explained why Reiki didn't hurt her and took her out quickly. He blinked at the force she threw the small brunette into the floor and for what happened afterwards. When it finished, Nizu showed them the secretly filmed footage of the conversation between Izuku and Ida. When that ended, Aizawa was absolutely livid. Even more so from actually watching it than hearing about it from his students. He glanced at the two, who just nodded, also too angry to speak. He turned back to Nizu. "Get All Might here now," he said, vehemence lazing his usual monotone voice. Nizu quickly got the No 1 Pro to come to his office. They sat perfectly still and said nothing as they waited. Once the blonde idiot arrived, he took one look at their fierce glares and gulped. Hizashi pointed at the empty couch and he quickly rushed to it. He deflated into his usual skinny form as they knew about it. Considering the main reason he was here was to look for a successor. What's going on? He looked petrified. That is what Aizawa wanted. Nemuri shuffled forward on the couch and turned glacial blue eyes to the pro. Nizu stayed silent, but put in earplugs, since he was sensitive to loud sounds and he knew it was about to get loud. This is about what happened between Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu and Reiki during your lesson. What the actual F were you even thinking? You didn't interfere at all when you clearly saw that Uraraka had a FING flamethrower. Nemuri roared. I didn't know she would use it on Reiki. He shakily proclaimed. That's not effing good enough. She could have FING died if she weren't fireproof. Or when Tenya Ida started calling Reiki a villain and got into a heated argument with Izuku. You did F all about it until it was too effing late. Reiki and Izuku are now in a coma. You're meant to be the effing teacher. She screamed as tears started to stream down her cheeks. Aizawa pushed her back into the couch before turning back to Yagi. You have no idea really in who Izuku and Reiki are, do you? No. Am I meant to? Reiki is Sho's daughter and Izuku is Nem's son. Hizashi said, trying desperately to not scream judging by the way his hands clenched on his knees. What? You heard him. Even if it wasn't them, and it was with others, you still should have stepped in. We are teachers, Yagi. We are here to train and protect the next generation of heroes. If that is too much for you to handle, then leave. Try and find a successor elsewhere. Aizawa bit out. I'm sorry. Sorry is not going to cut the fact that my precious boy and niece are in a coma and we have no idea in how long they are going to be in it for. Quite frankly, I'm disappointed in you. Nemuri growled. Aizawa turned to his boss, not wanting to deal with the idiot anymore. It'd take more than them screaming to get it to sink into that empty skull of his. Nizu removed his earbuds. As you've already told me, I'm not allowed to expel anyone at the moment. I want you to remove Achiko Uraraka from the hero course. I quite frankly don't care where you put her, but I'm not having a student like that in my class. More so after calling my daughter a villain, telling her to end herself and using a flamethrower on her when it was totally uncalled for. I completely agree. I do not tolerate that type of behavior from anyone, as it is classed as verbal bullying. I think I'll put her in general studies and see what happens. However, it carries on, then I shall expel her. What do you recommend about Tenya Ida? Nizu wrote down some notes before raising his gaze. Sure, Nizu was the principal and decided on the final judgment, but he valued their opinion and input as well. He has one chance left. If he carries on, then he will be removed as well. I really couldn't give a shit if his parents, or Tensei for that matter, complain about it. Actually, that goes for anyone. Aizawa huffed and stood up. Very well. Where are you going now? To see Reiki and Izuku after collecting Chio to come along. Oh, and All Might, if you tell anyone about anything that's been said in this room, say goodbye to your hero life. I'll let you in on a secret. I know the High Chairman of the World Hero Association personally, so I definitely can do it. With that final statement, he left, followed by Hizashi and Nemuri. He couldn't deal with looking at the moron any longer. If he stayed, Then fists were going to go flying and he really wouldn't care of the consequences of his actions. He just wanted his daughter and nephew to wake up so he could smother them in a hug to reassure himself that they truly were fine. Bakugo grumbled as his alarm woke him up. Slapping it into silence, being careful to not break it, he rubbed his eyes to get rid of the sleep before falling back into his pillow. Staring up at the ceiling, he realized it was now officially the 7th day that Raiki and Izuku had slipped into their coma. No one had heard anything about their condition, and all Aizawa had told them on Friday was there had been no change. The man had even been stopped from seeing them due to unknown reasons. It was one giant clusterf. How bad was it that even Raiki's dad had been stopped from seeing them? He rolled out of bed and went through his usual morning routine before changing into his school clothes. His bag was ready, so he didn't need to worry about that. Lifting up the jewelry that was next to his phone, he smiled sadly and put it in his pocket, where it had been since he'd found it the following day after the fight. It was Raiki's choker, the one he'd brought her with the fire opal gem. Snatching his sheet, he slogged downstairs, where he could hear his mum tinkering around in the kitchen. Stuff left on the couch, he went to the kitchen and slid into a spot at the table. A plate of fluffy pancakes with strawberries and a mug of strong coffee was placed in front of him. Lifting his gaze, it locked with his mum's own red eyes that held nothing but gentleness, yet a tinge of sadness too. She reached out slowly, giving him time to pull away if he wanted to. He didn't. She pulled him into her arms and Bakugo wrapped his arm around her back. He wasn't the only one to miss Raiki, his parents did too. More so his mum, as Raiki was her cafe buddy. They'd only gone a few times, but both Bakugo and Masaru noticed the difference in Mitsuki. More smiles, less swearing, bashing him over the head, or even taking the time to ask him about his day or what he'd like to eat. It was weird but welcoming. The last time she'd met up with Raiki for lunch, she'd come home, still chuckling before grabbing an unsuspecting Bakugo by his shoulders, looked him sternly in the face and told him outright that when he graduated from U, if he didn't marry Raiki, she was going to personally castrate him and beat him to within an inch of his life because Raiki would be the perfect badass wife for him and daughter-in-law for her. He hadn't even been able to say anything before she had turned and walked away. Not that he didn't disagree, his girlfriend was a total hardcore badass, that was for sure. Snapping from thoughts as his mum let him go, he peered up at her. Have you heard anything yet about their condition? She knew all about what had happened as he had told her on the day he'd gone home, as both his parents had sat him down and asked what was wrong as soon as he'd walked into the house, closing the door softly and in total silence. Nothing. Last we heard anything was Friday, when Aizawa informed us that there was no change. He scrunched his face up slightly before shoving some food in his mouth. I'm sure they'll wake up soon. I doubt even a coma will keep your Raiki or her brother down for long, his dad said, glancing at him from where he was doing something on his work tablet. Maybe so. Doesn't mean I don't tiffin like it though. He grumbled before finishing the food. You never did explain what happened to that Uraraka beach or Snobby Ida. His mum pointed out as she put down plates of pancakes for her and Masaru to enjoy. Floaty Beach was taken from the hero course and shoved into general studies. Rip-Off Sonic was given a final warning. Everyone was actually and told that if it FING happened again, then they'd be removed from the course too, regardless of background. They had no FNG say in the matter, considering it was Nizu himself that stated it all. He rattled off. He was glad that Floaty Beach was taken out of the course. He was fed up with her petty jealous sheet. When that had all transpired, it showed Class 1A that the school was totally serious about the acts of bullying, etc. As it should be. One of the things that truly pissed him off though was that it took for Raiki and Izuku to fight and end up in a shitty coma for them to do anything about it. Never should have gotten that far. Bakugo got up and put his plate in the sink, along with his mug. As it should be. Bullying is not okay in any form. Now Katsuki, if I were you, I'd leave now, or you'll be late to school, son, Masaru stated, before taking a bite of his food. No. Oh, I also have no idea if I'll be home late though, as I asked Aizawa for extra training with the ragtechs. But we have no FING idea if it's been authorized or not. Sure. We'll be working late anyway, but let one of us know, okay? Mitsuki said as he went to the doorway, peering over his shoulder at his parents. Sure. Bye. He left hearing them mumble a bye and to try and have a good day. That would only happen when he had his girlfriend back. Hell, the only time Bakugo really took part in anything was training, but as soon as that was over, he stopped trying to interact with anyone other than Ragtags. With his bag slung over his shoulder, feet slipped into shoes, he left. Plugging in his earphones, he brought up the playlist that Raiki had put together for him when they'd been hanging out when Izuku had been hunting down that dangerous villain in America, and clicked play. It was a mixture of rock/screamo songs they liked. He turned it up as loud as it would go and began the trek to 20 minutes or so. He saw the monstrous building coming up. Keeping his hands in his pockets, one locked around Raiki's choker, he headed in and to his classroom. Opening the door, he went straight to his desk in the nearly empty room. They'd been allowed to move around to sit in groups. As long as they did the work and didn't disturb anyone, it was fine. In fact, the teachers welcomed it as they noticed a rise in students' grades of allowing them to sit with their friends. Dropping into his seat, bag on the floor, he blanked the others. He just flipped through his phone of photos he'd sneakily taken of Raiki when she wasn't looking, but also mixed in with ones she had obviously known about considering she'd been looking at the camera. He smiled at the one of them both that Mina had taken when they'd been talking, holding hands walking through town and looking at each other with a smile on their faces. Bakugo scrolled through and snorted lightly at the one of all Ragtags, minus Izuku, that they'd taken in a park in normal clothes after a long day at school. It had been taken from a timer. The lads had been sat on the floor, while Raiki and Mina had been behind them, backs to the camera, arms up in a strong man pose and slyly looking over their shoulder. They hadn't realized the girls had been posed like that until afterwards. They'd laughed a lot that day, just enjoying being with each other. Seeing a flash of pink above him, he raised his gaze and Mina was in front of him, along with the others. Removing his earphones, that was when he realized in just how loud his music was. Turning it off, he unplugged the earbuds and put them in his bag. "Morning," Mina said with a small smile, before sitting in her seat to his left. On his right was the empty desks that belonged to the siblings. "Morning." He grunted and the boys smiled too, with a nod in acknowledgement. The rest of the class filed in, taking their seats. The last was the purple pervert, just as the bell rang. Bakugo put his phone on silent and slid it into his bag, before pulling out a pen. He didn't know what books yet because who knows what they'd be studying first. Aizawa strolled in, looking entirely done. Relatable. He had no sleeping bag, which was a rarity, but arms loaded with paperwork and a coffee. They kept silent as he put the stuff down. Going to his podium, their teacher just stared at them all. "As I can see you are all here, I'll mark you as present in a moment. For now, here are law books. I want you to take them out and open up to chapter 8, where we left off from yesterday," he stated before going to mark them all in while they got their things out. Bakugo caught Aizawa's gaze, but the male just shook his head no, answering the silent question. No news on the duo. Once he had all his sheet needed for the lesson, they knuckled down. It had finally gotten to the last half hour of the day, and the Ragtags were working as a team for a task that Aizawa had set while he was grading some work. They were making a fake scenario of a villain with a certain quirk each group had been given. They had to try and take them down with minimal damage, etc. Working in silence at the moment writing up their notes, slight static came from the speaker in the corner by the door. "Can Aizawa and Midnight please report to Nisa's office?" "I repeat, can Aizawa and Midnight please report to Nisa's office?" "Thank you." That was the receptionist. Aizawa stood up. "Keep on working quietly in your groups. I won't be long, and no starting anything with each other or there will be repercussions." He left quickly and Kirishima turned to him. "I wonder what that's all about." "No FING idea, Kiri. But it must be important to be called out in a lesson like that, more so as we only have half an hour left of the day." He mumbled in a reply. "Think it might be about Raiki and Izuku?" Siro questioned. "It could literally be anything. We won't know until he comes back, and even then, that's if Aizawa tells us." Mina sighed, sitting back in her seat and stretching. Bakugo flopped back in his seat with a grunt, and put his hand in his pocket, clasping the choker in his hand and rubbing his thumb over it. It strangely helped in keeping him grounded in a way. All of them missed the duo, It sucked them not being here. Bakugo? His gaze lifted to lock with Kaminari's gold eyes. What? You'll understand this better, but does this sound good to you? I think I done some bits wrong. He held out a sheet of paper. Bakugo took it and read what Kaminari had written. They'd quickly tasked him as the leader for this, considering the countless fake scenarios etc. that he and Reiki had spoken about, as that was something in which he and his girlfriend were highly interested in. Many didn't realize it, but Reiki was ridiculously smart and had proven that to him countless times. He grabbed a different colored pen and altered some bits. 5 minutes later, he handed it back. It was actually pretty well thought out apart from some small sections, but that was easily altered. Clearly their group study sessions was helping the blonde more than they had realized. It wasn't a bad thing considering Kaminari was also dyslexic, so found it a little harder than most. This is good. But rewrite it though so it makes more sense for Aizawa. Considering I used a different colored pen to alter some bits for you. He told the adopted baby of the group. Thank you. Happily and got to work. Bakugo snorted. Point proven of baby. But the thing was, Kaminari suited it. Yes, he wasn't an actual baby, but compared to the rest, he definitely was the softest of the bunch despite his quirk. If he was the baby, who was the official leader sort of? Maybe Izuku? Bakugo wouldn't mind, considering that guy was a full-blown literal genius, who could probably be on par with Nizu. As well as strong as F-, even without using his quirk. Casually peering around the room, he noted that Yaoyorozu and Jiro were working separately from their group. Why was that? It was a group project for F's sake. Maybe because they had stuck up for the siblings? He'd heard Yaoyorozu apologizing to Reiki in their fight. Jiro had also said sorry to them after everything and openly admitted she's been wrong, and when the siblings came back, she'd tell them as well. That was the best they could hope for. He turned away just as the door opened and Aizawa strolled in, closing it behind him. He went to his desk but leaned against it. Put your things down. They did and gave him their full attention. Good. Now, you're all probably wondering what that call was for, am I correct? Yes, sensei. They replied. Bakugo just stayed quiet. I figured as much. Okay, so just before I was called, Nizu received a phone call from the medical staff that are looking after Reiki and Izuku. He was informed that this morning, there were some complications with the duo. Both of their hearts stopped for roughly 10 minutes. What? Mina gasped, tears springing in her eyes. All of the ragtags actually, but Bakugo managed to keep his back somehow. But his eyes definitely burned from not letting them show. His chest got tight too. He hoped to this wasn't going to be bad news. He'd go on a FNG rampage if it were, and the first he'd take out was that FNG rip-off Sonic and Floaty Beach for causing this sheet. Relax. They're fine now. They managed to restart them, but some other things happened that they refused to tell us about over the phone. Why the F wouldn't they inform you about something FNG important like that? Bakugo growled, clenching his fists. Stupid FNG doctors. I don't know Bakugo. Which is why, when school ends, some of us teachers will go and find out the details. The doctors said only teachers, no students before you ask if you can join. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, just as the door opened and in strode Nizu. Hello students. I take it Aizawa has informed you of what has happened in regards of the siblings? The principal said as he joined their teacher. Yes, sir. Everyone chimed. Good. I can also guarantee they are indeed fine after this morning's impediments. Now, can everyone please gather their belongings and follow me? He clapped his paws together. They got their things packed quickly, not wanting to make the Chimera wait for long. It wouldn't bode well for anyone if they took their time. Once done, they left with Aizawa trailing behind them. No one spoke as they followed Nizu to a field. Bakugo realized it was the one that they had used for the quirk test on their first day. Chairs had been set under a small side-less marquee to block out the harsh sunlight. What was actually FING going on right now? Please sit. They did, ragtags at the back. Then he heard the bell ring, signaling the end of the day. What is going on? Mina whispered from beside him, looking utterly confused. No FING idea. It's Nizu we're talking about. It could be FNG anything. He answered. Kirishima had claimed the seat on his other side. Nizu and Aizawa stood in front of them, with the principal standing on a small, raised area covered in a black cloth to see them better. Now, I know many are probably wondering as to what is going on, and I want to tell you that I have a surprise for you. Well, mostly the ragtags. But for this, can Bakugo and Kirishima come here please? No one else is to move off their seats. Bakugo shared a look with Kirishima before getting up and walking to the principal. What's going on, sir? Kirishima asked. If you could have anything in this world, what would it be? Nizu questioned instead. To have Izuku here, safe. Kirishima answered without hesitation. For Raiki to be here? Bakugo said. I thought so. Now, as you know, there were complications with the duo this morning. But I want to inform you both that they are actually awake. What? Are we allowed to go and see them? Bakugo heard many gasps behind him hearing what the principal said but ignored them. Not yet. I want you to turn to your right for me though, he said cryptically. Huh. He huffed but did as said. Both of them turned at the same time, and his eyes widened. There was a wall of fing black flames about 7 feet high. How the F did they not even notice that? Nizu pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket and held it to his mouth. Okay, they're with me, he said, but no reply came through. What the F is going on? Bakugo grumbled, but got his answer when the flames disappeared. His eyes went wide as he pretty much stopped breathing and froze. Standing here, dressed in black trousers and a black t-shirt with a leather jacket and ever-present mask, was his beautiful Raiki. Beside her was a masked mountain of a guy that towered over her, dressed the same. On closer inspection, it was fing Izuku. What the actual F dash? He vaguely heard Mina let out a cry and a chair topple. Izuku! Kirishima whimpered, clearly in shock too. Go! He heard Aizawa say and pushed them slightly. That got him out of the frozen state. Definitely didn't need to FNG ask him twice. He ran as fast as he could and skidded to a stop in front of his girlfriend. He reached out slowly, afraid that this was some sort of trick. His hand went to her cheek and he nearly wept. She was real. She was really here. He cupped the back of her neck and pulled her into a tight hug. Hi, beautiful. He mumbled as he buried his face into her hair. Hi, cat. She whispered into his ear as she hugged him back. He buried his face into her neck and let a few tears fall. Oh shit. This was truly real. Raiki was back with him. They pulled apart a little and he turned slightly to the duo beside them. Kirishima was openly weeping into Izuku's chest as the guy held him tightly. They separated and then swapped. Bakugo hugged the guy as Kirishima cuddled Raiki with a happy cry. Bakugo pulled back and stared at him. What the F happened to you? You're effing huge. He poked Izuku's arm and was shocked at the solid muscle beneath his fingertip. Even relaxed, there was no mistaking the strength that resided in the male. It made Bakugo want to head to the gym to bulk up. Maybe now that they were back, they could do training together, like Izuku offered when they'd first taken them to training ground. He was up for it. I know. It happened while we were in that coma. Izuku replied, his voice was now even deeper than before. Bakugo couldn't believe it. His hair had also changed to full black yet suited him. Eyes were still the same vibrant emerald yet appeared much sharper than before. He towered over them and even though he had been muscular before, he was even more so now. Like he'd completely buffed out, it was crazy. What had occurred for that to happen? How tall are you now? 6'4". The doctors measured me when we woke up. But they said I'll grow a bit more too. He shrugged before catching Kirishima who literally threw himself at him. How the F did he even see him do that? Bakugo attached himself to Raiki, pulling her into his arms. What caused the coma? Kirishima asked, locking himself against Izuku's ribcage. He barely reached the middle of Izuku's chest at the moment. When we fought and hit the ground, we think that is what caused it. We're actually not entirely sure. Neither Pyro nor Syrinx know either. Raiki answered. That is crazy. Did anything else happen to you apart from Izuku growing effing buff as F and as tall as a effing tree? Bakugo questioned, making them snort in amusement. It seems we manifested a new quirk that is identical. Izuku shrugged. What? Both he and Kirishima gasped. Yeah. This is what happened. They stepped back and held a hand out. Rainbow lightning in a black sphere appeared in their palms but seemed to move around like you'd find in one of those plasma ball things. Bakugo thought it was pretty fing rad. They closed their hands and it vanished. What can it do? Kirishima queried, very much curious. He wasn't the only one. So far, we found that if we throw it at something, it coats with the black then electrocutes it. But I think it might be able to do more than that. Izuku replied. We'll figure it out another time. Aizu, do it? Raiki glanced at her brother. I got you. Before he could ask anything, Bakugo was surrounded by black smoke. What is this? He turned to his girlfriend. Shadow manipulation, purely so I can do this? She pulled her mask down. I've missed you too, Cat. Me too. They pulled apart and Pyro was sitting at their feet, staring up at him with hard eyes. He carefully picked her up and placed a kiss to the side of her head, avoiding those deadly horns. I missed you too, Pyro. She let out a puff of smoke before nuzzling her nose against his cheek. Couldn't resist, could you? Raiki chuckled as she leaned her head on Bakugo's shoulder. Oh. We're back with our mail. Pyro smirked, showing her sharp teeth. Indeed we are, but you need to disappear again. Raiki cupped her dragon's face. I know. And then she was gone with a playful wink to him. Bakugo chuckled at the dragon's antics as he lowered his hands to Raiki's waist as she stepped in front of him again. I heard you've been having a pretty hard time while me and Aizu were in our coma. She stated. Yeah, it's been rough. We've pretty much shut ourselves off from everyone, only interacting if it were needed for a lesson. Sorry that it happened, Cat. I didn't think we'd slip into a coma. I noticed that Uraraka isn't sitting with the class. What happened? I know, babe. Anyway, the next day after the fight, first thing in the morning, Nizu appeared and took her out of the class, informing everyone she is no longer in the hero course and moved her to general studies due to her actions. Bet you're glad of that. I guess she didn't take it well? Defenji, right, I am. As far as I know, she didn't. She has taken to glaring at us during lunch, or free periods if we see her, but we just ignore her. Not that I even care, not after what she did to you. Rip-off Sonic has also been given one last warning too. Any more of calling you a villain, or bullying, he's gone from the hero course too. Bet that went well. She snorted. As well as you could imagine. His parents even came to see Nizu about it. Let's just say your dad was pissed. I can imagine that. So it's been relatively quiet in class. Yeah, it has. Cat? Yeah. I have something to tell you. What is it? I love you, Katsuki Bakugo. She smiled lovingly at him and Bakugo was fairly sure his heart stopped from hearing that before kick-starting again and began to pound against his ribs. I love you too, Raiki Aizawa. He kissed her again. He was never letting this amazing woman go. Ever. She was it for him. Simple as that. When they eventually let each other go, she pulled her mask back up. Time for the others to say their hellos. He nodded. He'd rather stay here with her but knew he couldn't do that. The smoke barrier went down, and his gaze slid to Izuku and Kirishima. He smirked at the sight of a flushed red head, whose face was buried into Izuku's chest, who looked utterly smug. What did he do to get that reaction from Kiri? They turned to face everyone who was waiting. Bakugo noticed that the other ragtag members were on their feet, pretty much bouncing in place to get to them. Both Bakugo and Kirishima stepped out of the way, knowing what was about to happen. The teachers were watching with slight smiles. The class had zero expressions. Not that they were important. He did catch the slight relieved smiles from Jiro and Yaoyorozu though. Come on, ragtags. Raiki called and held her arms out. Raiki! Mina screamed in pure joy before being the first to move. Hightailing it to them as quick as she could, before leaping into Raiki's arms with a thump, wrapping herself around his woman while bawling in happiness. Siro and Kaminari enthusiastically tackled Izuku with big grins. He glanced at Kirishima, who was smiling happily. You okay? He asked. I am now. He didn't take his eyes from Izuku as he answered. Bakugo focused back on Raiki, who was now hugging the two guys, but looking right at him, eyes pretty much glowing in happiness. I know exactly what you mean, Kiri. He smiled softly as they were pulled into a tight group hug. Ragtags were complete again and that emptiness that had been inside him vanished entirely. Izuku and Reiki snuck into UA using shadow manipulation, knowing they couldn't be tracked, heard, or seen, considering they used the shadows to travel. Only a select few knew they could do that, and that is how they wanted it to stay. They didn't stop until they got to Nizu's office and stepped out of the darkness. No one apart from their private medical team knew that they were awake, as this was a surprise. They'd warned the team to not notify anyone that they were awake or going to today, which they agreed to. More so because they worked for them. Izuku knocked on the door. Enter. Came the voice of their uncle. Reiki opened the door and they went in. He hunched slightly to not reveal one of the biggest kickers that had happened. Not that he could truly hide his bulky size, but enough for now. Surprise! She called. When did you wake up? He looked gobsmacked. Izuku shut the door softly behind them. This morning. Let's just say some things have transpired. Reiki replied as they approached. What happened? Are you both okay? We're fine, uncle. Well, there were complications this morning, but as you can see, we're good. Oh, it also seems I've somehow grown a lot, and we've seemed to have a new quirk. Izuku said. Grown how? What complications? New quirk. Our hearts stopped for about 10 minutes. And grown like this? Izuku stood fully. That was when Nizu realized his true height and size. Holy shit. Are you truly okay now? Why weren't we informed? Damn, you definitely have shot up, haven't you? Nizu gasped as he jumped onto his desk and touched Izuku's arm. Even relaxed, it was obvious that Izuku was now a buff man. Yes, he was a lean type of muscular before that he kept hidden behind slightly baggy clothes, but now there was no mistaking it. He'd filled out massively. As in, AG would barely reach the middle of his chest height-wise, and pretty much just in the width of his waist too. Thinking of that beautiful red head made Izuku want to run down to 1A and grab him in a tight hug. He missed his sunshine boyfriend. Yeah, that's kind of what I said when I woke. The reason for not being informed was because when we woke up, we said no. We'd fill you in on it ourselves. Izuku informed his uncle. I can understand that. I just realized that your voice has gotten deeper too. What else transpired? Also, take off your masks for me, you know you don't need to wear them in here. New quirk. Izuku grew and his voice got deeper. I've filled out some more and somehow we've gotten stronger too. Reiki said before they removed their masks. You've both gotten even more beautiful, if that was even possible. Biased much? Izuku snorted as they sat on the couch. I'm allowed. I'm your family. He huffed at them. True that. Reiki smirked. Can I see this new quirk? He hopped off the desk to join them. Stand back a little, we're not sure on what it does entirely just yet. Izuku warned. It was the truth, and he didn't want to hurt the chimera. He took a few steps back and they held a hand out. Rainbow lightning in a black sphere appeared in their palms. Nizu stepped forward one step and stared at what they presented to him. The bright colors created an array of colors across his face. What can it do? He inquired in inquisitiveness. So far, we found that if we throw the orb at something, it coats with the black then electrocutes it. But I think it might be able to do much more than that. Izuku replied. That is impressive. I take it you've named it? Yeah, we've called it Lightning Orb. Reiki said as they closed their hands and it disappeared. So, who knows you're here? Just you. The med team were told to not inform anyone as we wanted to let it be a surprise. Izuku leaned back into the couch, sinking into the cushions. I take it you want me to get your parents? That would be appreciated. I know it's nearly the end of school, but effed it. Oh, and can we surprise the ragtags? Reiki queried. Of course, they have missed you after all. Do you have an idea? We've missed them too, even though we were in a coma. How about we do it outside where Aizawa did the quirk test? We'll set up some chairs and then hide and go from there? But only let Bakugo and AG come to us first? Izuku requested. He nodded before pulling his phone out and sent a text to someone. Slight static then came from the speakers in the hallway before the announcement went out. Can Aizawa and Midnight please report to Nizu's office? I repeat, can Aizawa and Midnight please report to Nizu's office? Thank you. It clicked off. Hide in the shadows so they don't see you. This is going to be gold. Nizu smirked and they nodded. Eager to see their parents again. They quickly got up, masks shoved into their pockets, and they stood in part of the shadows and drew shadow manipulation around themselves. They made it so they could see out, but obviously not see in. Nizu scurried back to his seat and did some light paperwork while they waited but had his mobile beside him. Izuku glanced at Reiki, who tipped her head back to look at him. I'm so excited to see them again. You're not the only one. Be prepared to be squeezed to death. True that. They both chuckled lightly, just as a knock went on the door. Come in. Nizu called and it opened. Izuku had a smile bloom as he saw his mum. She was beautiful as ever but looked tired too. Had she not been sleeping properly? Or eating for that matter? You wanted to see us? Aizawa asked. He seemed even more exhausted than usual. That made both of them feel really bad, putting their parents through that. Izuku then noticed a particular gleam appear in Nizu's eyes. What was he planning on now? Yes, I did. I have just received some news about Reiki and Izuku. Nizu calmly started. What is it? Are our babies okay? Have they woken up yet? Namuri said, grabbing Aizawa's arm. Now they could only see the backs of their parents. It turns out that this morning, their hearts stopped for roughly 10 or so minutes. Before you panic, they're completely fine now. But some changes have occurred. What changes? Aizawa demanded. Are our babies definitely all right after their hearts stopping? Namuri questioned. Turn around for me. They did in confusion and the siblings stepped out of the shadows. Surprise, they said, and their parents' jaws dropped. Holy shit! His mum gasped. Hi, Mum. He smiled and walked towards her. She jumped and wrapped herself around him. Izuku locked his arms against her back, burying his face into her neck, breathing in that familiar vanilla spice scent she had. He peered at the other two, and they were holding onto each other tightly with Reiki's face buried in her dad's capture weapon. His mum got off him and cupped his face, tears trickling from those stunning blues he loved. Hi, my sunshine. You've gotten even more handsome if that was possible. As well as stupidly tall. Check out your muscles too. Son, are you trying to give All Might a run on brawn or something? Izuku laughed as she smiled cheekily at him. He wiped her tears away gently. Yeah, that's totally what I'm doing, Mum. He rolled his eyes playfully. They then swapped places and he happily hugged his uncle. I'm so glad you're okay, Aizawa said as they pulled apart. We are Uncle Sho. We're actually better than all right. But something happened to us while we were in the coma. He admitted. What happened, apart from growing freakishly tall and filling out like a tank? Reiki joined his side and motioned them to sit on the couch. The adults did, including Nizu, while he and Reiki claimed the other one. It seems that we've gotten another quirk? Reiki confessed. What? How is that possible? Aizawa asked, looking confused. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Pyro and Syrinx don't know either. But we both have the same one. Reiki held her hand out and he copied her. The jet black sphere appeared, along with the bright colors. He stared at his family, whose eyes went wide in shock. I take it you've named it? It's called Lightning Orb, Reiki announced. Any idea on what it can do? Namuri queried. So far, we found that if we throw it at something, it coats with the black then electrocutes it. But I think it might be able to do more than that. Izuku replied. Let me guess, you're going to try it out in TG? Nizu smirked, joining the conversation. Obviously. Have you even met me? I want to know everything that it can do. They closed their palms and it disappeared. That's the scientist part of you. Namuri chuckled. True, but I'm also really curious about what it can do. I have no doubt you'll both figure it out quickly. Nizu remarked and they nodded. Anything else happen to you both? Aizawa put out there. Apart from filling out more? I'm stronger than before. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. How much stronger? Nizu questioned. You know the lab door at training ground? Yeah. Well, I can now open that with one hand and barely struggle. I've not tried punches or anything yet though. I was going to wait a little bit. He shrugged. Holy shit, Aizu. That door is pretty much a ton in weight. His mum gasped. I know. I wanted to try it out. I'm going to do some more tests at the weekend unless we do some here during training. Okay, So we know that Aizu is even more freakishly strong. What has happened while we were out? Raiki asked. The adults looked at each other, before nodding slightly and turned back to them. It always amused him how they could seemingly communicate with just a single look. He and Raiki were the same but could also, obviously, talk to each other telepathically. That had saved their lives numerous times over the years. The day you two fought, when we had you on gurneys, you pretty much destroyed a villain who wanted to take Bakugu, but then we realized that Pyro and Syrinx had taken you over. Ragtags obviously have missed you, barely talking to anyone and sticking to each other like glue. Everyone in class are now seated in small groups, and it seems to be working pretty well. We also found out what caused the fight, as well as what Uraraka said to you, Raiki, Aizawa stated, clenching his fists. Nemuri patted his leg to calm him down. We know about the villain, we were informed. But the real question is, how did they know where we were at that moment in time? And what? How? We have the belief that we actually have a traitor in our midst. We are looking into it, but we have to obviously keep it on the hush until we find evidence. The Ragtags told me, knowing I should be informed about it. We also saw the footage. But do you want us to help? Raiki asked. Not yet. If we get stuck, we'll bring you two in on helping, as we know how well you two can work in secret. Nemuri smiled at them. Fair enough. What else? We ripped into All Might for not stepping in quicker. Uraraka has been moved to general studies because we outright refuse to have a student like that in the hero course. Tenya Ida has also been given a final warning. Actually, everyone has. Only right. What now? Raiki glanced at him before turning to the adults. Aizawa will go back to the class, inform them of the situation. I will go in a minute later and take them down to the field where the quirk test was held. You two are to wait, and I'll let you know when they're ready by using a walkie-talkie. Nizu informed them. Sounds like a plan. Both he and Raiki nodded, not letting in that they'd already discussed it. That's what we'll do then. I want you both to set up some chairs and to stand quickly if possible. Nizu said as he grabbed two walkie-talkies from a cupboard and handed one to Izuku. He put it into his pocket and they stood up. Not a problem. Let's do this sheet. Raiki cheered and they laughed. Masks went back on, and before leaving, they had one big hug. Even Nizu joined after Raiki picked him up. I love you all. Izuku chimed. We love you both too. His mum grinned as they let go and Raiki put Nizu down. They left the office, and the siblings went to the field after stopping at a storage room. They collected foldable chairs, Izuku carrying majority of them with ease. This new strength he had would definitely be handy, that was for sure. Raiki grabbed some light blocks that would be ideal for Nizu to stand on, as well as a cloth to put over them. Also a small tent/marquee thing that would shield the adults from the blaring sun. Once sorted, they headed outside and set it up. It took them no time at all. What now? Raiki asked as she turned to him. We'll head into the shadows to wait, then using our shadow quirk, we'll go to the side, create a black flame wall when they're talking. He led her over to the shadows and they blended in thanks to their black clothes, although Izuku made more shadows appear just in case. Are you ready for this? Raiki suddenly requested. Ready as I've ever been. Excited to see Kirishima? Izuku turned to his sister, who was smirking. Stupid question. Of course I am. You love him, don't you? With all that I am, Raiki. He didn't hesitate to reply. It was the truth, and he wasn't going to hide it. He was utterly in love with his red-headed human personification of sunshine. He didn't care that they hadn't been together that long. When the heart knew, it knew, and there was no stopping Cupid's arrow when it was fired. Izuku knew it within the deepest part of his soul that Eijiro Kirishima was it for him, and he wasn't settling for anything less than forever. I can tell. Same for me, but with Cat obviously. They chuckled quietly before going quiet as they heard footsteps. Glancing over to where they came from, his eyes immediately locked onto Eiji. He looked exhausted. Had he also not been sleeping? Actually, all of the ragtags seemed tired. Both ignored the rest of the class. They weren't important. Now, I know many are probably wondering as to what is going on, and I want to tell you that I have a surprise for you. Well, mostly the ragtags. But for this, can Bakugu and Kirishima come here please? No one else is to move off their seats. Bakugo shared a look with Kirishima before getting up and walking to the principal. Come on. Izuku nudged Raiki and they got into position quickly and threw up a flame wall. They could still hear the conversation just about. What's going on, sir? He heard Eiji ask. If you could have anything in this world, what would it be? Nizu questioned instead. To have Izuku here, safe. Eiji answered without hesitation. Izuku smiled hearing that. His wish was about to come true. For Raiki to be here, Bakugo said. A grin appeared on Raiki's face. I thought so. Now as you know, there were complications with the duo this morning. But I want to inform you both that they are actually awake. What? Are we allowed to go and see them? Bakugo demanded. Not yet. I want you to turn to your right for me though, he said cryptically. Izuku grabbed the walkie-talkie, turning it down to a barely hearable level. Well, for normal people anyway. He could hear it fine. Okay, they're with me. Nizu's voice came through the small device. Izuku didn't reply, just turned it off and back into his pocket. Here we go. He told Raiki and she just nodded, with her body vibrating slightly in anticipation. What the F is going on? Bakugo grumbled. But got his answer when Izuku made the flames disappear and his eyes locked with Eiji's. He heard and saw Mina let out a startled cry and her chair topple as she got to her feet quickly as tears appeared in her eyes as she saw them. Kaminari and Shiro also got to their feet, latching onto her hands. Izuku! Eiji whimpered, clearly in shock. Go! Aizawa said from behind the guys and nudged them slightly. They ran as fast as they could and skidded to a stop in front of the duo. He waited as Eiji stared at him in shock, before reaching out to touch his chest with a slightly trembling hand. He couldn't wait anymore, and pulled the red head against him, wrapping his arms around his boyfriend securely. Eiji began to openly weep and Izuku smiled softly. It felt so good holding him again. Izuku had been right though, he barely reached the middle of his chest, but that just made him even more adorable than he already was. If that was actually at all possible. Hi my love, he whispered. Eiji just cried, gripping his top under the jacket. Izuku turned his gaze to the duo beside them, and they were hugging tightly. They separated and swapped. Bakugo hugged him while Eiji cuddled Raiki with a happy cry. Bakugo pulled back and stared at him. What the F happened to you? You're effing huge. He poked Izuku's bicep in awe. I know. It happened while we were in that coma. Izuku replied to the blonde. How tall are you now? 6'4". The doctors measured me when we woke up. But they said I'll grow a bit more too. He shrugged before catching his boyfriend who literally threw himself at him. He wasn't going to complain at all and happily kept an arm locked firmly around Eiji's shoulders. Bakugo pulled Raiki into his arms. What caused the coma? Eiji asked, wedging himself tightly against Izuku's ribcage. He fit perfectly like a jigsaw piece. When we fought and hit the ground, we think that is what caused it. We're actually not entirely sure. Neither Pyro nor Syrinx know either. Raiki answered. That is crazy. Did anything else happen to you apart from Izuku growing effing buff as F and as tall as a effing tree? Bakugo questioned, making them snort in amusement. It seems we manifested a new quirk that is identical. Izuku shrugged. What? Both Bakugo and Eiji gasped. Yeah. This is what happened. They stepped back and held out a hand, showing the new quirk. It lit their features up slightly. Izuku liked the way it made Eiji's eyes seemingly glow. They closed their hands and it vanished. What can it do? Eiji queried. So far, we found that if we throw it at something, it coats with the black then electrocutes it. But I think it might be able to do more than that. Izuku replied. We'll figure it out another time. Aizu, do it? Raiki glanced at her brother. He knew what she meant. I got you. He pulled up a shadow circle, wrapping around him and his boyfriend. What is this? Eiji reached out to touch it and his hand went through. Shadow manipulation. I did it purely for this. Uraraka got put into general studies after what she did and said about Raiki. Ida has been given his last warning. We are now sitting in small groups in class, instead of rows, and it seems to be working as long as we do our work, don't disturb each other or the teachers and pay attention. Other than that, hardly anything interesting has happened, although All Might said he wanted to talk to me privately about something tomorrow, Eiji replied. Any idea on what? Are the group lessons helping Kami, considering he's dyslexic and finds it a bit harder than most? There was no mistaking that they were all actually quite protective of the baby of their group. For Kami, it definitely has made an improvement. I think considering you pointed it out quietly to me helped when I told the others. He appreciates it, that's for sure. In the regards of All Might, not a clue what he wants to talk about. Just that it was a private meeting at lunch. He shrugged. Izuku had a fairly good idea on what it was about. What's the betting that the man was going to ask Eiji to be his successor? And yes, Izuku knew all about the man's injury, quirk, and whatnot. How could he not, considering the job he did and who he knew? Then again, Izuku knew of no one better than Eiji to take the man's place in the future. He was charming, well-liked, patient, calm, approachable, and with a bit more training, he'd be pretty much unstoppable in fighting. Hey love, if you want me to be with you for support, I will. I know you will. I'll see what happens first, and if it's too much, I'll get you to join. I can respect that. Now let's get this over with. He put his mask back into place before pulling down the shadow wall. He blinked a little from the sunlight and glanced at his sister. Her barrier also went down, revealing them both. He smirked and Reiki winked at him. As one, they turned to face everyone that was waiting. The other ragtags were pretty much bouncing in place, ready to go to them. Both Bakugo and Eiji moved out of the way, leaving him and Reiki in full view to be jumped on. Aizawa and Nizu just watched with slight smiles, whereas the class had none. Izuku noticed that Jiro and Yaoyorozu had relieved smiles, albeit small, on their faces where they were sat together. Why were they being ignored though? Because Yaoyorozu had apologized to Reiki during their fight and they didn't like it? Petty sheets. Come on, ragtags. Reiki hollered and held her arms out wide in invitation. Reiki! Mina screamed in pure joy before being the first to move. She hightailed it to them as fast as she could, making Izuku chuckle slightly. Mina leapt into Reiki's arms, literally wrapping herself around his sister while bawling in happiness. Izuku braced himself as Shiro and Kaminari tackled him with big grins. He laughed as he hugged them back. We've missed you. Kaminari cried, hiding his face in his ribcage to not show his tears, not that it actually worked much. Shiro just nodded in agreement as they held him tightly. Missed you guys too, he said, squeezing them a little. His gaze lifted to see Bakugo and Eiji smiling as they watched their reunion. You okay? He heard Bakugo ask. I am now. Eiji replied with a beaming smile. I know exactly what you mean, Kiri. Bakugo said as his eyes were locked firmly on his girlfriend. Shiro and Kaminari let him go and went to Reiki. Izuku chuckled as he caught a pink whirlwind that hurtled at him. I's a baby. Mina cried into his shoulder as he lifted her up. It was easier to lift her than bend nearly in half. He forgot how dainty she was, considering she was literally larger than life. Hi Mina. He hugged her, then motioned to Eiji and Bakugo. They approached and all of them ended up in a group hug, even though Mina didn't get off him. But he didn't mind. He had his boyfriend, sister, and best friends in his arms. Nothing else mattered right now. They soon let each other go, and Eiji attached himself to his side and they went over to the teachers. None of the class said anything, probably realizing that he could, quite literally, snap them in half with his size now. Some reunion, huh? Nizu chuckled. Best ever. Mina chimed, smiling pretty much ear to ear as she held Reiki's hand tightly. Bakugo had the other. Good. Then his phone started to ring, excused himself and answered it. Izuku turned his attention to his uncle. Is there anything needed for today? Or can we leave? Reiki, come here please. Nizu called out and she went over, crouching so they could talk quietly. You can leave now. Everyone can? Aizawa answered him as Mina huddled under his arm and joined Eiji in hugging him. He didn't mind. If it meant reassurance that he was fine, he was all for it. Ragtags, got a laptop or something I can borrow? Reiki asked, turning to look at them. She held Nizu's phone to her ear. I do. Shiro ran to his backpack and pulled out a laptop, powering it up quick. Reiki plopped down where Nizu had stood as Shiro handed it over. Cheers, dude. No problem. She took the device and they watched as her fingers flew over the keypad, phone wedged between her ear and shoulder. Izuku noticed a calculative gleam in her eyes. What was that all about? Okay, I've got it. From where you are right now, straight for 200 clicks. Then you want left 100 yards, then right for another 100 yards. You'll see a building to your left with a window at the top, big enough for you to go through if you tuck your wings in. If you need anything else, phone me back. She handed Nizu his phone back, tapped on the keypad for a minute, then powered the machine down. As soon as she said wings, Izuku knew she was talking to Hawks. What was that all about? Jiro questioned, looking really puzzled. Raiki and I do private work for heroes. We find them things that they need quickly, along with the best way and how to get there fast. Amongst other things we are not allowed to disclose. Izuku replied to her, and she nodded in understanding. What can two students possibly do for pro heroes though? Ida said, getting up and waving his arms around. More than you can possibly get through that FING thick skull of yours. As you just saw, we're perfectly FING capable of it. Raiki snapped, glaring at the male, before smiling at Siro as she handed his laptop back. Cool it, Raiki. No need to lose your temper. Izuku warned her. I'm perfectly calm. She winked at him and he snorted. Raiki? She turned to Nizu, who glanced up from his phone with a smirk. What? Get up and move to the side. Rapid incoming. Ah shit. She scurried to her feet and moved away from them, out in the open. What's going on? Bakugo demanded, watching his girlfriend. Raiki. A scream ran through the air, followed by a hard beating of wings. A flash of red went past them, colliding with his sister and shot up into the sky. Everyone squinted to see who it was. Izuku just laughed as they dropped his sister. It's not funny, Izuku. Mina chided, slapping a hand into his ribs gently. It's effing hilarious. He pointed and her gaze lifted. She gasped as wings burst out of Raiki's back. I'll effing end you, you overgrown effing cannibalistic chicken effing nugget. Raiki screamed and gave chase. Aizawa and Nizu joined his side as they watched the two flyers do aerial gymnastics and weird type dances as they flew around each other. Despite Raiki's threat, that's actually quite beautiful, Eiji said, and Izuku peered down at him. Sure is. He squeezed his boyfriend gently just as Raiki shot to the ground. Her wings opened and she landed gracefully near them. Bakugo shot over to her to make sure that she was okay. Another landed nearby and Izuku turned his gaze to them. That was great, rock star. Hawks laughed as he slung his arm around Raiki's shoulders, smiling lazily. The class gasped in realizing that they knew the no, 3 pro hero. Get the F off me, you overgrown effing chicken nugget. She stepped to the side and threw a hard right hook into his ribs. He grabbed where she'd hit and gasped. You're so mean to me. Where's Izuku? He's nice. Hawks whined. I'm here, Hawks. Izuku stepped forward and the pro's golden gaze went wide as he saw him. No way. Little Izuku? Not so little now. Izuku chuckled as the pro hopped over to him and poked his chest with a finger. What happened to you? You're a beast, dude. Hawks stared at him in awe. I know. I'll explain more when we're alone, okay? Definitely. Always up for a bit of gossip with my favorite duo. Now, before I get distracted anymore, Rockstar, I need to borrow you. Raiki approached, holding Bakugo's hand. She'd left her wings out on full display. Kaminari touched one, giggling softly as it twitched. What for? That building you found for me. I need your help with it. He admitted sheepishly. Sure. When? Now if possible? Let's go. She put her back to the group and tugged her mask down and kissed her boyfriend before putting the mask back into place. We'll wait for you. Stay safe. Izuku told her and held his fist up. Always. She knocked hers against his before gathering Mina, Siro and Kaminari into a hug. Eiji just smiled with a nod as he cuddled into his side. Izuku definitely didn't complain that his love was being clingy, understanding completely as to why he was. Hawks looked at him and grinned. Catch you later, big guy. Before he could fly off, Izuku's hand grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him in close. If she gets injured in any way, I'm coming for you, he warned. I got it. I promise I'll keep her safe, he squeaked in reply. Good. He let him go, uncaring that Hawks was a pro. The male knew he wouldn't last a minute in a proper fight with Izuku. Plus he had actually admitted one time that he was more scared of Izuku than Aizawa, which was saying something considering the man was deadly when Raiki's life was on the line. Jesus, you're scary. Okay, Rockstar, let's fly. He stepped away and spread his wings. He launched himself up and Raiki rolled her eyes. Won't be long. Hopefully. She stepped away and took off at a run. Her wings spread and she shot upwards. The duo knocked knuckles and with a hard flap of strong wings, vanished from their view. I can't believe you two actually know Hawks? Kaminari gasped, eyes shining in total awe. Now you know Pika? He smiled at the guy as he giggled before hugging Izuku's stomach. Okay, everyone go home. Ragtax, stay behind, Aizawa said, and students fled as fast as they could. Can you take the chairs and such back inside for me? Then we'll go and wait for Raiki to return in the cafeteria with a spot of tea. Nizu piped up. Sure. They quickly set to collapsing the chairs and Izuku told them hand him them. They gave majority to him, and he carried them to the storage room they'd come from. The rest followed with the rest. Aizawa and Nizu went off to sort some things, knowing they could do the task with ease. 10 minutes later, they were done, belongings gathered and heading over to the cafeteria to wait for Raiki to come back. Izuku just hoped that Hawks kept his promise, or else he'd make the flying chicken wish for death. Izuku sprawled in his seat at the cafeteria table they'd claimed, Eiji perched happily on his lap as he chatted to Bakugo about some training he wanted to try. He was watching the other three blow off steam by chasing each other around the vast space, laughing their heads off like little kids. It was actually quite adorable in a way. They'd been waiting about half an hour for Raiki to get back, but it was fine. He had already said when she was back, they'd walk them home and they'd inform their parents. Well, Bakugo had told his parents that they were having extra training, which is why he'd be later than usual, and apparently it wasn't unusual at the moment for the explosive blonde. Nizu had left them alone as he'd gotten a phone call that he couldn't miss. The door opened and Aizawa walked in. He motioned for Izuku to join him. He lifted Eiji off his lap and went to his uncle. What is it, Uncle Sho? Raiki is back, but she's with Chio? He tensed at that sentence. Why is she with Granny? Before you go on a fury-laced rampage, Hawks kept up his end of the deal you made. She wasn't injured when with him, but they had split up in the building to fight and Endeavor was being an arsehole as usual. He didn't take too kindly that she was there and tried taking over. He sent rogue fireballs everywhere at the villains that were there. One of them hit Raiki in the arm. What the actual F-? He growled as it went quiet behind him. Not that they'd hear their conversation considering they kept their voices low, but there was no mistaking the growl as it echoed slightly in the vast space. I'm just as pissed as you are, Izuku. Raiki took the hit before it could get a little girl that was being held in a cage. That's why they were actually there in the first place. Turns out, it was a child trafficking ring. Aizawa rubbed his hands over his face. It was an extremely sensitive subject for them both, considering that's how some of the dead children had been brought into the facility with Raiki when she was little. Him as well. They never spoke about it either. They didn't need to know how fed up it was a given considering the sheet they'd gone through. More so on Izuku's end with the forced quirks, beatings and torture. It had been a lot for a tiny 5-year-old to have to deal with. Actually, anyone for that matter. How many children were there? 10 in total. It had only just started when they stormed the place thanks to the way in that Raiki had gotten. The kids are now free, being processed and identified by the police after a checkup at the hospital. All of the people in the place have been arrested as well. Good. Can we go and see Raiki? Of course. Then go home. Sure thing. Aizawa turned and left. Izuku grumbled as he gripped the bridge of his nose. Just let him have 5 minutes with that flaming pile of FNG trash and he'd destroy him for what he's done. Seriously, what was wrong with the bastard? Nearly hitting an already terrified child with fire. What the actual F made him think that was perfectly fine? Maybe it was time to call into his boss and speak to him about it because this was ridiculous. Maybe get a private meeting with the Hero Commission and warn them to get the male to tone it down and be more aware of those around him. Out of pretty much every single pro hero, Izuku had yet to meet one who caused more damage or casualties than Endeavor. Would that even work? Izuku already knew of the abuse the male had given to his family, but it was more of needing actual proof to get him taken down. Would Todoroki be willing to go that? Testify against his father? So much to think about and process. For anyone else, it would no doubt be a headache, but to Izuku, it was a minor hindrance because of the speed he thought of things anyway. Aizu. He turned and Kaminari was in front of him, looking a little worried. What's wrong, Kami? Why do you look worried? He pulled the male into a comforting hug. I called you a couple of times, but you seemed deep in thought. Is everything okay? He tipped his head down to look into his eyes. I'm okay. I just want to go and beat the shit out of someone. But we need to go. Where are we going? Infirmary. What? Why? Shiro asked. You'll see when we go there. All I'm saying is Reiki is there. They scrambled to grab their bags and then followed him in silence. As they approached, Recovery Girl walked out of the room, stopping short as she saw them. You all go on in. I need a quiet word with Izuku for a moment, she said, and the ragtags nodded before going in. Izuku sat down on one of the chairs and she settled beside him. He turned a little and pulled her into a hug, which she happily returned. Hi, Granny. He mumbled into her shoulder. Hi, Aizu. I'm so happy you and Reiki are awake again. Try and not frighten me like that again, please. She whispered, running her hand gently through his hair as she usually did. She had started doing that when he was a kid and it never failed to calm him down or make him feel cherished and safe. Which might seem weird considering the power he held, but it was the truth. Granny Chio was a fierce and powerful woman. Tiny yet mighty. Even Nizu outright refused to get on her bad side and trusted her entirely. Me too. How bad was Reiki's injury? He lifted his head and let her go. It wasn't as bad as I had originally thought. I'm thankful you are both fireproof, that's for sure. Anyone else would be gravely scared from it. Whereas with Reiki, it was more of a surface injury and red. Nothing a simple treatment can't get rid of. I still want to beat that bastard for what he did to her. He grumbled. I know you do, but you can't. I know what you're like, Izuku. Let it go for now, okay? Fine. Only because you asked, Granny. That's my boy. She kissed his cheek and hopped off the seat. He grinned, before following her into the infirmary. Reiki was sitting on the edge of the bed, Bakugo beside her and the others standing. She was only in her short-sleeved black t-shirt, as the jacket had been ruined by Endeavor. A bandage was over her entire left forearm where the injury had been, just for precaution until the following day. How you feeling, Firecracker? He asked as she glanced over at him. I'm fine. Minor hindrance, but that was fixed by RG. He went over and they fist bumped. Good. Ready to go home? Definitely. I take it you were informed on what went on. Basics. I know of because Aizawa told me. I know the flaming trash was the one to cause the injury because you protected a rogue fireball from hitting a little girl. True. Don't worry, he got hit back. I sent a ball of black fire at him and it got his arm. Only mine is much worse than his ever could be. She cackled and they smirked. At least you got him back for it? Mina laughed from where she was tucked into Shiro's side. Exactly. Now let's go home. Reiki got off the bed and after thanking RG, they left. His hand was linked with Eiji's, while he had a happy Kami tucked under his other arm, leaning into him. Mina and Shiro were swinging their hands back and forth slightly. Reiki had her arm looped around Bakugo's waist, while his arm was draped across her shoulders. Once they got out of the school grounds, a car honked, drawing their attention. A black-haired male was waving at them with a huge grin. Seems I don't have to walk. That's my dad. Shiro laughed. Lucky. Mina grumbled. Hold on a minute. He kissed her cheek quick and dashed to his dad, leaning down to speak. Whatever he said, as Izuku wasn't paying attention, the male nodded and Shiro grinned before coming back to them. What was that about? Mina asked her boyfriend. Dad said he can give you and Kami a lift, as you live near us anyway. Unfortunately not for everyone else. He looked sad at that. Relax, Shiro, it's cool, man. You three go home and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Reiki hugged him. Okay. They all hugged each other, before the three got in the car. As it drove away, Kami leaned out the window a little. Bye. He screamed, waving frantically at them with a beaming smile. "Bye, Danks," Reiki hollered, and they waved back, making him laugh. Yeah, he was definitely the baby of their group, but it was understandable. The guy was a mix of adorable and chaotic. Izuku wouldn't change anything about that, as that is what made Kami, well, Kami. They then headed in the direction of Eiji's home, deciding on dropping him off first as he was the furthest. They spent the walk talking about what had happened during the time that he and Reiki were in the coma and what they'd missed, which wasn't all that much actually. About 20 minutes later, they strolled down the road to Eiji's house, and it was near on full dark by that time. "We'll wait here for you both," Bakugo said, drawing his gaze. "You sure?" "Positive. Come on, Aizu." Eiji tugged his hand and he allowed himself to be pulled away by his smiling boyfriend. They went past 6 houses before stopping in front of a beautiful home. It had a short black fence around it with a twisted iron gate. The home was painted a warm cream color, with black wood-stained windows and an oak front door. The front garden had short grass with flowers along the fence line. Gravel led towards a black car that Izuku recognized was a BMW X2 M35i, and was parked beside a motorbike, which definitely caught his attention. It was a low-rider Harley-Davidson in sleek black and chrome. The tank had white flames painted on that streamlined perfectly. All in all, it was stunning. "You like motorbikes?" His gaze went to Eiji. "I do." "Who does it belong to?" "Mama." "It's a gorgeous bike." "Yeah, Mama loves it." Eiji grinned, just as the front door opened. Light spilled out, before being partially blocked by 2 women. One was dressed in biker leathers, short-sleeved black t-shirt and a waist jacket covered in patches. She had short, spiky black hair with neon blue tips that made her cobalt blue eyes appear much brighter. She had snakebite piercings and an abundance of studs up her ears. Izuku noticed tattoos covered her inner forearms but couldn't quite make out what they were. The other was in black jeans with a body-fitting red blouse. She had black and red hair that was swept up into a high ponytail and red eyes the same shade as Eiji's. No piercings or tattoos he could see, apart from small hoops in her lobes. She was the smaller of the two, at about 5 feet 5. The other was maybe Eiji's height. Both of them were beautiful women and didn't miss the fact they were holding hands. "Hey Mama." "Hey Mom." Eiji smiled at them both. "How was school, sweetheart?" "Boring, but then Izuku surprised us afterwards, which is why I'm home late." "I know you said in your text." "Nice to finally meet our son's boyfriend." The smaller woman smiled, and Izuku now knew where his boyfriend got his angelic smile from. "Nice to officially meet you both as well. I'm Izuku Kiyama. Please feel free to call me Izuku." He bowed slightly in politeness. He didn't bother hiding his last name, considering Eiji now knew who his mother was. "Oh, no need to bow to us, sweetie. I'm Raeliana, and this is my wife, Tegan," the smaller said. "Eiji." A high-pitched squeal came from behind the women, and Eiji laughed. A tiny girl squeezed through them with a vibrant smile and glowing blue eyes. She had curly black hair that brushed her shoulders that he could see. She was dressed in a red fox onesie. She jumped down the 2 steps leading into the home and dived into her brother's arms. "Aizu, this is my 6-year-old sister, Arabella. Bella, this is my boyfriend Izuku." Eiji introduced them. She turned to face him. "Hi, Mr. Aizu. Nice to meet you. I'm Arabella, but call me Bella," she chimed, smiling broadly, showing sharp teeth like her brother had. "It's very nice to meet you too, Miss Bella." He bowed a little, making her giggle. "I like him." She kissed her brother's cheek before throwing herself at him. He easily caught the tiny missile and held her securely as she sat on his forearm. "Well, that's a relief you do, Bella. But you can't keep on throwing yourself at people that come here with me for hugs, little shark." Eiji chided playfully, tickling her. She squealed in delight, slapping his hands to stop him. Izuku turned a little, taking her out of range. He protects me from you, brother shark." She stuck her tongue out and hugged Izuku. He chuckled and hugged her in return. One arm went around Eiji, drawing him into the embrace as well. "So, I see you like foxes, huh, Bella?" Izuku said as she lifted her head from his shoulder. "I do. They are the best." She bounced in his arms in excitement. Her entire bedroom is pretty much foxes. Eiji laughed. Izuku kneeled and put Bella down, making her look at him curiously. Have you ever met a fox? He asked. No. But I really want to. They're so cute. She squished her cheeks together and laughed. Izuku knew there and then he was going to protect this little girl from the harsh world so that she'd always keep that smile on her face. Would you like to? What are you doing, Kit? Syrinx piped up. Izuku heard him yawn, so he must have just woken up. Come on, you're a fox. It'll make her day. Fine. Only because she's adorable, Eiji's sister, and she better not squish me. She won't, promise. How would I do that? Bella asked as she lowered her hands. My quirk is a fox. Would you like to meet him? Really? Yes, please. She bounced in rapt excitement. He glanced at Eiji, who was smiling softly. Sure. His name is Syrinx. You have to hold him gently, okay? Promise. Good girl. He held his hands out and then they were full of his feisty red fox. Bella stared at him in rapt fascination. She held a tiny hand out for him to sniff, and he headbutted her palm, making her giggle a little. He's beautiful. Hello, Syrinx. She stroked his ear, resulting in him letting out a purr-like rumble and Bella to squeal softly in amazement. You're adorable, Syrinx told her, which startled the two women a little, but they didn't stop their daughter from this moment. Can I hold you? She asked. Sure. She carefully took him and cuddled him to her chest. Izuku stood up, drawing Eiji into his side. Bella ran to her mother's, being careful of Syrinx. Mama, take a photo for me, please. Sure, Bella. Tegan got her phone out and held the device up. Bella smiled broadly, while Syrinx smirked and tilted his head slightly. Izuku rolled his eyes at that. That fox was a total poser. This totally made her day. Thanks, babe. He glanced at Eiji. It's no problem. She's adorable. She sure is. They chuckled as Syrinx licked her cheek, resulting in Bella laughing. That had to be one of the purest sounds Izuku had ever heard. She brought him back, and Izuku knelt. He wasn't going to rude and stay at his full height. Here you go, Mr. Aizu. She handed Syrinx back and his fox disappeared. Thank you, Bella. Thank you for letting me hold him. She leaned in and hugged him. Izuku wrapped an arm around the tiny girl and returned the embrace, just making sure that he didn't crush or hurt her. That was one thing he definitely did not want to do. You're very welcome. Now, you better head in before it gets much darker, little one. Okay. She kissed his cheek with a smile before going to her mother's. He got up again. It was lovely to meet you, Izuku, Raeliana said, drawing his gaze. You too. Oh, might I have a quiet word with you both quickly? Of course. They joined him and Eiji went to Bella after Izuku reassured him. Holy shit, you're even taller up close than I realized. Tegan laughed and he chuckled. Please excuse my very blunt wife here, what is it you wish to ask us, Izuku? Raeliana asked. I'm sure Eiji has told you that me and my sister were in a coma for a week, and I wanted to know if it was fine with you both if Eiji could stay at mine on Saturday? I want to take him on a date to make up for it and causing him worry. I don't see no problem with that. I like how you asked us both first. Raeliana smiled at him. Of course. I would rather ask you both first to make sure that it is indeed okay, just in case you had anything planned. I wouldn't want to step in the middle of family time. That's lovely. Do you have any plans on what you do? I was thinking of taking him to the aquarium, as I know he loves sharks. Then out to dinner, then back to mine for cuddles and watch movies. He'd love that, Tegan said, smirking. He certainly would. We have no problem with Eiji spending the night at yours. But on one condition, Raeliana said after glancing at her wife quickly, who just nodded and held her hand. Which is, allow us to see your face fully, and that you promise to never hurt our son. I promise to never hurt your son. I'd rather die than hurt him. Ijiro means too much for me to do that. As for the other, he removed his mask without hesitation, allowing them to see him fully. He usually never removed it, but he wanted them to trust him. Wow, you are a handsome man, aren't you? Tegan chuckled. I'm nothing special, just me. Eiji is the beautiful one. He glanced at his boyfriend, who was sitting on the steps with Bella beside him on his phone, and he smiled when he saw Izuku looking at him. But then his eyes went wide when he saw that he was unmasked. Good answer. Raeliana smirked, patting his arm in merriment. AG dashed over, snuggling into his side and faced his mother's. What's going on? Why is Aizu unmasked? Can I tell him? Raeliana asked him. Of course. Tell me what? AG looked at them, then him and back to them. You're staying at Izuku's house on Saturday. He's taking you out. On a date. He wanted our permission first to make sure that it was okay. Tegan grinned at her son. You did? AG tipped his head back to look at him. I did. I wanted to make sure that it was fine with them first. I didn't know if you would have any family plans, so I figured it was best to ask instead of just taking you. I won't come between you and your family, AG. That was one thing he would never do. He knew the importance of family after all. Aizu. AG turned and hugged him tightly. You've got a keeper here, Aijiro. We'll let you say goodnight and meet you inside. Tegan said. Good night, Izuku. We will see you Saturday when you pick our son up. Raeliana smiled at him. Of course. Good night to you both. He bowed slightly and they went into their house after picking Bella up, who waved at him. He waved back, resulting in a broad grin from her before her attention went back to the phone in her hands. You best head in too. I'll see you at school tomorrow, he said to his love. I will. Text me when you get home? Of course. I love you, AG. I love you too. Izuku leaned down and kissed his boyfriend, who gripped his top and kissed back. Izuku wrapped his arms around his shoulders. The kiss was soft, gentle, and full of their love for one another. When they separated, he tugged his mask back up. Get home safely. I promise. He let him go and waited until AG went into his home and shut the door after smiling at him. Izuku shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and headed back to Reiki and Bakugo. That had been eventful. Sure, he hadn't expected to meet AG's parents just yet, but he was definitely happy with the result. There was no mistaking that they were a close family and loved each other. As he approached his sister, she was snuggled into Bakugo's chest as they hugged each other tightly. When she heard his footsteps, that he deliberately made heavy considering he walked without making a sound, she turned to look at him. How did it go? She asked. Great. Met his mums and little sister too. Bella is adorable, isn't she? Bakugo smirked as he let Reiki go. They started heading to the direction of the blonde's house. Sure is. She met Syrinx as well. Bet that went well. She's obsessed with foxes. Definitely. She hugged him and got a photo taken too? Let me guess, he posed for it? Reiki cackled. Clearly. He's a huge poser when getting his photo taken. Izuku snorted before they fell into a comfortable silence. Before he knew it, they neared Bakugo's and his phone binged. Pulling it from his pocket, AG had texted him with an attachment. Miking, hey babe, I know you're not home yet, but I wanted to send you the photo of Bella with Syrinx. Too adorable to not share with you, XX photo attached. Izuku opened the attachment and smiled. AG was right, it was indeed adorable. He would get it printed out, put a copy at TG, as well as give a copy to AG and his mums and one for Bella for her bedroom. He knew she'd appreciate it. Izuku, thank you handsome. It is indeed adorable, XX. Miking, I know right? Are you nearly home? Izuku, not yet. Just got to Bakugo's. Then heading home, XX. Miking, okay babe, let me know when you get home, so I don't worry. Love you. Izuku, I love you too, XX. Izuku put his phone away with a small smile just as Bakugo let out a grumble. What is it? He asked the blonde. Before he could reply, the front door to his home was yanked open, revealing his mother, who was staring at Reiki in complete shock. Reiki! She screamed, realizing who was with her son and ran down the drive. Reiki laughed and caught the woman in a tight hug. Bakugo's dad appeared, smiling softly at the scene. Hey Mitsuki! Why did you not effing tell me that you had woken up? I've been so effing worried. Mitsuki chided playfully when she let Reiki go. We only woke up this morning. We had some tests done, then I wanted to surprise Kat. Now it's your turn, so surprise Mits. Reiki grinned as Bakugo wrapped his arms around her waist. She then turned ruby eyes to him, and they went wide. Izuku! Hey Mitsuki! Holy shit! You're huge! What the F happened to you? She stepped forward and put a hand on his arm, squeezing a little. We're not really sure apart from this happened while we were in the coma. He shrugged. Well, either way, I'm glad you two are all right now. She gave him a quick hug as her husband joined them. Thanks, Mitz. Reiki smiled at the woman. She had told Izuku how they'd gotten quite close, with having cafe dates for gossip and just having a general good time away from everyone. It seemed to help both of them, judging by the way they were with each other. Oh, Izuku, this is my husband Masaru. Babe, this is Reiki's brother, Izuku. Mitsuki introduced them. He immediately knew the brunette was the calmer of the two. Nice to meet you. Izuku held his hand out. Pleasure to meet you as well. Nice to finally put a face to the name I've heard a fair few things about. Masaru shook his hand quickly. Whatever they've told you is a lie. Izuku mock glared at his sister, who burst out laughing. It's nothing bad, Aizu, promise. Why do I not believe that? Bakugo snorted at their interaction, already somewhat used to it. It's the truth this time. Reiki sassed. But sure. Anyway, we should head off and go see our parents. Have you not seen them since you woke up? Mitsuki asked as Bakugo pulled Reiki away for a bit of privacy. We have. But I'm sure they'll want to spend some time with us to truly make sure that we're fine. Understandable. I'd be the same if that feisty brat of mine ended up in a coma for a week. Mitsuki chuckled, before hearing her son grunt and Reiki cackle with laughter. They turned and Bakugo was holding his stomach while glaring at Reiki, who had her back to them, with her hands on her hips. Bakugo grabbed her, yanking her into him, and they kissed. Izuku turned to his parents, who were smiling at the display of affection. It's really nice seeing him be happy, Masaru said. What do you mean? Izuku asked. He didn't really have the easiest time growing up. Everyone wanted to be his friend due to his quirk and how powerful and he is. He only has Kirishima and Mina as true friends, but it's nice to see that he now has you, Reiki, Siro, and Kaminari. Mitsuki explained. True. There are friends now too, the first we've had actually. So I can kind of relate about not really having anyone around apart from Reiki. But I promise you both will always stick together. Thank you. Mitsuki smiled and side-hugged him as the couple joined them. Of course. Ready to go? Reiki asked. Sure. See you tomorrow, Bakugo. He and Bakugo fist bumped, which seemed to be their thing now. Later's man. Bye, Mitz. Bye, Masaru. Reiki hugged them both quickly, before turning to him with a gleam in her eyes and an unmistakable grin. Hell no. Get that thought out of your head. He growled low. Never. Carry me. She jumped on him and he just sighed, moving her around to his back. No point in arguing as she'd just do it anyway. See you in the morning. Text me when you get home safe. Bakugo said, smiling at his girlfriend. Will do. Love you, cat. Love you too. He herded his smirking parents into their home and waved before shutting the door. Izuku held Reiki's thighs so she couldn't fall. Which home? He asked as he started walking. Dad took tonight off, so I was thinking of spending time with him. You should with Aunt Nem too. Sounds a plan. I'll drop you off first. Okay. She hugged into his neck, enjoying the rare opportunity to be carried. It was no hassle to him, considering she barely weighed anything to him. It was a comfortable silence between them, as usual. When they got to her home, he let her down as her dad opened the door. See you tomorrow, Aribear. He hugged her tightly. See you in the morning. Love you, Izubear. She let him go. Love you too. He watched as she went into her home, wrapping an arm around her dad. He nodded at his uncle, who waved with a small smile before shutting the door to spend time with his daughter and reassuring himself that she truly was fine now. As he walked away, he pulled his phone out and opened Eiji's contact. Izuku, hey babe. I'm home now. Going to spend a few hours with Mum then go to bed. I'll see you at the gates in the morning, okay? Sleep well. I love you, Exis. Rolling his shoulders, he went into his house, only to instantly be snagged in a hug. He laughed and wrapped his arms tightly around his mum. Hey Mum. He pulled his mask off, leaving it on the table in the hallway, before leaning down and kissing the top of her head. Hey sunshine. I'm so happy you're truly fine. I've missed you like crazy. She mumbled into his chest. She'd changed out of her hero gear and was in baggy pajama bottoms and one of his t-shirts. Well, one that had fitted before the whole growing thing. He really needed to go and get new clothes to fit him too. She pulled back and smiled at him. I've missed you too, Mum. It's also just you and me tonight. How about we make some dinner, then snuggle on the couch under a blanket together and watch a movie or something? He took his shoes off, locked the front door, hung his jacket up and followed her into the kitchen to start cooking. They'd done that at least once or twice a week since he was about 5. Just enjoying being with each other and creating happy memories for the both of them. That sounds perfect. I take it Shota is with Reiki? Sure is, he took the night off to be with her. Oh, I also met Eiji's family today when I walked him home. He pulled some pork out the fridge, before turning to her. What? Really? How did it go? She filled the kettle up before putting it on to make them some tea. They only really drank coffee in the mornings. Better than I expected, to be honest. Both his mums are pretty cool and Eiji has traits of both of them. His little sister, Bella, is adorable. Here, I'll show you. He put the food on the side, before pulling up the photo that Eiji had sent him. Handing the device to his mum, he set about making katsudon for them both. Oh, she's a little beauty. Fox obsessed too by the looks of it. She chuckled as his phone went off. She handed it back and he opened the text. She is. Very obsessed apparently. He replied before turning his attention to the device in his hand. Miking, I'm glad you got home all right. Enjoy your time with your mum. I'll see you at the gates in the morning. Sweet dreams when you go to bed and thank you for walking me home. I love you too, handsome XX. Izuku, I'll gladly walk you home every day if you so wish it. Night, baby XX. Izuku shut off the texts and smiled softly at his wallpaper. It was the photo of him and Eiji that had been taken at TG. You could barely see him due to how he'd selected the photo to fill the screen, because he'd rather stare at his boyfriend's beautiful, smiling face than his own boring mug. Locking the device, he put it in his pocket and raised his gaze to see his mum smirking at him. What? He asked. You're so in love with him, aren't you? I've never felt this way about anyone. He's pretty much my soul. He admitted. Izuku, there is truly nothing wrong with that. Remember one of the things I told you. You'll know when a relationship is right for you because it enhances it, not complicates it. I already see that with you and Kirishima. That's literally all I want for you. To be happy and have someone who accepts you entirely. She hugged him tightly before moving to make their drinks. Thanks, Mum. You're welcome, sweetheart. Oh, before I forget, I'm out on Saturday. I asked Eiji's mums for permission to take him out on a date. Don't mind if he stays the night either, do you? He'd honestly forgotten to make sure that it was okay with her first. Oh, that'll be lovely for you both. Way to go in asking for their permission too. And not at all, he can stay the night. He already knows I'm your mum, so it won't be a total shock. That's good. Now, how about we put some music on and get cooking? He chuckled as she turned a beaming grin at him. Now you're talking my language. Turn on the tunes and let's go, baby. He quickly did, hooking his phone to the Bluetooth speaker and put on a playlist. They started dancing together while preparing their food, laughing as they did. He didn't usually like cooking with other people, but this is what they'd always done, and they worked flawlessly together. This is what he loved to do. Creating wonderful memories with his beautiful, strong badass mother that will last a lifetime for them both. Kirishima smiled happily as he shut the door to his house after Aizu walked him home. He couldn't believe he'd actually unmasked himself for his mother's. Kirishima wasn't complaining though, he'd happily stare at that beautiful face all the time if he could. He locked the door, knowing that they wouldn't leave until the morning now. Going into the living room, Bella was sprawled on the couch, playing a game on his phone. He settled beside his sister, and she immediately cuddled into his side and his arm wrapped around her. He could hear the mums in the kitchen, preparing dinner. He wasn't allowed in the kitchen, as that was their domain, so he'd never learned how to truly cook. Realizing that now, made him feel like crap. What if he wanted to make something for Aizu and ruined it? Maybe they could teach him some simple recipes? Considering he wasn't going to live at home forever after all. He knew how to bake simple things like cookies or a sponge cake, as he'd done that since he was a kid as family bonding, but actual cooking, that was a total of zilch that he could do. A few minutes later, Bella handed him his phone back. Had enough, baby shark? He asked. Yes. Can we cuddle properly? She turned her large, doe-like blues to him. Of course. I get AG snuggles. She crawled into his lap and crashed into his chest, head tucked under his chin and tiny arms around his torso. He cuddled her back, hands locking together at the base of her spine as they sat there in comfortable silence. They'd cuddled this way since she was a newborn. She had once admitted to him that it made her feel like nothing could hurt her, being protected in her big brother's arms. It had made him cry a little, and promised he'd always do his absolute best to protect, love, and cherish her no matter what. He soon felt her go limp with sleep, breathing even out and hands go slack from where they were gripping his shirt. His mum walked into the room and smiled at the sight of them. She loves you. Raeliana snapped a photo, not that Kirishima would have stopped her or moaned about it. It was precious memories after all. I love her as well. I want literally nothing but the best for Arabella. If I can keep the harshness of the world away from her for as long as possible, to keep her radiant smile in place, I will do it. Whatever it takes. He ran his hands softly through Bella's hair, getting a soft sigh of contentment from her. I know you will, AG. You're the best, big brother. Raeliana leaned over and kissed his cheek, and he smiled at her. I'm just trying my best for her. I want to be a good role model. But I think that role is going to be taken by Izuku now. I can't believe that Bella was like that with him, considering how shy she usually is with new people. I was surprised as well. But it just goes to show that you can definitely trust him. The way he was with Bella was lovely to see. Most would have just shrugged her off and not taken the time to actually speak to her like Izuku did. I approve of him, by the way. Raeliana smirked as she settled onto the other couch. Tegan joined her wife, looking at him with a sly smirk. Oh God, that meant she was going to embarrass him now. So, my darling Ijiro, why did you not inform us just how handsome Izuku is, huh? She teased. Mama. He blushed bright red, hiding his face in Bella's hair. That caused the females to chuckle at his embarrassment. Classic parent move. Oh come on now, you knew we'd ask. I do approve of him asking for our permission first to take you out on a date on Saturday though. Not very many would do that. Tegan grinned and he lifted his head to look at her. Thanks, Mama. He smiled at her, just as Bella shuffled a little. He smiled down at her as she woke up, letting out a delicate yawn that always reminded him of a tiny kitten. The TV was put on, being changed to a sports channel that showed a motorbike race for his mama. His mum was cuddled into her side, reading a book, like usual. He grabbed his phone. He had to send Izuku the photo of Bella with Syrinx. More so now before he forgot. Kirishima, hey babe, I know you're not home yet, but I wanted to send you the photo of Bella with Syrinx. Too adorable to not share with you, XX photo attached. Putting the device down, he moved Bella onto the couch and stretched. His sister Mock glared at him for moving her and he stuck his tongue out at her, just as his phone beeped. Signaling a text. Bella snorted at him before she rolled off the couch and shuffled over to her table by the window and started to draw. Turning his attention to the device in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. Husband Izuku, thank you, handsome. It is indeed adorable, XX. Kirishima, I know, right? Are you nearly home? Husband Izuku, not yet. Just got to Bakugu's. Then heading home, XX. Kirishima, okay babe, let me know when you get home, so I don't worry. Love you. Husband Izuku, I love you too, XX. Yes, it was a bit silly of what he'd saved Izuku's contact as, but it was how he already saw the mail. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, going to marry him one day. When you knew, you knew. It was as simple as that. He was never letting Izuku go. He was pretty much his soul already. He sounded like a total sap, but it was the stone-cold truth. He quite liked the sound of Ijiro Kiyama. A warmth spread through him thinking of that. Izuku would literally be the perfect husband. Putting the device down on the arm of the couch, he got up. Would anyone like a drink? He asked his family. No thank you. His mum said. Can I have some blackcurrant please? Bella lifted her head. Sure thing, baby shark. He went to the kitchen and flipped the switch on the kettle. While that boiled, he made Bella her drink, putting it into her plastic cup that was decorated in cartoon foxes. Dinner was cooking and smelt amazing as always when his mums cooked. He carefully carried the drink to his sister and put it down on her table. "Thank you." She beamed at him. Kirishima chuckled and placed a kiss to the top of her head. "You're welcome." He went back to the kitchen and made himself a cup of hot chocolate. He loved the stuff. He didn't really drink tea or coffee, but he rarely turned down a good mug of hot chocolate. After making his drink, he went back to the living room and curled up in the corner of the couch. They stayed in silence, comfortable that way as he sipped his drink and watched the race with his mama. About 20 minutes later, his mums went into the kitchen to sort dinner and his phone binged. Picking it up, he opened the text he had received. "Husband Izuku, hey babe. I'm home now. Going to spend a few hours with mum then go to bed. I'll see you at the gates in the morning, okay? Sleep well. I love you XX." Before he could reply, Tegan appeared in the doorway. "Eiji?" "Yes, mama? Can you help Bella put her things away? Dinner is almost ready." "Of course. Thank you, my hero." He beamed at the nickname before helping Bella put her drawing stuff away so she could eat her dinner. As he collected the paper, his eyes caught on a certain drawing. "Bella, who's this?" he asked, showing her what he meant. "That's for Mr. Izuku. Can you give it to him for me, please? This will be him and Syrinx." She smiled. "I can. I'll give it to him tomorrow. Do you want to write anything on it? Can you show me how to write family?" "I can." He lightly wrote family at the bottom in fine pencil, which she went over with bright crayon. As she did that, he put everything else away into her drawing box that they had in the room. "How's this, AG?" He turned from where he was crouching, and Bella shoved the paper at him. He pulled it away from his face with a chuckle. She'd gone over the writing he had done in her childlike messy style, in dark green crayon. It was adorable. "It's great, Bella. Izuku will love it. When I get home after school tomorrow, I'll ring him so he can thank you personally. How does that sound?" "Amazing!" She cheered. "Dinner's ready." Raeliana called. Kirishima swept a laughing Bella up into his arms and carried her to the kitchen. Putting her down after a loud kiss to her cheek, getting one in return, he gathered her bowl and chopsticks then helped her take it to her table. Once done, he got his own food, settled back on the couch ready to eat, then remembered he hadn't replied to Izuku. Grabbing his phone quick, he hastily typed a reply. How the hell could he have forgotten already? What an idiot. "Kirishima, I'm glad you got home all right. Enjoy your time with your mum. I'll see you at the gates in the morning. Sweet dreams when you go to bed and thank you for walking me home. I love you too, handsome XX. Husband Zu, I'll gladly walk you home every day if you so wish it. Night baby XX." Wow, he had replied quick. Had he been waiting for a reply? He'll apologize tomorrow, that's for sure. He tried his best to not squeal like a love-struck fool at seeing Izuku call him baby. One thing was for sure though, it definitely made him feel giddy and warm inside. Coming out of the texts, he smiled at his wallpaper. It was a secret photo he had taken of Izuku when he'd been talking to Mina about something on the way back from training ground. The setting sun was shining on him, making his gorgeous emeralds gleam. He was utterly smitten for the male. He had to get some new ones of them. He wanted one of them together, and not of him peeking over his shoulder or something. Maybe he could ask Reiki to take one of them? Locking the device and putting it beside him, he shoved some food in his mouth before a throat being cleared got his attention. His mums were looking at him with avid smirks. Bella was too engrossed in her food and watching the TV. "What?" he asked. "You're hopelessly in love with Izuku, aren't you?" Tegan said. I've never felt this way about anyone. He's pretty much my soul." He admitted. Never lie to them. Just the thought of doing that made him feel sick to his stomach. "AG, baby, there is nothing wrong with that. We're happy that you're happy." Raeliana smiled. "Ray is right, AG. The best we want for you is to be happy, as well as fall in love with someone who accepts not just your strong parts, but the weak ones too," Tegan said, getting up and taking the dirty dishes into the kitchen. Kirishima ate the last of the food as he thought over what she said. When finished, he turned to his mum. "Mum, can I ask you something?" Raeliana lifted her gaze from the book she had gone back to reading, and he stared into the red eyes he had inherited. Of course. What is it? What did Mama exactly mean by the fall in love with someone who accepts not just your strong parts, but the weak ones too? I'm a bit confused on that. He sheepishly rubbed his neck. Your strong parts, the parts you allow people to see. The weak parts are your softer, nicer side, but it's not meant in a bad way. Many people hide those sides of them to keep people at a distance. Kind of not wanting them to be classed as weak or immature, so to speak. Oh, I get what you mean. But I thought it wasn't a bad thing to allow people to see both sides of yourself? No one can surely keep people at arm's length all the time? Not usually, baby. Sadly, there are a lot of people out there who do though. Many don't realize it, thinking that they're just being mean, but lots do it as some kind of means to protect themselves. No one can know truly what someone thinks unless they admit it when trusting enough. If a person is guarded, it would therefore take an incredibly special someone to get them to open up about things in their life. Be it from something that's happened, to whatever emotion they're feeling. Thanks, Mom. I understand better now. I'm going to take my dishes out and go for a shower. He got up, shoved his phone in his pocket and got his things. Happy to help. Will you come back down tonight? Probably not. I've got some homework I need to do, then I might go to bed as it's been a long day. I bet it has. Okay, enjoy your shower, and if you need any help on the homework, give either me or Tegan a shout. Thanks, Mum. He took his things to the kitchen, sending a grin to his mama as she wiped the sides down, rinsed off the bowl quick, and then put everything in the dishwasher. I'm going upstairs now. If you need me, call me, okay? He said to her, and she turned a little. Why you hiding upstairs? I'm going for a shower and do some homework I have left. Got it. I'll bring you some hot chocolate up in about an hour or so, okay? Yes, please. He grabbed his mama for a hug, which she happily returned. She might be a badass biker chick with the same quirk as him, but to him, she was his beautiful mama, and no matter how big or old he got, he would never get tired of her hugs. Kirishima didn't care who knew it either. He wasn't shy or embarrassed about how close he and his family were. Letting go of Tegan, she kissed his cheek quick, making him laugh before he went upstairs. As he went into his bedroom, he pulled his phone from his pocket and set an alarm for the morning, then scurried to plug the device into charge. He was down to only 4%, whoops. He quickly got a change of clothes to sleep in, only now realizing that he was still in his school uniform. Good thing he had a few sets, as he definitely wasn't going to wear this one tomorrow. He found one of Izuku's old tops, before he had that insane growth spurt that Midnight had given him when the siblings had been 3 days into their coma. Now that Kirishima knew she was Aiza's mother, they'd strangely gotten closer, but he wasn't complaining. Midnight was a good laugh and had a great sense of humor. Plus, she'd found him sitting by a tree one day, on his own in silence, going over some work, just wanting time to himself away from everyone. She'd helped him on some of it that he had a little trouble understanding bits, but she'd broken it down into a way that he finally understood it. She was definitely more intelligent than a lot of people gave her credit for. That day, they'd spoken about a few things, mainly his worry over Izuku and Raiki after she had asked him how he was feeling. The following day after that somewhat heart-to-heart, Midnight had nabbed him on his way to lunch, wishing to speak to him privately for a moment, and promptly gave him one of Izuku's tops. Saying it would help in a way having something that smelled of her son would ease a bit of the ache. He'd thanked her profusely, bunching the top in his hands and shoving it into his face, dragging in that already familiar and welcoming scent. He didn't care that he looked like an idiot, he'd desperately been missing his boyfriend. If anyone empathized about missing Izuku, then it was definitely his mother. Kirishima snapped from his thoughts and went for a shower. 20 minutes later, he was out and back in his room, drying off. Putting on the clean clothes, he huddled into Izuku's top with a happy hum. It had already become his favorite smell. Spicy vanilla with a touch of sandalwood. It was calming too. Drying his hair with one hand, the other pulled out his maths work. He wasn't the best at maths, but he wasn't the worst. This was the last that he had to do, then he had caught up on everything, thankfully. He put it down on his desk, before putting his dirty washing in the basket ready to take down in the morning. Kirishima settled at his desk, plugged in his earphones to his phone and played a list he'd put together with Mina and Denki. Knuckling down, he didn't realize the time passing until he jumped slightly as a hand patted his leg. Pulling the earphones out, he found himself staring at a half-awake Bella. She was trying desperately to stay awake, but it was clearly a losing battle. "Why aren't you in bed yet, baby shark?" he asked, pulling her into his lap. "I wanted to say night first." She mumbled into his chest. "Ah, baby. Good night. I love you." He kissed the top of her head, giving her a cuddle too. "I love you too." She managed to get out before crashing completely. He chuckled lightly before standing up, and carried her to her own room, where Raeliana was sorting the bed. I wondered where she'd ran off to. "Put her in the bed for me, please." "Sure, Mum." He gently put his sister down, who grumbled in her sleep, but he stopped it with putting her fox plushie into her arms. He pulled the duvet over her, making sure that she was tucked in properly. Reaching over, he flicked on her night light before turning to his mum. "You're such a good brother to her." She smiled, wrapping her arm around his waist before walking out of the room together. "I try my best with her." He shrugged before turning the main light out and shutting the door. "I know you do, and I couldn't be prouder of you both." "Oh, how is the homework coming along?" "I've pretty much finished it now, thankfully." "That's good. Tegan is making your hot chocolate now too." "Has an hour really gone by already?" he asked as they stopped outside his bedroom. "Oh, more like 2 hours. We got carried away watching a movie, but we knew that once you knuckled down with your work, you would barely notice the time passing." She chuckled. "True, I didn't notice." He went into his room, and she followed, settling on his bed while he claimed his chair. Quickly turning his music off, he then turned back around, just as Tegan walked in with a mug of hot chocolate for him. "Here you go, champ." She handed it over. "Thanks, Mama." He happily accepted the drink and put it on the mat he had for drinks. It might seem silly to some, but he genuinely hated ring marks left over on the desk. Thank God it was wood and not glass though, as that would just infuriate him. Both his mums were now looking at him, seated together. This wasn't good. "So, now that Arabella is asleep, we wanted to talk to you." "Don't worry, you're not in trouble before you think that." Raeliana started. "About what?" he asked. "You've been really down the past week or so, and you only finally admitted it to us of the reason last night. Why didn't you tell us about it sooner?" Tegan said. "I'm sorry, I never meant for that to happen. I was just really worried about Izuku as well as Raiki. I felt utterly useless in not being able to stop the fight happening." He turned his gaze to the floor and started playing with his fingers. "Ijiro, we get that, sweetheart, but we're still your mums. You know that you can talk to us about anything, right?" He looked up to see both of them smiling softly at him. He got up and moved to sit between them both. They took a hand each. "I know I can. I am terribly sorry for not talking to you both about it. Just promise to not keep us in the dark anymore? I know on some things with training, or whatever you'll go through, you won't be able to tell us, but everything else." Tegan said, and he leaned his head on her shoulder. "I promise, Mama. That's my hero. Now, want to tell us everything that's been piling up on you? I know for a fact you've not gotten over it yet," Raeliana said, running her hand through his hair. Her short, manicured nails scratching lightly against his scalp, which felt really nice. He knew they were the best ones to talk about everything with. Just a whole bottle of emotions really. "When Izuku and Raiki fought that day, I've never felt so scared as when I did when they hit the ground as hard as they did. Before that happened, us ragtags were talking about the battle scenario we had been put through. It was heroes versus villains. Raiki had just gone on her own, portraying the villain and had to keep her opponents away from a fake nuke, and she was against Achiko Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu. Uraraka had a personal grudge against Raiki because of Bakugu. He sighed and sat back up straight, otherwise he'd fall asleep. Raeliana removed her hand, clearly realizing it would knock him out. "Hold on, all that shit started because this Uraraka beach was / jealous of Raiki because it involves Katsuki?" Tegan growled. Both her and Raeliana were protective of Bakugu, considering they treated him like another son. "Mama, calm down." "But yes, it's because of her." Bakugu asked Raiki to be his girlfriend. They'd gotten ridiculously close, as in she's pretty much perfect for him. Anyway, Uraraka didn't like that, and got really jealous so started causing trouble. The entire class doesn't actually like Izuku or Reiki apart from us ragtags. Even more now because Uraraka got removed from heroics and put into another class. He got up to get his mug, quickly draining the contents of the warm drink. He wasn't going to waste that. Oh blimey. That's rather silly. Okay, so what happened after the battle? Raeliana asked. Ragtags were talking about it, when the class snob, Tenya Ida, stood up and started going on about how Reiki was unfair during her battle, but said nothing of the fact that Uraraka used a flamethrower on Reiki. Hold on, she did that? He nodded before noticing that Tegan was getting furious. So much so, that Raeliana got up and plopped down on her lap, knowing she wouldn't activate her quirk as to not hurt her. His mum smirked at him before motioning him to carry on, looping her arm around her wife's neck to not fall. Which is exactly what Kirishima did. He informed his mums of everything. The entire fight, how he felt about it, the aftermath, his emotions, how he was feeling and so on. They must have stayed like that for a good hour or so, just letting him get everything out. By the end of it, he was cuddled up in their arms, tears finally stopped pouring down his cheeks and he was exhausted. He was moved to lay down, and his mama tucked him in after wiping the tears away, while his mum turned his desk lamp off and put his things away in his bag ready for the morning. Before we leave you to sleep, I want you to remember something. You can only do the best of your own capabilities. You are not superhuman or God, everyone makes mistakes. That is all part of being human. Do not blame yourself for what happened between Izuku and Reiki, because I know for a fact that they do not blame you, Ijiro. Just continue to be your fun, lovable and adorable self. Izuku won't stop loving you, that's obvious in the way he looks at you. Same with me, Ray and Bella, we will never stop loving you. Tegan said, leaning down and placing a gentle kiss to his cheek. I love you, Mama. He smiled sleepily at her. I love you too, champ, always. She moved away, to let her wife say her own good night, while she shut his curtains, blocking out the vibrant moonlight. Tegan is right, Eiji. We'll never stop loving you. You're our hero, but most importantly, our son. Remember a bit of advice that my dad once told me when I was feeling down about myself? If you're having a bad day, put your hand on your chest. You feel your heart beating beneath your palm. That's called purpose. You're here for a reason that only you can determine. You still have a way to go to show the world exactly who the wonderful Ijiro Kirishima is. We will back you 100% every single time. She smiled at him. His mums were the best. They never failed to make him feel better in himself. He definitely wouldn't keep anything back from them again, as the metaphorical heavy weight lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to breathe and relax better for the first time since everything had happened. Thanks, Mum. I love you. I love you too, baby. Get some rest now and we'll see you in the morning. She kissed his cheek and they moved away from him. Turning out the main light, they both smiled at him over their shoulder, which he returned before snuggling down under his duvet until it was tucked up under his chin. As his door shut for the night, he pulled Izuku's top up to his nose, breathing in that delicious scent. Good night, Izuku, I love you. He whispered into the darkness of his room, before succumbing to the pull of sleep, eager to see his boyfriend in the morning. Izuku was mulling around in the kitchen, finishing bentos for the ragtags to have for lunch. It was a surprise, but he'd give Reikis to her first thing. Purely so he could wind her up with it and that she'd have to wait before being able to dig in. As the last lid was clipped into place and the kettle finished boiling, a scuffle of feet drew his attention to the doorway, just as his mum sluggishly walked in, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She was in comfortable shorts that reached the middle of her thighs and one of his old tops that hung off one shoulder. Her hair was flowing down her back with small strands all over the place. Classic bedhead. Izuku thought it was adorable. Morning, Mum. He said about making her coffee and she crashed into his back, wrapping her arms around his waist with a yawn. Morning, sunshine. Did you sleep all right? I did, thanks. Did you? Yes. She nuzzled into his spine, making him chuckle. He was in his new uniform, just without the blazer, and had rolled the shirt sleeves up to his elbows. He'd also left it untucked, and minus the tie, considering it now felt like he was being strangled and it looked silly on him. His bag was packed and, on the table, ready to put the food inside. He also made an additional 2 bentos, because he had a gut feeling that they'd have 2 people joining them today. Not as official members or anything though, because that was a group discussion, but he had a feeling they'd be hanging with them more. His mum let him go, and he handed over her coffee as well as breakfast he'd made. "Thanks, sunshine." She stretched up to kiss his cheek. "You're welcome." He returned the gesture, before collecting his own food. They took it to the table and tucked in. They ate in comfortable silence, before his phone binged. "Sister Ike, morning sheethead, you better be ifng up already. Anyway, I wanted to say that I'm walking with Kat today, hope that's okay?" Izuku, morning. "Yes, I'm already awake firecracker and eating breakfast with Mum." "That's fine. I'll see you at the gates X." "Sister Ike, thanks dude. See you soon X." Izuku put his phone back in his pocket and finished off his breakfast. When they'd finished, he collected the dirty dishes and put them in the dishwasher, along with the other things he had used to cook this morning. Grabbing some bentos, he put them on the table, resulting in his mum looking at him with an eyebrow raised. "What's that?" "Bentos. One for you, Aizawa, Nizu and Mike. I also have one for Granny." "Oh, thank you. What are they?" "Barbecue pork, with chunks of chicken and beef. Roll on lunch." His mum clapped her hands together with a broad grin. Izuku chuckled at her excited expression. "Enjoy. I'm just going to pack up the ragtags ones then head off to school." "Not walking with Reiki?" His mum turned wide eyes to lock with his. "Oh. She texted me and said she's walking with Bakugu this morning. It's fine though, I'll just put my earphones in and just listening to some music on my way." He replied as he put the other bentos into his backpack. He had decided on the bigger bag, as it would be easier to carry everything. "Fair enough. I'll let you get going as I need to go and get ready. I'll see you at you." "Sure, love you." He leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I love you too, my sunshine." She kissed him back before disappearing upstairs. Izuku made sure that he had everything, including his books needed for the day, and headed off. Shrugging into his new leather jacket, combat boots tied military tight, slung his bag over one shoulder as it wasn't heavy to him, he put on a plain black mask, checked he had his ID in his pocket before glancing up the stairs. "I'm heading off, Mum. See you soon," he called. "Bye, sunshine. Be careful," she hollered back. Izuku chuckled and plugged in his earphones. Looping them under his shirt before putting them in, he shut the door behind him while scrolling through a playlist. He quickly settled on a heavy one and cranked the volume up. The heavy instrumental blared into his eardrums, making him happy. Shoving his hands into his jacket pockets, he began the short walk to UA. Due to his long legs, it didn't take too long, considering he found himself walking at times to the beat of the song playing. About 10 minutes later, he approached the school and noticed the abundance of media outside, trying to snag anyone to talk to them. He noticed the ragtags waiting safely beyond the protective barrier. Izuku grumbled under his breath, he hated the media. They spun the truth into whatever they wanted, majority of it lies, and many believed it. As his group noticed him, he was gifted with a blinding smile from Eiji, as well as an enthusiastic wave and grin from Kaminari, just as a hand landed on his shoulder. He whirled around, grabbing the offending appendage, and squeezed slightly. He yanked an earbud out, as his eyes narrowed at the news reporter. He heard everyone behind him go quiet. He vaguely heard Aizawa demanding to know what was going on. "What do you want?" He growled low. I wanted T to know if why you'd talk to me a moment." The guy stammered. He was pretty much shaking in fear as he now realized just how tall and broad Izuku was. Considering he towered over the idiot. "Why the F would I do that? I just wanna ask some questions about what it's like to be taught by All Might. Then ask when he does an interview or some sheet. Don't harass FNG students who are on their way into their school to learn." Pathetic. He let the male go, who immediately grabbed his bruised wrist with a whimper. "Damn dude, there is no need to be like that." Another called, making Izuku turn to glare at him. All the reporters shrank back from the glacial look. He noticed the ragtags watching, highly amused, as was his uncle. He did notice that an auburn-haired girl had been caught and they hadn't let her go, despite her obvious protests. Like there is no need for you to harass students wanting to go to school to study? Beach please, don't FING test me. You'll lose, every single damn time. So back the F off from the gates and let us get on with our day. Also, the next one to put a hand on me goes to the FNG hospital. He snapped, walking past. They must have realized he literally meant it, as none tried to touch or stop him. He motioned for the girl to join him, not missing the relieved look on her face. He got his ID out to get past the barrier, walked right to his AG and pulled him into his side, locking his arms securely around his man's shoulders. Thank you for that. He glanced at the girl he'd rescued. You're welcome. I'm Izuku. It's Suka Kendo. Catch you around Izuku? She nodded in respect, which he returned before she dashed off. That was so cool. Kaminari chirped, tucking himself under Izuku's other arm with a happy hum. If you say so, Kami. He huffed. Morning, babe. AG beamed at him. Morning, love. He squeezed him gently. Go on to class, Aizawa said, drawing their attention. Sure. They headed off to their classroom. Izuku, what you listening to? I can just about make it out. Bakugo asked where he was walking behind him holding Raiki's hand. Mina and Siro were with them as well. At the moment, it's Pantera, you like an animal? He replied. Good FNG song. Sure is. He agreed. Once they got to the classroom, Kaminari opened the door and strolled in first. They still had 10 minutes before the day started, so it was fine. Izuku noticed that the desks had been moved around, so they were sitting in small clusters. He went over to his, took his jacket off before dropping into his seat. AG settled beside him and the others claimed their own. Pulling his phone out, he turned the music off, put it on silent and pulled the earphones out. Shoving the device into his trouser pocket, the earbuds went into the front pocket of his backpack, so he'd find them easier. As they started chatting about random things, Izuku was holding AG's hand, but noticed something. Yaoyorozu and Jiro were sitting a little away from everyone. He turned to AG, who looked at him after he got his attention by squeezing his hand a little. What is it, babe? Give me a minute, okay? Okay. He smiled. Izuku smiled back before getting up. That got many of the students' attention, but he ignored them. He went over to the girls and crouched between them. Raiki joined but stood crouched the other side of the desks. The main bell went then letting them know the start of the school day had officially began. Why are you two sitting slightly away from everyone else? He asked. They didn't want us to sit with them after we apologized to the ragtags of our treatment of you and Raiki? Jiro explained, looking at her lap. Well, that's pathetic. He snorted. We wanted to apologize to you personally about our horrible treatment of you both. It wasn't nice of us at all. Not hero-like, but more importantly, it wasn't nice of us as humans. Yaoyorozu said. It's cool. I already got your apology before the whole coma thing, so it's fine. Raiki smirked. Trust us, we've heard worse, so don't worry about it. Now, as you two are sitting on your own, want to sit with us for the day? Izuku asked, causing both to look at him in shock. Are you serious? Jiro gawked. Of course. He replied, just as the door opened and Aizawa strolled in. Why would they want to sit with you though? They're not your friends. Ida chided. It has nothing to do with you who they sit with. It's an offer we are extending to them, considering you're all shoving them to the side because they did the decent thing and apologized. Besides, who knows what will happen in the regards of being friends? Raiki shrugged, before standing up. She extended her hands out to the girls, who didn't hesitate to grab their bags and slid their hands into hers. Raiki pulled them over to the ragtags, who automatically welcomed them with beaming smiles, well apart from Bakugo, who just grunted as usual. Raiki is right. Jiro and Yaoyorozu said that they're sorry like decent humans. So, if they accept that, then that's all that matters. Aizawa stated, leaving no room for argument. Izuku smirked at his uncle. Raiki walked back and grabbed the chairs for the girls and took them over. They struggled a little to move the desks to make room as they were ridiculously heavy. Izuku moved a little, before putting a hand under each desk comfortably. Are you seriously going to move those on your own? You'll only injure yourself, Todoroki said in that monotone voice of his. They're not heavy to me, he replied as he stood up, lifting the desks like they were nothing. Everyone went wide-eyed as he walked over to the ragtags and put the desks down. AG just smirked at him, while the girls settled into their places. He claimed his seat again. He wasn't lying when he stated the desks weren't heavy to him, considering he could move nearly a ton of weight with his bare hands now. "Thank you, Izuku," Yaoyorozu said, gaining his attention as Aizawa started the roll call. "It's cool." She smiled happily at him, as did Jiro, as they got their things out to begin their first lesson with Aizawa. Once roll call was done, Izuku leaned back in his chair a little to hear what they were doing. Aizawa put a small box on his desk. "Right, so first thing this morning, before we knuckle down with anything, you're all going to select the class president and vice president. I don't care how you do it, just get it done within the next few minutes. You get one vote each, so the highest becomes president, next is the vice. When done, bring them up here and put them in this box," he said, before handing out small slips of blank paper. When Izuku got his, he began thinking of who he would choose. Before that could happen, it erupted into people shouting as to why they should become the president and all that shit. "Shut up. Stop being so loud and just vote," Aizawa yelled, activating his quirk. Izuku just rolled his eyes and blanked them out. They were idiots. Thinking it over, he finally decided on choosing Yaoyorozu. She was intelligent, yet she had a somewhat way about her with people, so she'd be a good bet. He wasn't interested in the role. Once he'd put her name down, he folded it and took it up to the box, before returning to his seat. 10 minutes later, it was done, and they chatted quietly amongst themselves as Aizawa sorted it out. "Izuku, can I ask you something?" He turned to look at Jiro. "Sure, what is it? Why did you let us sit with you?" "I'm curious." "Because no one deserves to be shoved to the side purely because they did the right thing and said that they're sorry for treating someone like they're scum or a villain. I could see that you two genuinely meant it, hence why you're now sitting with us," he replied. "Thank you. Welcome." Izuku is right, it's not nice being shoved to the side. We'll literally talk to anyone, but there was no need for all the crap that happened already. Mina chimed in. "We know that now. We really are sorry for how we acted," Yaoyorozu said. "It's fine, Yaoyorozu." Mina hugged the Blackette, who happily returned the embrace. "Okay. The results are in. I'm not going to rattle off what everyone got, but the vice president with 6 votes is Yaoyorozu. The president with 8 votes is Izuku," Aizawa said, which made Izuku's eyes widen a little. He looked at his group, who all shot smug looks at him. He knew it was them that had voted for him. He grumbled, making them chuckle as he got up with Yaoyorozu and went to the front of the class. A lot of them didn't look pleased at the result, but shit happens. He motioned for Yaoyorozu to say something. She smiled softly at him, before turning her onyx eyes to the students. "Thank you for whoever voted for me. I shall do the best of my abilities in being the vice president of our class. I look forward to sharing the workload with Izuku." She bowed slightly. "Thanks for the votes, not that I was expecting it. Anyway, I'll also do my best of my capabilities as the president over the next few years that we are together as a class. I look forward to working as a team with Yaoyorozu, as no matter the challenge, I am sure that we can accomplish it." He smirked at the woman beside him, who grinned before giving him a quick hug. They went back to their seats. "Congratulations, you two. Now, moving on to the assignment that I set yesterday. Some work could be worked on, but that is to be expected, considering it was your first time in doing something like that. However, I was surprised by the work produced by the ragtags." "Bakugu," Aizawa said, calling out to their feisty blonde, who was currently linking his hand with Raiki's. "Yeah. Can you explain to me a little in how you all managed to come up with the tactic you did in order to take down the fire villain you were tasked with?" "Sure. I remember talking to Raiki about something similar one lunchtime when we'd been sitting outside. It's something we're both greatly interested in, as well as something handy to know in the future for when we eventually go into the field. That's why I spoke about it with the ragtags and split it up into sections of who would write what, and then that would all be put down into one plan together, resulting in the best action of us taking down the villain," he calmly stated. Izuku could see that Raiki was really pleased by that though. "You both talk about things like that?" Aizawa looked downright gobsmacked. "Amongst other things obviously, but yeah, we do." Now, for this lesson we're going to be doing something similar, but those you are sitting with are the ones you are working with. For this, you'll be tasked having to take down the opposite group, as though they've gone rogue. It will be situated in an abandoned city. You have up until lunch to work together. Any disruptions on either side, and you will have to redo it in detention. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Aizawa. Phil chimed as one. Reiki turned in her seat to lock eyes with Izuku and they shared a grin. This was their element. They knew what they were doing, and they'd do it with barely any problem. Everyone else noticed their reactions and let out barely audible gulps. I guess you two already know what to do? Jiro asked. Yeah, we've got a pretty good idea, Reiki stated before getting up. She grabbed her chair and moved it, the others following, so they crowded around Izuku's desk. He raised his gaze to his uncle, who instantly looked over. Uncle, can I put a barrier up around us so the others can't hear what we're talking about? Sure. Just lower it within an hour so you can hear if anything goes on. Thanks. He pulled away from the mental communication and held a hand up. Pale red appeared in his palm, before spreading out and around them in a giant bubble. What is the meaning of this? Quirks are not allowed within the classroom. Ida called out before it fully sealed over. I gave him permission, Ida. So, stop trying to dictate rules when you're just a student and perhaps find out if he had permission first. Aizawa drawled out tiredly, before collapsing into his bright yellow sleeping bag. No one argued with the teacher, knowing it would get them nowhere. Izuku just smirked, before Ragtax, Yaoyorozu and Jiro let out gasps as they saw the red shield around them. Izuku, what is this? Jiro asked before reaching out to touch the barrier. Her hand passed through but was coated in the red film. She pulled it back but looked in awe. It's a soundproof barrier. No one can hear anything said inside it, so whatever is said is completely confidential. Only me and Reiki can do it? He answered. I'd hate to go against you in a search activity if you both can do this. Jiro snorted as she picked her pen up. Even without this, you'd lose if you were the searcher. If we don't want to be found, we won't. Reiki retorted. They're right. There is a lot about our favorite siblings that many don't know. Mina grinned. Before we officially start, Firecracker, this is for you. Izuku reached into his bag, brought out the bento he'd made and handed it over. What one is it this time? Reiki asked, greedily snatching the box and opening it a little. The smell quickly rose, and everyone's mouths started to water. My homemade barbecue sauce marinated in pork, with chunks of chicken and beef, as well as the usual rice. He replied. She quickly put the lid on and shoved it in her bag. Thanks, Aizu. You're welcome. I know for a fact you'd have forgotten to bring food with you today. You know me so well. She sassed and they laughed. That smelt really good. Do you usually cook? Yaoyorozu questioned, looking curious. I always cook when at home. Reiki can't to save her life, and Mum is usually busy with work, so I do it. It doesn't bother me, considering it's actually a hobby and I like creating dishes from all over the world. He replied. What's one of the best dishes Izuku has made? Siro asked, looking at Reiki. Pass. He's made so many it's hard to choose a specific one. Although, one of my top favorites must be the American-styled burger with homemade chips, all from scratch. Reiki pretty much drooled at the thought. That sounds amazing. Eiji said, leaning into his arm. I'll make it for you this weekend if you want. He peered into his favorite jewels. Yes, please. Eiji grinned. Then I'll do that. Now, I reckon we should knuckle down with the work. Now that the barrier is up, you all don't need to crowd my desk either. They let out amused huffs with a grin but moved back to their own desks. Okay, how do we start this? Bakugu questioned. I thought you'd never ask. Izuku grinned and they all leaned forward eagerly to hear what he had to say, pens at the ready. The bell finally rang, signaling it was lunch. Everyone handed Izuku the worksheets they'd constructed, and he stapled them together. Instead of putting their names at the top, it was just saying the ragtags. Everyone would know whose work it was with that. As they gathered their belongings, Izuku stood up and stretched. His shoulders popped with satisfaction, and he pulled his jacket on. Bag slung over one shoulder, paperwork in hand, he headed over to Aizawa. He passed it over and Aizawa narrowed his eyes slightly at the mini-booklet he'd been handed. What did the man expect from him? He had top-notch analyze that put many pros to shame, one of which Nizu had used to his advantage many times over the years. Seriously? Aizawa grumbled. You wanted a detailed representation of what would happen if us ragtags went against the remainder of the class in a takedown situation if they had turned into villains. This is what we came up with considering there is more of them than there is of us. Plus, you forget, I might not have been here much since the start of the year, but I have already analyzed everyone's quirks, right down to weakness/drawbacks etc. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised by that at all with you Izuku. Okay, get going now. Laters. He took Eiji's hand, and they headed down the cafeteria. As they neared, he felt a hand tug his top and glanced down to lock gazes with a nervous Jiro. What is it? He asked the purple rocker. Is it all right if Momo and I sit with you all? Sure. But why ask me? Well, I asked Raiki and she said it was no problem, but then everyone else chimed in and said the final say is with the leader, being you. Yaoyorozu stated calmly. I'm not the leader though? He peered over his shoulder at everyone else and they just shot him a thumbs up with a sassy grin plastered on their faces. You've been put as the official leader of Ragtags. We all spoke about it in great length Aizu and felt it was completely right, considering you're the fastest, strongest and the most intelligent of us all. Kaminari giggled as he let out a huff. Just accept it bro, it's happened. Simple as that. Raiki cackled. Yeah sure whatever. But yes, you ladies can sit with us. Do you have lunch? He asked, turning back to the two joining. Oh, I forgot my lunch and don't have any money on me. I'll be all right with some water, Jiro said, looking away in embarrassment. I was going to buy some food. Yaoyorozu replied. No need. I had a feeling you two would be joining us today, so I made 2 extra bentos. Let's go. He motioned to the large cafeteria they had gotten to and they walked in. Many glanced over in wonder as to who he was but stayed in their seats. They found an empty table, right by the window but that was enough for them. Everyone claimed a seat, and Izuku was turned sideways, back against the wall, keeping an eye on those in the room as well as his friends. We'll go and get food. Won't be long, Mina said, leaving her bag. Sit your arse down Pinky. I've made everyone bentos, Izuku said, opening his bag and pulling the food out. He handed them over, along with still packaged chopsticks. Once they had it all, lids popped off and happy sighs came from them all. Hands clasped together as they looked at him. Thanks for the food. They chimed as one. Only he had no food, he wasn't hungry. Instead, he had an energy drink that he put a straw in, so he didn't have to remove his mask. You're welcome. Enjoy. They eagerly tucked in, quickly letting out relight moans as the assortment of flavors washed over their taste buds. Raiki had cloaked herself partially in shadows so no one saw her uncovered face. 10 minutes later, everyone had full, happy stomachs and he had the empties back. That was amazing. Thank you Izuku, Yaoyorozu said with a bright smile. You're welcome. Glad you enjoyed it, he said, just as a shrill alarm started to blare. This is a Code 6, school breach. This is a Code 6, school breach. People leapt to their feet, screaming and starting to panic. Izuku got up and peered out the window. The gates had been knocked down and the media had rushed in. Izuku turned away. Why weren't there upperclassmen stopping this? Pathetic. Syrinx? Yes, Kit? Loan me a touch of bloodlust until I get their attention. Got it, Kit? Brace yourselves. He told his group, just as Syrinx let out his ender bloodlust. Everyone froze as it reached them, effectively shutting them up as they stared at him with wide eyes. His narrowed and turned glacial, causing many to flinch at the coldness. The bloodlust disappeared, letting them seemingly breathe normally again. You're training to be effing heroes and a simple school breach is causing you to act like foolish effing children. Calm the F down and if you'd looked out the window, it's the media. Now shut the F up and get your arses back to the effing classrooms, he roared. They snatched up their things and the room quickly emptied, outright refusing to argue with him. Izuku sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Was everyone apart from Ragtag's bloody morons or something? A warm, familiar body wrapping itself around his torso had him looking down. AG had latched onto him. "Are you okay?" AG asked, patting his chest a little. "I'm fine, AG." They're meant to be training to be heroes, but something small like this has sent them into a panic. It's stupid. If something like this set them off, what would a real-life situation cause? "I get that, babe. Let's go back to the classroom, okay?" "Yeah, let's go." AG let him go to get his bag. Izuku also got his, and everyone was staring at him wide-eyed, apart from Reiki, who was smirking. She knew exactly what it was. "What was that?" Bakugo questioned. "Kitsune bloodlust." Izuku replied, grabbing his drink. He'd finished it, so tossed it into the bin. "That's some scary FE shit, my man." Bakugo playfully punched his arm. "That's not even close, Bakugo. It's usually a lot worse than that." They chuckled and followed him to the classroom. While that was happening in the cafeteria, a few teachers had managed to get the annoying media to leave with a threat of a lawsuit and their jobs. Once they'd cleared out, Nizu peered at the mess. "This is the result of a quirk, one I don't think those in the press have." "What do you think it is?" Yamada asked. "Not sure, some sort of disintegration quirk if I were to guess." Nizu replied, looking at his staff with a grim look. "Should we get the siblings involved?" Aizawa questioned. "No, not yet. Let us keep this between us for now. If not, then I'll bring them in." Aizawa nodded at his boss, before they left to head to their classrooms. The underground pro just hoped that it wasn't anything serious or it was going to be one giant cluster, and that also meant a horrendous headache for him. It was the last part of the day, which finally meant it was time for some training, and Reiki was absolutely FNG stoked. It was about damn time. She wanted to go against her brother in quirkless combat with their katanas. Sure, he was an absolute beast now, but she'd still give it a damn good FING shot. She needed to sharpen up on her weapon fighting anyway. Izuku was the best one for her to go against, as she had no idea in what the ragtags were like in fighting that way. Well, until they got the private training with her and Aizu, that is. She sat beside Kat, pretty much buzzing in her seat, causing him to glance at her. "What the F are you buzzing about?" he questioned, smirking a little. "It's time for training." "I'm stoked." She cackled, before she was pulled into a hug by her enthusiastic best friend, the lovable Mina. "I wonder what kind of training we'll be doing." Mina wondered, grinning at her. "Let's find out." Mina let her go and went to her seat as Aizawa walked in. Everyone fell silent. "Good, you're learning. Anyway, grab your gear, we're going to spend the next 2 hours in training. Head down to the combat zone. Any longer than 15 minutes and I'll make it harder for you," he stated before leaving. They gathered their cases as well as normal bags and fled to the changing rooms. Reiki changed as fast as possible into her repaired outfit. It was the same design from when she'd fought against Momo and the beach before it got destroyed when she had to fight Izuku. She slipped on the skin-tight, jet black bodysuit with the imprints of tiny dragon scales. She shoved her feet into the special calf-length boots Izuku had designed and created for her, which she'd thankfully taken off before the main fight, and they'd been saved. How they hadn't been damaged was truly a mystery, but she was thankful as they had iron soles with built-in shock absorbers and were fireproof. She done the zip-up and made sure the buckles were tight, so they didn't slip off easy. Next, she strapped on her knives, which went to their designated spots on her thighs, forearms, and upper arms. 2 katanas strapped across her shoulders, blades going over the lighter black dragon skull that was printed on the back, while surrounded by blue stitching to resemble flames. Next, she turned away so no one could see and slipped her mask off and replaced it with the black leather one with spiked studs and 2 small vent holes that allowed her to breathe normally in it. She held it in place and turned to Mina. "Pinky, can you do me a favor?" Mina turned to her as she finished putting her boots on. "What you need, babes? Can you braid my hair for me?" I'm not the best at that." "Momo, can you help?" She called out to the creation user, who walked over with Jiro as they were ready. "What do you need? Can you braid Reiki's hair for her?" "Sure. Turn around, hun." Reiki spun on the bench to give her access to her hair. A minute later, her hair was secured in a tight French braid. She reached up and secured the mask into place with the buckles, before turning back around. "Thank you, Momo." "Welcome." Let's go, shall we? Reiki nodded, shoved her sheet in the locker for safekeeping, and they walked out. They met up with the guys and 5 minutes later, entered the combat zone. It was a vast space with different areas to allow them to utilize various techniques. They huddled around Aizawa, who was holding a clipboard. The new mask looks awesome, by the way. Izuku nudged her arm softly. Thanks bro, feels pretty fing snazzy. Love the fact you put spikes on it. She laughed. Wouldn't be you if it wasn't. Facts. They smirked before focusing back on their teacher. Okay, for this, you can either work in small groups or in pairs. No one is to work alone today. Spread out and start training. Me, Cementos and Midnight are watching over you for today, Aizawa said and made a shooing motion with his hand. The class scattered, and before anyone could snag her brother, Reiki yanked him away with her, laughing at the disgruntled grumble from her feisty boyfriend as she wasn't teamed with him. No one approached them as they faced each other. How are we doing this? Izuku asked as they stretched a little. Quirkless katana combat? Reiki smirked under her mask and she pulled her katanas out from their protective sheaths. I can deal with that. Izuku removed his own katanas, shifting flawlessly into a stance. What are you two doing? They turned as one to see Aizawa looking at them, hands shoved in his pockets as he raised an eyebrow at the swords in their hands. Quirkless katana combat? Izuku told his uncle and Reiki nodded in agreement. Very well, as I know what you two are like. Just no serious injuries or Chio will end you both. He warned before walking away. Babes, what are you doing? Mina hollered from where she stood a short distance away with Siro, Jiro and Momo, therefore drawing attention to them. Training. She shouted back before focusing on her brother. Are you ready, Firecracker? He questioned. Let's FNG dance? They charged at each other, swinging the katanas at each other with expert flicks of their wrists. The metal clashed together with a solid twang before they did it repeatedly. Their quirkless training soon turned into a weird type of dance, the blades moving that quick that they were barely seen apart from the small sparks they made when colliding together. Both were that focused on each other, they were not aware of the fact that everyone, including the teachers, had stopped to watch. They weren't hitting lightly either, hell no. These were pretty much full-on swings and strikes the two did. Why settle for anything less than that, considering in the real world, if they slacked off, they'd die. Simple as that. As far as Reiki and Izuku were concerned, during training, they made it worth it. Judging by the already thin layer of sweat that adorned their bodies, they were doing that correctly. How the hell are they moving so quickly and keeping up with each other? Kaminari stared in total awe at them. Remember, Nizu already explained that they are the top of the class strength-wise. They have also been training since they were 5. They know a vast supply of fighting techniques, so the speed they can create at this point is not entirely surprising. Midnight explained. They let out a gasp as Izuku swung one of the katanas at her head, while the other swiped at her legs. Reiki bent backwards to avoid the strike, while bringing her legs up over the weapon. She was thankful that she was so flexible. As she made that move, she swiped her hand out, catching her brother across the chest with her own sword. It didn't cut him due to the modifications of his suit, but he'd feel it. As she landed, not wasting a single second, she leapt onto Izuku. As he was bent over a little, she used it to her advantage. Legs locked around his throat, using her momentum and strength, she went over him, yanked him backwards and literally threw his colossal arse into the ground as she landed in a handstand. But he was a heavy bastard. Pushing from the ground, Reiki spun midair and crashed into Izuku's chest with her feet. He let out a grunt as she drove the air from his lungs before his emerald eyes snapped to her with a hard glint. Shit, I'm dead. She mumbled under her breath as he dropped his swords, even though they were attached by a loop around the wrist, grabbed her thighs and quicker than she thought possible, got to his feet while holding her, and what did the bastard do? Beating you through her. She sailed through the air, but quickly got out of the shock and flipped into a land, bent at the knees. Her head rose and realized she was pretty much right next to Katsuki, who looked gobsmacked at seeing her. Reiki wasted little time and charged right back at Izuku, who was ready and waiting. Katanas clashed into each other, sending shocking vibrations throughout her entire body. Jesus Christ, that hurt like a beach. They clashed, swiped and pretty much most other things for another, maybe 20 minutes before she started to get tired. She then took a step wrong and that was her mistake. Izuku leapt, grabbed her around her throat, picked her up a little and slammed her into the ground with a katana pressed against her chest. Anyone else, she'd have no doubt recovered from it, but against Izuku? Not a fat FING chance. Do you yield? He said, glaring down at her, but she could make out the smirk behind his mask. I yield. She raised 2 fingers. He removed the blade and held a hand for her to grab, which she did. He yanked her to her feet, and she ran an arm across her forehead, clearing the sweat that threatened to drip into her eyes. Well done, Firecracker, I am impressed. She raised her gaze, panting a little. How the F was he not exhausted? Thanks. I need to work on it more though. She grumbled. If you did that against anyone else, most likely not. But against me, yes. He stated in that brutally honest way of his when training. Yeah, I know. I took a wrong step too, which is how you were able to get me down so quick. But seriously, did you have to launch me into FNG ground that hard though? She grumbled. Are you seriously asking me that? She flicked her gaze to him. No, it was FING rhetorical. I'm definitely going to be bruised though. Reiki grunted as she grabbed her katanas and put them back in the sheaths. Want me to heal you? Yeah, your healing factor is seriously above mine and quicker. She collapsed into his side, resulting in him chuckling softly before raising a glowing blue hand that landed on her shoulder. Reiki let out a happy grunt as she felt her injuries vanish. You two done beating the shit out of each other now? They turned to Katsuki, who was smirking at them, as were the ragtags as they approached. For now. Reiki chuckled and Momo nudged her arm. This should help a little. She handed them both a cool pack, which Reiki slapped to her neck. F me, but that feels heavenly. She sighed happily and everyone snorted. Thank you, Momo, Izuku said as he placed it on his neck. It was the quickest way for them to cool down as it was a direct link to the arteries, therefore cooling the blood and themselves much quicker. She had also asked them to call her Momo instead of her last name, as it was easier. They headed over to the teachers as they were called. They had about 10 minutes left of the lesson. It had flown by. Reiki leaned into Katsuki, who wrapped an arm around her waist, being careful of the abundance of weapons strapped to her body. Well done for today. I'm impressed with some of your abilities so far. Quick question though, Reiki and Izuku, where did you both learn to fight like that? Cementos questioned, drawing her gaze before she flicked it to Izuku, who nodded at her silent question. She turned back to the pros. We've been training since the age of 5. We wanted to learn an abundance of various techniques because every villain is different. After becoming fluent in various things like judo, karate, Muay Thai, boxing, etc., we switched to weapons. Reiki explained, but not giving loads away. The entire class was silent as they stared at her. She ignored them. Do you mind telling us what weapons you are both fluent in? Cementos looked quite impressed though. Katsuki squeezed her lightly in encouragement and smirked at her. Adorable effort. Various swords. A wide range of guns. Nunchucks. Bow and arrow. Slingshot. Sling. Tomahawk. We also know chemical weaponry too, as well as explosives. She shrugged. You both know all of those already? Like I said, we've been training since the age of 5. Not everything will be able to be resolved by using our quirks, so we figured if we also know all those sorts of things, we'd have a much better chance against a whole range of villains, etc. Impressed. Okay everyone, again well done, dismissed for the day. Cementos let them leave and they trailed down to the changing rooms as the bell rang signaling the end of the day. Katsuki had removed his arm from around her shoulders and was now happily holding her hand, not that she was complaining. Reiki? She glanced at her boyfriend. Ya cat? Are you doing anything this evening? No, why? You've been invited to dinner, old hag wanted me to ask you. I forgot to say before training. Don't call her old hag, you sheet. Sure, I don't mind. I was only going to sprawl on my bed and watch Netflix anyway. Not with the big guy? He indicated Izuku over his shoulder and she peered back. He was walking beside Kirishima holding his hand. In the other was his katanas, while a giddy Kaminari got a piggyback ride like the adorable idiot he was. Siro was beside them, asking Izuku some questions about training. Mina was with Jiro and Momo talking about shopping. Raiki turned back to her boyfriend. Not tonight. He's got a date with his mum. Which wasn't a lie considering Aunt Nem had messaged Izuku after the whole cafeteria incident and said she wanted to have dinner and a movie night with her son. Fair enough. Want to come straight to mine or will you go to yours first? Kat asked. I'll go to mine first. I'll get a shower there and wear different clothes that isn't our school uniform. I'd rather be comfortable. Don't blame you. I'll meet you back out here in about 10 minutes or so, okay? Sure, babe. He kissed her cheek and carried on down to the boys' changing room with the ragtag boys. She walked in with the other 3 behind her, and ignoring the other girls, got changed back into her uniform. 20 minutes later, she was done, and they were ready to leave. She'd swapped her mask out for the plain black one too. Her blazer and tie were in her bag, so she only had her leather jacket on over her shirt. She turned to Mina, Jiro, and Momo. They were the last ones in the changing room, not that it bothered them. Ready to go, girls? Yes. Jiro and Momo said at the same time with a small smile. Let's go. Mina cheered and they left. Raiki snorted at her best friend. The men were waiting for them and they went on their way together. Her hand automatically sought out Katsuki's, fingers locking perfectly as always. Hey Raiki. She turned to Jiro who had called her. Yeah. I'm curious about something, that move you did of actually being able to floor Izuku, where did you learn that? That made everyone stop talking to hear her answer. Not sure actually. I think it was in one of the self-defense lessons me and Izuku were doing. I highly advise against trying it against my brother though. She replied. Why? Siro quired. Because he's heavy as F-. I nearly pulled a hamstring trying to move his colossal arse. I only just managed it because I caught him by surprise. She grunted and they chuckled. I'm not that heavy. Izuku chided, playfully pushing her shoulder. Keep on even telling yourself that fat event. She caught the teasing glint in his eye and gulped. She yanked her bag off, tossed it to Katsuki and sprinted like her life depended on it. They were by the front of the school anyway, so it was fine. Plus, there wasn't that many people around. Get back here, you sheet. Izuku quickly caught up with her, thanks to his stupidly long legs. He spun her around, swung her up over his shoulder and delivered a swift slap to her arse. Motherfingy arsehole. Put me the F down. She shrieked, before pinching his right butt cheek. Nope. Then he did the worst thing. He tickled the back of her thighs and she screamed in laughter. She tried to wiggle free, but he just locked his arm in place. She couldn't even kick him. Let me go. Stop that. Izuku. She clawed his back or pinched him, but nothing worked. He was relentless. She heard more laughter but couldn't focus properly as she tried to make him let her go. When she was pretty much wheezing from laughing so hard, he finally relented and put her down. Once Raiki was back upright, she glared after her head cleared. You're such a effing arsehole. She slapped his chest. I know, but you love me anyway. He pulled her in for a hug, while she helplessly melted into. Why was he so good at bloody everything? Have fun. She turned her head, and their group were smiling at them. Yep. Izuku's voice rumbled under her ear before she stepped away. Well, I'm glad you all effing did. Raiki sassed and rolled her eyed. Quit whining. You started it? Izuku nudged her. What effing ever? I'm going home for a shower and then heading to Kat's for a few hours. Raiki took her bag off her boyfriend, who smirked and kissed her cheek. Thought you'd be with Izuku? Jiro questioned. Not tonight. I got invited to dinner at Kat's, plus Aizu has a dinner date. She smirked at her brother. You do. Siro turned to their tallest group member and the one that they had all happily voted as their group leader. It hadn't been hard in deciding that, considering just looking at the man, it was obvious that he was ridiculously strong, but he was also astoundingly intelligent. Yep. I have a dinner and movie date with my mum. Izuku replied. Cool man. They fist bumped as they left the school grounds. A limo had pulled up front for Momo, who turned to them all. Would anyone care for a lift? I'll take it. Jiro and Mina said at the same time, making them smirk at each other. Siro and Kaminari agreed as well. No thanks. I'm going to walk AG home, Izuku said, wrapping his arm around his sunshine boyfriend, who beamed happily. I'm good thanks. I don't live far from here and Katsuki lives near me, so we'll walk? Raiki stated. But see you tomorrow. They all hugged before going off in separate directions. Raiki and Katsuki were happily strolling along, hands interlocked while listening to loud music. It was calm between them and honestly, it was perfect. They didn't need to talk all the time, just being with each other was enough. As they got to the divide of where they split off from one another, Katsuki removed the earbud and handed it back, before pulling her against him. Let me know when you're on your way, okay? I will do. Is there anything you want me to bring? Nope. Just yourself will be enough. But I'll see you soon, Kat. She lowered her mask. See you soon. I love you, Raiki, Katsuki said as he kissed her cheek. Adorable. I love you too, Katsuki. They split off and once he was out of view, she bolted home. It was only her there now. Her dad was still at Ude, while their maid, Luri, had just taken a month holiday to America to see extended family and Raiki had pretty much shoved her out the door to take it. She couldn't really say no, considering Izuku had pre-booked the plane tickets for her as well as given her enough money to tide her over for the duration of her stay. What could they say? They liked the woman, wanted her to have a good time and meet the newest addition to her family. Luri had hugged them both tightly with a heartfelt thank you and bye, before getting a cab to the airport. Raiki quickly made her way upstairs and to her bedroom. Bag was thrown on her bed, uncaring of where it landed. She stripped and dashed into the bathroom for a steaming hot shower after removing her makeup. Hot showers were the best, and she sighed happily as it beat down into her tired muscles. She didn't waste too much time in there though, within 20 minutes she was back out, wrapped in a towel and bulldozing through her wardrobe for something comfortable, yet stylish to wear. She didn't want to just turn up for her first dinner with the Bakugus, in a baggy t-shirt, oversized joggers and one of Izuku's hoodies. Maybe eventually down the line that might happen, but for now she settled on high-waisted black jeans with rips on the thighs, fishnet tights for underneath, a black tartan shirt that was left undone with a black tank top underneath with a dragon face on it. Feet slid into her comfortable Converse. Once done, Raiki went to her vanity and dried her hair before putting it into a high ponytail so it'll stay out of the way. She desperately needed to get a bloody haircut. Maybe this weekend she'd do it. Well, if she found a design she liked first, of course. Eyes were swiped with a simple layer of eyeliner, nothing fancy or whatever, but enough. Black mask shoved in her pocket, ready for when she left. She grabbed her leather jacket from the bed and pulled it on. Her phone was still in the pocket and checked that it had enough battery life, which it did. Opening the texts, she fired off one to her dad. Raiki, Dad, I'm heading over to Katsuki's for dinner. I got invited by Mitsuki before you question it. I shouldn't be too late, but I will message when I'm about to leave and when I get home if you're not here when I return X. Heading downstairs, she ransacked the kitchen and found a bottle of wine. Her dad didn't like the stuff, so why did they have it? Her phone rang, so she answered it. Hello. Firecracker, any rough idea on the time you'll be home? Her dad asked. Not entirely sure, but around 11 I presume. Okay, if it is that late, please tell me as I'm working tonight. Are you taking anything with you? No. Katsuki said not to, but it feels wrong in not taking anything with me. She grumbled. There is that bottle of wine I got a few years ago, you can take that. I don't like the stuff and it'll just collect dust at ours. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Dad, this isn't cheap wine though. She picked the bottle up and saw it was a classic. This was definitely not cheap. So, not my problem. They can appreciate it more than us just glaring at the offending bottle for being in our kitchen. Raiki snorted in amusement at his dry tone. You're an idiot. Okay, I'm going to leave. I'll take the bottle, so it doesn't offend us anymore. She sassed, getting a snort in return. See, I knew you'd see it in my way. Have fun and I'll see you in the morning. Love you, Firecracker. Love you too, Dad, and be careful out there tonight. Will do. Bye, Firecracker. He hung up and she shook her head slightly with a grin. Loads of people thought Aizawa was an intimidating and downright scary man, but to her, he was just her badass dad. Her hero. Opening her texts again, she messaged her boyfriend. Reiki, oi Captain Bastard. I'm leaving now, so be with you soon XX. She headed to the door and pulled her mask on. Checking in the small mirror on the wall, she was decent enough and that was good for her. Bottle of wine in a small carrier bag, phone, keys, and she was good to go. Leaving and locking the door behind her, her phone went off. Glancing at the screen, a smirk appeared on her face. Captain Bastard. Hey my Captain Beach. Okay, I'll see you soon XX. Reiki. Indeed you will XX. Putting her phone in her jeans pocket, she strolled along to Katsuki's. Night had now settled in, and it was honestly effing lovely. Barely anyone was around, minimal traffic and no annoying people shouting or whatever. Her gaze slid upwards to the thousands of flickering stars that danced across the velvet sky, along with the half moon. She'd always favored nighttime, it was much more tranquil, and she didn't have to deal with morons either. She quickly got to Katsuki's and knocked on the door. It was hauled open not even 30 seconds later and Reiki smirked behind her mask. Hey Mitz. She was pulled into a hug by her boyfriend's mother, who was a good friend to her now. How are you doing? Mitsuki asked when they separated. Pretty good thanks. Oh, this is for you for inviting me over. She handed over the wine. Mitsuki took it as she let her in. Reiki took her shoes off, leaving them tidy in the hallway. Reiki, this is expensive. You shouldn't have. She glanced at the feisty woman. Dad said it was all right to bring it. He doesn't drink wine, or barely any alcohol. When I informed him that I was coming over, he told me to bring it as that way he knows it won't be wasted. Because if you don't drink it, I'm sure you know someone who would. She shrugged. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Also, there is something else I want to do. Which is... She turned oh so similar red eyes to her orange ones. Well, not very many have seen me unmasked as I always said I'll only do it for those I trust. I already trust you Mitsuki. There are a couple of other things I'm keeping back, but I'll tell you one day. She unmasked herself after taking in a deep breath and shoved it in her jacket pocket so she wouldn't lose it. Mitsuki just stared at her, wide-eyed. Holy shit, you're effing gorgeous. How the F did my brat of a son get you to agree to be his girlfriend? Mitsuki gasped and Reiki chuckled. It took my brother to bluntly inform us to stop pussyfooting around each other and just go out with otherwise we'll end up kicking ourselves if someone else comes along and we get with them. Best choice I ever did though, in getting with Katsuki. He's stuck with me for life now. Reiki smirked as Mitsuki chuckled before she was grabbed from behind. Hey Kat. She laughed as she turned in his arms. Hey Arch. Oh, holy shit, you're unmasked. He gaped at her. Yeah, I trust your parents, so why not? She shrugged. Fair enough. We're going to my room, don't effing disturb us. He glared at his mother, and Reiki smacked the back of his head, resulting in him letting go and rubbing the impact spot. Don't be so nasty to your parents. Or I'll kick your ass. Got it? He held his hands up in mock surrender. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Reiki, thank you for the wine again. Mitsuki's side hugged her. Welcome Mitz. She returned the embrace, before her hand was grabbed, and she was pulled half-heartedly up the stairs. The front door opened, and she peered over her shoulder. Hey Masaru. She called to the brunette who had just walked in from work. Reiki? His warm brown eyes widened at seeing her unmasked. That's me. See you at dinner. Kat, stop bloody tugging me like a child you impatient sheet. She playfully chided as he kept on trying to move her along. The parents laughed as their son spun, threw her over his shoulder and walked off with a proud grin, whilst Reiki just sighed and waved by. They got to his bedroom and he put her down, before pinning her against the wall after shutting and locking the door for privacy. Reiki? Yeah? She asked, putting her arms around his neck. I love you. I love you too, Kat. Just after lunch, while waiting for Aizawa to make an appearance, Izuku was at his desk, casually half-listening to music as he roughly sketched a design for a new hero suit that was running around in his head. It would probably never be fabricated, but if he didn't jot it down, it would drive him mental and play a continuous loop until he did. A hand appeared from the right, breaking his concentration and had him raising his gaze to find himself locking with his favorite red jewels. "What are you doing, babe?" Eiji asked, and Izuku sat up straight. He pulled Eiji onto his lap, which his boyfriend happily accepted. The ragtags also joined in their conversation, curious as well. "It's a new suit idea that's been going around my head. I figured I might as well jot it down while it's fresh, and then it'll go with the others I have designed." He shrugged like it was no big deal. Because it wasn't. Jiro looked over from where she was sat next to him, as Raiki had decided that Bakugo made a better chair to sit on. Which, by the looks of it, he didn't mind, considering his arms were wrapped around her waist and leaned his head on her shoulder. Izuku handed Jiro the sheet of paper so she could see before stopping his music and removed the earbud. His arm went around Eiji's waist, who happily leaned into him, resting his head on his shoulder with a smile. "Dude, when did you draw this? The detail is immense." Jiro turned wide purple eyes to him. "About 5 minutes ago. You saw me doing it?" he drawled. "It's badass," Kaminari stated, snagging the drawing so that he and Siro could see it properly. "It's a mock-up. Done better, done worse?" Raiki snorted at his answer. "Don't fng lie, Aizu. All the drawings you've done are badass, so shut the F up, you'd." "I have one, yes." Izuku stared blankly at his sister, who chuckled at his deadpan answer, just as Aizawa finally decided to grace them with his presence. Everyone raced to their seats quickly. No one liked an annoyed Aizawa. Izuku wondered what was going to happen for this afternoon's hero lessons. Either way, he hoped it ended quick so he could go home and get everything sorted for his date with Eiji the following day. He couldn't wait to spoil his boyfriend like the king he was. "Okay, go and get changed into your hero here. We are off to do some training off campus for the remainder of the afternoon. Get to the bus within 10 minutes, or I leave you behind and you fail." They jumped to their feet, grabbed cases, and went to the lockers. He quickly changed into his gear in the bathroom and swapped his mask over for the metal one he had designed. His outfit was the same as when he'd fought with Raiki, but obviously with some adjustments considering the absolute F-ton he'd changed in that coma. Once done, he shoved his stuff into his locker for safety and grabbed Eiji's hand. The others followed silently, meeting the girls on the way, and quickly got to the bus, with a minute to spare. Izuku let Eiji's hand go as he checked that his katanas were in place, as well as adjusted the leather jacket he wore. Aizawa was waiting for them, and Izuku winked cheekily at his uncle, who hid his face a little to hide the small smile. "Okay, get into a single file and go in the bus that way." "Orderly fashion," Ida called, waving his arms as he tried to get them into a semblance of a formation. "Ida, shut up. You're not the class president or the vice. So, stop trying to do our job and get on the bus quickly and sit wherever," Izuku stated, causing the bluette to glare slightly. He was unfazed. He just reminded Izuku of an angry blueberry. "I'm just trying to stop them from shoving each other," he countered. "I don't care. They're teenagers, the same as you. Stop trying to dictate everything like you're the bloody adult or class president and they're rambunctious 4-year-olds. It doesn't work like that. Now get on the bloody bus and stop holding us up." Izuku pointed adamantly at the vehicle. It was literally just him, Ida, and Aizawa outside as everyone else had raced to find a seat. Ida huffed and went inside. Izuku glanced at his uncle, who looked highly amused. "Nicely put. It's the truth though. You'd think he's the bloody teacher with the way he acts. It's annoying. Also, come with me a sec?" He nodded and they walked away a little bit for privacy. "So, what is it?" "I'm not entirely sure. But my gut just started going mental. I think something is going to happen, but I'm not entirely sure on what it is exactly," he admitted. "Good or bad feeling?" His uncle had long since grown used to listening to Izuku's gut feelings. It had saved his life countless times over the years. "It's more of the bad kind of feeling. I'm not sure. Keep Nizu updated though. Tell that chimera that we've arrived at wherever you're taking us, and if he doesn't hear from you within 15 minutes to automatically send in help." "You think it could be that bad?" "Honestly? I hope not. But I'm not holding my breath. I think it might have something to do with the gate incident on Wednesday during lunch." "How do you know about that?" "I saw it from the window. It was the press that had gotten in, but there is no way that they'd be able to cause that sort of damage to the gate." True. We think it was some sort of disintegration quirk at play. But we're not entirely sure just yet. If you want me and Reiki to help, we will. It's fine. I'll take what you said into suggestion. Just remember, I'm still your teacher at the end of the day. But family first. Izuku smirked behind his mask. Facts. Now get on the bus, problem child. He ushered Izuku away, who nodded with a smirk and climbed aboard. Ragtags had claimed the back, while everyone else settled at the front. Jiro and Momo were waiting for him as he appeared behind them. Izuku, can we sit with you? Jiro asked, drawing his gaze. Of course. They thanked him and claimed the 2 empty seats beside the one that Eiji had saved for him. Handy, he was right in the middle. More legroom. He claimed his seat as the bus rumbled to life and they were off. About 10 minutes into the quiet ride, with Eiji leaning on him and holding his hand, his arm was nudged gently. Lifting his head up from where he'd leaned backwards with his eyes shut, he glanced at Jiro, who had nudged him. What is it, Jiro? I'm curious about something. What's with the new mask? You didn't wear it during that training session on Wednesday, or when you and Reiki had fought? Because I didn't actually need it then. This is part of my actual hero gear now as it was being designed and made. It filters out everything but oxygen. Dude, that's badass. Izuku turned slightly to Kaminari, who was smirking at him from the chair in front of Momo. Thanks, Pika. It's more of a prototype for now, though. He admitted. What do you mean, Izuku? Momo questioned, leaning forward slightly so he could also see her. All the ragtags tuned into their conversation then, with Eiji lifting his head up off his shoulder. Exactly that. It needs a bit of tweaking, which I'll probably do at the weekend. I'm not 100% happy with it, so I'll fiddle around until I am. Hold up. You made it? Mina squealed in awe from beside Kaminari. I did, Mina. I designed and made my entire hero gear. That is not right. The support groups are the ones who create the hero outfits and support gear for us. Ida piped in, waving his arms around in that annoying way like the idiot he was. The rest of the class then started to listen into their conversation as well. Nosy affairs. Izuku noticed that Reiki was openly staring actually were it the rip-off Sonic, eyes narrowed and body tense. Ikugu, however, just smirked and was slouched slightly in his seat while holding her hand. Why are you even butting into our conversation when it has literally nothing to do with you? Jiro asked, glaring slightly. Even she had gotten annoyed by his actions these past few days. The tiny purplet had admitted to him that now she saw everything from their perspective, she realized just how judgmental they truly were, and it made her sick in realizing she had been like that. Izuku had reassured her that they truly had forgiven her already and not let it get to her anymore. She was warming up very quickly into being called a friend, and he wouldn't be surprised if her, and Momo for that matter, were shifted into becoming a true member of the Ragtags. The real test would be seeing how they would react to Training Ground, as well as his and Reiki's true identities. He'd have Syrinx do a scan to judge before that happened though. No chances on anything. Ida stammered, unsure of how to answer. Exactly. No answer. For God's sake, Ida, seriously stop butting into conversations and things that you're not included in. It's ridiculous and uncalled for. I know you're a stickler for the rules and sheet, but it's also not written down that we can't design and create our own gear. If the finality and such is approved by Nizu himself, then it's fine. Jiro snapped. Jiro is correct. I can confirm that Nizu gave the go-ahead to Izuku for it. Aizawa piped up from the front of the bus. It was a load of bullshit though, as Nizu hadn't approved anything for him. His uncle let him do whatever he wanted, but Izuku had spoken to him about it, amongst other things. Including his black books of analysis, which is where he'd been this morning for homeroom and first lesson. When he and Nizu got talking like that, they tended to get carried away. If anyone heard some of the conversations they spoke about, they'd be downright petrified. Considering if Izuku truly went all out, he'd pretty much have no problem in taking over the entire world with the power he had. He was, as Nizu liked to call, seriously over-FANG powered. Mix that in with intelligence and a secret thirst for knowledge. If Izuku put his mind to it, he'd no doubt accomplish it within 2 weeks minimum. When the Chimera had told him that, he'd snorted and flashed a dirty smirk. He'd neither confirmed nor denied it. Apologies, sir. Ida quickly shut up and Izuku smirked under his mask. Eiji squeezed his hand a bit, and he turned to his love as everyone else settled back into their seats properly. What is it, Eiji? What do you think we'll be doing today? Could be honestly anything. No doubt it's learning new ways to use our quirks. Okay. Eiji smiled at him, before settling back into his side, and Izuku's heart melted. Damn, that was pure sunshine. Izuku! He turned to Momo. Yeah. You said that you made your mask and outfit, correct? I did. This is kind of embarrassing, but would you be willing to help me design a new outfit for myself? I'm rather uncomfortable in this for a certain main reason. Her eyes flicked to the side and his followed. Mineta as openly staring at her, and literally drooling. He made Eiji sit up properly and took his leather jacket off, being careful of the katanas strapped to his back. I'll gladly help you, Momo. We'll design something that gives you more coverage and makes you comfortable yet allows you to use your quirk easily. Also, wear this. He handed over his jacket, which she gratefully took. Thank you, Izuku. You're welcome. It drowns you, Momo. Jiro sniggered as she put it on. She wasn't lying, it drowned Momo, but at least it covered her up and there was no mistaking she was pleased by that. Plus, it would keep her warm considering it had a layer of thermal stuffing in it. I know, because Izuku is huge. But it's lovely and warm. Momo snuggled into it with a happy hum, whereas he turned to Mineta fully, who yelped in his seat, and Aizawa woke up again to see what was going on. Mineta Minoru, if you don't stop being a pervy little bastard and making the girls feel highly uncomfortable, I will personally send you on a one-way ticket to the lowest depths of hell. Am I understood? He growled low. He knew it would be more intimidating, considering he was sitting in partial shadows, hiding his face, but his eyes glowed menacingly. Wise. He squeaked, turning his gaze to the ground as his body shook. The little bastard knew that he would have no chance against Izuku in a fight, so backed down easily. How he was still in the hero course was a total mystery. Damn, that was hot. Eiji stared at him with a sly grin. If you say so, Eiji. He took his boyfriend's smaller hand into his own, linking their fingers together. Oh, I do. Eiji kissed his cheek, just above the mask, with a happy hum. Izuku realized there was now a disadvantage to this mask. He couldn't return the kiss. FNG, damn it. Nice promise, Aizu. Raiki cackled. That's exactly what it was. A promise. Not a threat. You know me, Raiki. I detest perverts. He winked at his sister, who snorted in amusement. Okay, that's enough. We're here, get off the bus. Aizawa stood up and they realized that the bus had indeed stopped. They got off quickly, and a huge building stood in front of them. Once they were in a somewhat group, Aizawa faced them. Welcome to the USJ. We're here for you all to learn different rescue areas. Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari asked. No, Pika, it's the unforeseen simulation joint. It's made up of different areas inside, to allow us an insight of what to do in different situations, such as water, snow, etc. Izuku told him. Kaminari nodded in understanding and smiled brightly, sticking to his side like glue. Izuku didn't mind who was beside him, only if Eiji was on the other arm. Izuku is right. Now, let's go in and you will see one of the other pros who are here to help you today. They followed Aizawa inside as he typed away on his phone. No doubt informing Nizu of what they had spoken about before leaving. Many of them gasped as what was revealed to them. Eiji, Mina, Kaminari and Siro dashed to the front to get a better look, blinding smiles on their faces as they started getting eager for the lesson. Izuku stayed at the back with Raiki, Bakugo, Momo and Jiro. Welcome students to the USJ. I am the rescue hero, 13. Pleasure to meet the next generation of heroes. They turned at the voice, and indeed there was 13 in their spacesuit. Oh my gosh, it truly is 13. Momo squealed in delight, with her onyx eyes gleaming as she stared at the pro. Izuku smiled slightly at her reaction. She had also taken his jacket off and left it in the bus for safekeeping, which meant that everyone could truly see how tight-fitting his outfit was, as well as the blades attached to his body. Now, you are all here today to practice different techniques of rescue, including in how to control your quirks in random situations. But I should tell you, all your quirks can be dangerous and cause serious damage or even death. Not just to yourselves or villains, but also innocents caught in the middle. You need to always, and I mean always, keep vigilant. My quirk, Black Hole, yes, is used for rescue, but it can be highly dangerous and if not used correctly, death. I won't lie to you about it. Now, we are here to figure out the best style for yourselves in rescue. 13 turned to Aizawa, who was leaning lazily against the railing. 13 is right. Now, we will be dashed before he could say anything else. Kaminari let out a squeal. They even got fake villains. Izuku and Raiki's heads snapped up at that, and due to his height advantage, saw a purple vortex open and a good 100 or so villains walked out. The last was a blue-haired guy with disgusting hands all over him, and this ghastly purple humanoid thing with its brain exposed. Where is he? Where's All Might? We're here for him. Hands stomped a foot childishly. Ragtax, Jiro, and Momo instantly hid behind him and Raiki, while the class looked at them in puzzlement. 13, protect the students, Aizawa said, loosening his capture gear. Wait, Aizawa. Something doesn't feel right. Izuku stormed to the front to stand beside his uncle. What do you mean, Izuku? Gut feeling. That's when the vortex thing appeared beside them, manifesting into a smoke man in a butler suit. Izuku analyzed them quickly. It's as tangible as smoke. Quirk maybe, or something more at play, not entirely sure. Metal brace around the throat, weakness point. Take it down that way when you get the chance. He sent to his sister and uncle. Got it. They replied. Good afternoon, you students. We are the League of Villains and we are here to end All Might. So, forgive me, but I must scatter you. The mist thing said with unusual politeness. Izuku moved quickly and latched onto Eiji tightly as students were swallowed into the vortex's dark abyss with screams of fear. It went black for a couple of seconds, before he was dropped ungracefully on his back. The breath in his lungs vanishing quickly as Eiji landed on him, causing the weapons to dig into his spine a little. Nothing that wasn't tolerable though. They got to their feet and he held Eiji against him. He was trembling and starting to hyperventilate from fear and panic. Shoo, it's okay, Eiji. I'm here with you. I won't leave you. Copy my breathing for me, baby. You need to calm down. He put his hand over the side of Eiji's face, letting him listen to the calm, steady beat of his heart. Well, look what we have here, boys. 2 little wannabe hero students? A voice sounded from behind him, like he was talking through his nose. Izuku didn't move. They won't hurt you, he whispered as Eiji slowly nodded as his breathing became more under control now. Don't ignore us, boy. Will he end you? Another snapped. Why did they always threaten to end when they were being ignored? Children. Literally FING children. And why always monologue? Was that in some sort of Villain 101 handbook or some sheet? Not at first, mind you. We see that the little redhead is someone important to you. So we'll make you watch as we rape and torture him first, then we'll end you. One cackled. Izuku let Eiji go slowly, before turning, using his body as protection as anger started to pulsate through him. Did they seriously just say that? It was one thing threatening him, but go after his boyfriend was an entirely different ballgame. You won't FING touch him? His voice dropped low, and he felt Syrinx awaken from his slumber. His Kitsune wouldn't make himself known unless it was absolutely needed or Izuku summoned him out of his body. What's a brat like you supposed to do? There's 10 of us. Nasal bastard mocked, laughing with his little buddies. Did they seriously think he would back down or be scared? Beach, please. They were nothing compared to those he had previously fought and defeated as a pro hero. So, get more and it'll be an even fight, maybe? He taunted back. Cocky brat, says the guy whose mother should be beach slapped for birthing him. Eiji snorted gently behind him. He'd heard all about Izuku's snarky comebacks from Raiki. Don't bring my mother into this. Ah, did that hurt the ickle baby villain's feelings? Too if you bad. Just get it if over with. One stepped forward with a flamethrower attached to his wrist. He clicked the lever and hot flames burst out the nozzle. Izuku whirled and gathered his love close as the flames hit his back. Thank F he was fireproof, as was all his gear. Eiji looked up at him, fear evident in his eyes, yet untouched due to Izuku's size, so he could protect him. He might be untouched, but Eiji would still feel the heat as it went past him. What was with them using weapons instead of their quirks though? Unless they weren't that powerful. Or did they not know everyone's quirks, so it was just randomization of where to scatter the students? That seemed the most logical explanation he could think of. Baby, I need you to look away. This will not be pretty, and I don't want you to see this side of me like ever. He told him. That was one thing he never wanted. For Eiji to see his Ender's side. Critanta. I trust you, Izuku. This won't change my feelings or trust for you, ever. Go kick their ass, F-. He didn't deserve this beautiful red head. Stay back from me, Eiji. The flames finally died down, and he leapt into action. They were going to hurt his beloved, threatening to rape and torture him, so all bets were off at that, and they would pay with their lives. He massacred them, unaffected by their weak quirks and uncaring of their pitiful screams of anguish, until only the one with the flamethrower remained. He was kneeling on the floor, bawling like a little beach. Izuku towered over him, splattered in blood, eyes glowing a molten green in anger. If they could see under the mask, they'd see his mouth twisted into a cruel smirk. Please, let me live. I'm sorry, he begged, raising petrified eyes to his own. Not happening. You wanted to hurt my love. For that, it's game over for you, Beach. He grabbed either side of the guy's skull and ripped his head clean off. He kicked the body back, before drawing the hot flames in, fueling himself. So, F that he had ended. Anyone who wants to hurt his sunshine will die, regardless of who they were. Nicely done, Kit. He heard Syrinx chuckle. Beach deserved it. True that. Shouldn't have gone after our male. Facts. He was uncaring of the gore coating him and turned to Eiji, who was staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Eiji? He raised his hand slowly. He ran over and linked their fingers together tightly, before smiling softly at him. I'm not afraid of you. Still love you, unconditionally. I don't deserve you. I love you, Eijiro. Other way around, babe. Eiji sassed, sticking his tongue out playfully. Izuku chuckled. He wanted to kiss him, but couldn't, due to his mask being buckled at the back of his scalp and they needed to go find everyone else. Never. Let's go now. Just remember, whatever happens, trust me and follow what I say, okay? I will, babe. You know what you're doing when villains are concerned and I trust you with my life, 100%. Izuku nodded, profoundly grateful. They left the fire zone they were in and emerged into total chaos. Petrified students and 13 were together, held in place by villains welding weapons, while a bloodied Aizawa was pinned to the floor by the purple-muscled F-. Everyone then noticed him and Eiji, and their eyes went wide at seeing him in blood. Eiji was ripped away from him and he was tackled to the floor. About 30 villains held him down, while Eiji was herded over to the group, being thrown beside a slightly bloodied Raiki and Bakugo. A hysterical Mina latched onto him, making sure that he was okay. So, it seems that red head means something to this one. Anyway, as All Might isn't here, perhaps we should leave him some dead students to find instead. Hands cackled. Izuku noticed that Ito wasn't there. Had the rip-off Sonic bastard gotten out and gone for help? One of the villains stepped forward and grabbed Eiji, holding a blade to his throat as he smirked at Izuku. No one dared make a move. Izuku started to shake as blinding fury shot through his system. How dare that minced F hold a blade to his boyfriend's throat or touch him with his disgusting hands? Raiki, however, noticed his expression and burst into laughter. You guys are seriously F-ed. She cackled. Shut it, Beach. She was punched in the face, but Izuku stared at Eiji, who was looking at him with pure fear. He knew his sister could handle herself. Don't be so cocky, brat. We have the upper hand here. Han sneered. Wrong, Beach, you really FNG don't? Raiki piped up. None of the students said anything, all were too scared to make a noise. So much for the big talk of being better than RHE ragtags. Morons. Nomu, slam him once. Izuku's gaze shifted. So that's what that thing was called, and clearly only followed the man-child's orders. Experiment, clearly. Everyone gasped as it lifted Aizawa a little before slamming him into the ground, like he weighted nothing. "No, Det!" Raiki screamed, before Bakugo held her tightly to stop her from jumping in and possibly getting hurt. Izuku was grateful for the blonde, as it meant that he didn't have to worry about them just now. But holy shit, Raiki had just let out her secret of Aizawa being her dad. The class were clearly shocked at what Raiki had just shouted, but none verbalized it, knowing how dangerous the situation was. At least they had some semblance of a brain at least. "Cut the red head. Then we take out dear daddy?" Hands ordered the guy holding Eiji, who didn't hesitate and cut his boyfriend a little with a smirk. A small trail of blood instantly appeared, pretty much illuminous against the pale flesh. Eiji was that scared, he didn't activate his quirk to protect himself. Izuku, however, was furious. "Izuku, I give you full permission?" Aizawa stammered. How the F was his uncle still conscious? It might not have been loud, but he heard it clearly. Good enough for him. He was given full permission and he was going to bring hell. Everyone watched as he braced his hands against the floor and rose with the villains clinging to him like they weren't even there. He ripped them from his body, and once he had room, grabbed a knife from his thigh and launched it at the bastard who dared mar his love. It hit smack dab in the middle of his forehead, burying into his brain. It went that deep, only half the handle remained visible. Instant end shot. K.O. motherfucker. It happened within the span of 5 seconds, tops. Then he attacked. He took down those who were nearby, leaving 1A in shock at the ease, speed and sheer brutality in which he took them down. All without the use of his quirks either. As he destroyed the villains, he called forth his shadows. He sent them to Aizawa, ripping him from the Nomu, wrapped them around the students and 13 before they were ushered out the USJ. The doors remained open as he let them go, so it was good enough for him. As he brutally ripped out the throat of one villain, who had knives appear from his fingertips, Izuku sent up a protection barrier to keep everyone out, safe and out of harm's way. "You cheater! You cheated! Noma get him!" Hands screamed, before scratching his neck furiously enough to draw blood. "Fing child. Calm down, Shigaraki," the purple vortex/man-thing said. "So, that was his name, huh? Store that away to hunt down his information later. Don't tell me what to do, Kurogyri. If you weren't our way out, I'd end you myself." Shigaraki snarled. Izuku stored that name away as well, then focused more as the Nomu came flying at him. They began trading brutal blows with each other that were immense. The solid connection of their fists colliding together sounded like beating drums. It tanked his punches, so Izuku guessed it had some sort of shock absorption quirk. Now this was good. Time to test out his actual strength. He roared as he threw punches, slamming them into the Nomu as hard as possible, leaving horrendous dents. Anyone else would have already died. It suddenly grabbed him and sent him flying into the stairs with a resounding crash. Damn, that was going to leave a bruise later. "Izuku!" He heard Eiji scream hysterically, while the remaining villains laughed. "Why can't we get in?" There was no mistaking that voice. All Might had arrived. "Where's Izuku?" That was his mum. "Inside. You won't get through the barrier, nothing will until Aizu releases it. Before you ask, yes, that includes me as well. We can only watch." Raiki answered. "You won't win, little boy. Nomu was created solely to fight and end All Might. It has shock absorption and instant regeneration." Shigaraki sniggered. Did he honestly think that would slow Izuku down? What a total moron. Imagine saying what it was made from as well. Did he know nothing? Now he knew how to win against the thing. Was this guy seriously the leader? Venji child more like. Izuku climbed out of the rubble, wiping the small bit of blood that was trickling down his forehead. His top was ripped in places, revealing the highly toned muscles underneath. They gasped as he emerged like it hadn't happened, and he smirked as his eyes narrowed. Before they could move or do anything, he was in front of the Nomu. "Playtime's over." He snarled, then grabbed the beast and rose into the air. Villains froze as it became increasingly cold. Izuku ignored the Nomu grabbing his sides, puncturing his flesh with those sharp claws. "Kitsune Thunderball," he yelled. Thunderous booms sounded across the USJ and he lit up. His eyes changed to solid silver with small sparks, like lightning was trapped within. Beneath his mask, his lips twisted into a sinister smirk. His hair went an even darker shade of black, with silver lights flashing through it and around his body. Everyone was in total awe of his power, yet frightened as well. The sheer magnitude of this was immense and showed he was already well above those in his class. "Nomu, lend him!" Shigaraki screamed, and the Nomu moved. It dragged its claws down Izuku's body, grunting as it did so. Jesus Christ, it went right over the wounds he had gotten from Lycania. Before much damage could be done, Izuku slammed a solid right hook into its ugly face, startling it a little. But that was enough for him to detach himself from the claws and get behind it. Locking his arms and legs around the beast, he held a fist up as thunder bellowed through the cloudless blue sky before the glass roof shattered, sending shards down to those below. Lightning flashed through and struck his fist. "Izuku!" He barely heard Eiji scream in fright. A blinding white ball surrounded him and the Nomu, a good 30 feet all the way around, making everyone look away, lest they want to become blind. Within the light came a deafening roar, followed by a guttural scream of pure anguish that made everyone slam their hands over their ears to block out the sound. Not even 10 seconds later, it fell deathly silent. The light withdrew, revealing Izuku staring down at the frozen, petrified villains with those scary molten eyes. The Nomu had completely disappeared, with not a single trace to be found. He had the wounds obviously, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Some blood stood out against his face. "You're done. This is for hurting and targeting my family and classmates." Izuku's voice was laced over, making it even deeper. He slammed his hands together, with bolts of multicolored lightning appearing along with thin tendrils of black smoke. This caused a massive shock to those watching from the doors, including his sister. "What the F is that sheet? How the F are you doing that arsehole?" She screamed into his mind. "I will teach it to you. Afterwards." "I'm not entirely sure how I am doing it though," he admitted. "Damn the right you are, she growled before breaking the connection. Izuku would be highly amused by that, if he weren't a little occupied right now. "Lightning ball shocker." He suddenly roared, and the smoke moved quicker than they realized. Every villain had a tendril touch them, followed by being struck by a small voltage of the lightning that Izuku somehow managed to do. They let out screams of pain, before toppling to the floor, unconscious. Shigaraki and Kurogiri somehow weren't though. Although it was close for the hand fetish manchild. "Kurogiri, get us out of here!" Shigaraki demanded, panting heavily, while Izuku dropped from the sky. Manchild was covered quickly and the two vanished. Izuku crashed into the ground, landing perfectly as though he hadn't just dropped a couple 100 feet. He rose to his full height slowly, eyes tracking the bodies around him. Once he was sure that everyone was indeed unconscious, he turned to those who were staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Letting go of the power, he went back to normal before dropping the barrier, allowing the heroes and police to flood the area, quickly slapping normal and quirk-canceling handcuffs to the villains. Izuku had long since stopped bleeding and his wounds healed over quickly. "Nicely done, Kit," Syrinx said, with the unmistakable pride in his voice. "Thanks. I'm tired now though." "I'm not surprised. Get sorted here, then go home." "I intend to." "Thought so. I'm going back to sleep." "Night, Kit." "Night, you lazy effer." He heard Syrinx snort in amusement, before going back to sleep. "Aizu." He caught Eiji as he leapt onto him. Izuku wrapped his arms around his boyfriend, holding him up easily as Eiji buried his face into his throat, being careful of the mask. Ragtags joined and hugged him, more to reassure themselves that he was truly okay. Clearly, they didn't mind the blood splattered on him. Soon they separated and he put Eiji down, before turning to Raiki. "Where's Aizawa?" "On an ambulance stretcher. He's outright refusing to leave until he knows that you're okay." "I'll go and see him." He raced up the unbroken side of the stairs, ignoring those calling out to him, and went to the ambulance he could hear shouting coming from. Peering inside, his uncle was indeed refusing treatment or to leave until he knew Izuku was fine and just being an overall hard-ass. "You should really let them do their job, uncle," he said as he leaned against the door, resulting in the 3 occupants to look at him. "Oh, thank God you're okay." Aizawa let out a sigh of relief, before collapsing onto the bed fully. Izuku chuckled softly, before climbing aboard and sat on the seat beside him. "Obviously I'm fine. Let me heal you, but still go to the hospital to get checked over fully." He didn't wait for permission, and just sent the pale blue healing light over Aizawa, resulting in the paramedics watching in awe. The man let out a deep sigh of relief as his injuries healed. When done, he removed his hand and the light vanished. The word injury had been Aizawa's eye socket, which had pretty much snapped in two. "Thank you." "Wait, what about your injuries?" Aizawa sat up to look at him, indicating his ruined top. "You were injured as well?" a paramedic asked, looking panicked before grabbing a new set of gloves. They handed him some wipes to remove the blood from his fists and face when they realized that he wasn't injured. "That was nice of them to do that." "I'm fine. Healed over already. Stop panicking. Most of the blood on me isn't mine. Now, go to the hospital and get checked over entirely, okay? We'll go back to you today and I'll report everything to Nizu," he told his uncle, who did not look pleased. But the underground pro knew better than to argue, considering Izuku was ridiculously stubborn and outranked him in the pro world too. "Fine. But go and answer some questions first." Aizawa settled on the bed and Izuku left after being told which hospital they'd be going to. Before moving away from the vehicle, he glanced over his shoulder and winked at Aizawa, making the male snort and roll his eyes at the offbeat humor. Izuku went to his group, who were standing a little distance from the rest. "Still singled out, huh? Arseholes." All Might, Snipe and an officer were talking to the others, while 13 was talking to Reiki. He lifted his arm and draped it around Eiji's shoulders. "Izuku, can I talk to you please?" He glanced at All Might and nodded. So much for hugging his boyfriend. They walked a short distance away and he faced the pro hero. "So, what do you need?" he asked. "The class informed me that you brutally took out those villains, and perhaps even ended some. What is your side of the story?" "I won't lie to you. I did end some. They threatened to rape and torture Eijiro in front of me before ending us after. They used a flamethrower on me before I attacked them. We went back to everyone, and I was quickly pinned to the floor by about 30 of the FAs. Other bits happened, then Aizawa gave me full permission, so I did what I had to do. I got everyone out safely, put up the barrier, and you saw the rest." He answered. "You do know that a pro hero doesn't end, right?" "Spare me the lecture, All Might. I've heard it all before. You say heroes don't end, but that's total bullshit. I know full well that many heroes have ended in their careers, including yourself, as sometimes it is inevitable. Endeavor, however, has the most ends, ranging from villains to innocent bystanders who get caught in his flames that he really needs to learn to control, as well as his pathetic attitude and temper. If that's all, I need to go back to Yubi, see Recovery Girl, and report to Nizu on some things." "How do you know all of that?" "I can't say right now. Not until I've spoken to Nizu. Then I'll tell you, okay? But I know that no matter what I say, you won't give in. I know and have been told that you are highly stubborn, and no one can force you to do anything that you don't wish to do. Go on back to your classmates now." Izuku nodded and did just that. They'd all gotten back onto the bus, so he climbed aboard after sending a reassuring wink to his mum, who smirked at him. No one said anything, nor looked at him as he went straight to the back. As he was about to sit down, Jiro and Momo leapt at him, wrapping their arms tightly around him. He caught them easily, before noticing that Momo had put his jacket back on. "I'm so glad that you're okay. That was so scary," Jiro said, squeezing him a little. "I'm completely fine. No need to worry. Sit down, girls, so that we can go back to you, okay?" "Okay." They let go and sat down after smiling at him before putting earphones in and listening to music to calm down. He claimed his seat, sighing a little as he stretched his legs out in front of him. Damn, he was tired. Eiji cuddled into him, silent and trembling slightly. The bus started up and they were off back to school. He glanced down, nudging Eiji to look at him. "What's wrong, love?" he asked. "That was horrifying watching you be thrown into the stairs like you were, or fighting on your own. I also feel useless allowing that villain to cut me like that," he mumbled. Izuku raised a hand and healed over the slight injury. The blood had already been wiped away thankfully. AG, we all have bad days, don't worry about it. You're safe, that's all that matters to me. It'll take more than those slimeball villains to keep me down, I promise on that. Plan on sticking around until we grow old together, okay? I know, but it doesn't make it any less hard to watch, babe. I also know what you mean, we'll be together until we're super old, gray and retired. Exactly, love. He hugged his boyfriend as they fell into a comfortable silence with AG's head on his chest. Izuku glanced over at his sister and smiled softly. She was crashed out on Bakuga's chest, arms wrapped securely around each other as the blonde had his head on hers, also asleep. Kaminari, Mina and Siro were squeezed onto 2 seats, cuddled up tightly in reassurance, and snoozing in each other's arms. It was honestly bloody adorable. The rest of the bus was silent, probably still trying to think about what had just happened. Izuku was just thankful of the quiet. He lifted a now sleeping AG onto his lap properly, carefully removing his male's headwear, and held him tightly as he leaned his head back, closing his eyes for a quick nap. What FING day? The sound of light footsteps had Izuku raising his gaze from his phone as he sprawled on the couch, having just hung up from talking to Reiki, who had gone out this morning with Bakugo to do some mountain climbing. How she had signal he didn't know, but he could hear the excitement in her voice as she told him what had happened so far, including them watching the sunrise halfway up the mountain, arms locked around each other. He really was happy for his sister, she deserved to be happy and in love. It was obvious that they were both mad about each other, and Bakugo was literally perfect for her. His mum then appeared, dressed in her hero gear. Izuku, I'm heading off to UA for a staff meeting, then pulling a shift at the agency. I have no idea what time I'll be home later though. Have fun on your date today, sunshine. She smiled happily at him, pulling a dark purple knee-length coat on. She didn't have her eye mask and such on but had her hair in a ponytail for now. She wouldn't be recognized, which is what she wanted. That's fine, Mum. Text me later if you know a rough time that you'll be home and I'll leave you dinner in the microwave to heat up. He reassured her as he got up to give her a hug. Thanks, sunshine. I'll see you later. No problem. Make sure you eat during the day too. Aye, Captain. She fake saluted before kissing his cheek quick, which he happily returned, and she left for work with a wave bye and a bright smile. Once she'd gone, he bounded upstairs to get his things before leaving to go and get AG for 10 am, which would then give them plenty of time to get to where they needed to go and no need to rush either. Walking into his bedroom, he let out a deep sigh, remembering how yesterday had gone with talking to Nizu about what had transpired at the USJ, as well as talking to All Might a little with his uncle. After the whole USJ, he'd waited with AG at the school gates for his mum to pick him up, as he'd refused to let his redhead walk home after everything, before having the long-winded, 2-hour conversation with Nizu, All Might, Aizawa, Hizashi, his mum and Reiki. They had admitted to being pros, but not informing the tall blonde that he was Kritanta and Reiki was Kalma for the W. That was not needed to be included. Not yet anyway. To say the pro hero was shocked that Izuku and Reiki were already pros, made him smirk a little, recalling the shock on the male's face. He had also sworn to not say anything about it until it was necessary, or the siblings informed people themselves. Izuku shook his head as he shrugged into his leather jacket that went over his somewhat tight, dark green turtleneck. Long legs were encased in black jeans that showed how perfectly muscled he was. Black combat boots covered his feet, laces done military tight to not randomly come undone. Glancing in the mirror, he was satisfied with what he looked like. His jet black hair was slicked to the side in a messy style of wayward curls with a few strands curling over his forehead too. Good enough for him. His phone slid into his pocket, along with his wallet. He didn't need anything else. Keys in the other pocket, attached to a chain that was hooked to a belt hoop by a small hook. He put on some cologne, then left. He was taking no chances of this being anything but perfect for his AG. Leaving the house after putting a plain black mask on, he locked the door before shoving his hands into his jacket pockets and began the stroll to his boyfriend's. About half an hour later, his phone rang, so pulled it out and instantly a smile lifted his lips as he saw who it was. Morning, baby. He answered as soon as it connected. Morning, love. Whereabouts are you? AG's voice came through the device, wrapped with excitement. Open the door, baby. He answered instead. Okay. AG quickly hung up, leaving Izuku to chuckle and put the phone away. He opened the gate leading into the front garden, just as the front door opened. His breath left him as he saw his stunning boyfriend. AG was in dark blue jeans, black trainers, a gray hoodie with a red and white open jacket over the top. His red hair was spiked as usual and he was staring at Izuku with hearts in his eyes, a graceful smile along with a faint blush on his cheeks. As Izuku got closer, AG jumped into his arms, resulting in him catching him effortlessly and hugging him close. Hey baby! He lowered his mask as AG leaned backwards. Hey handsome! AG grinned, perfect. He eventually lowered his boyfriend to the ground, as an excited scream came from within the house, getting both of their attention. Mr. Aizu! Arabella came flying out and tackled his legs in enthusiasm. Morning, Bella. He picked the little girl up, who giggled before giving him a hug. Good morning, Izuku. His gaze went from his smiling AG to see Tegan and Raeliana appear. Good morning. He bowed his head in politeness to them, before letting Bella down. She wore a pair of jeans with a black t-shirt that had a smiling orange fox head on it. Adorable. Are you all ready for today? Tegan questioned. I am. Are you, AG? I will be. Let me quickly grab my bag from the living room. He ran into the house, and Izuku knelt as Bella tugged on his top. Yes, Bella? Have fun today. I also drew you a picture. AG said he'll give it to you later. She smiled brightly. Thank you. I'll be sure to treasure it forever. He hugged her again, and she squealed in delight. Ready to go? AG asked as he returned, shrugging his backpack into place. Ready as ever. He stood up again after letting Bella go, who ran to her mum's. AG hugged his family bye, before running over to him and linking their hands together. Have fun, boys. Tegan hollered, smirking as she did so. We will. Bye and take care. Izuku smirked before tugging his mask into place. Bella waved frantically at them, before she was ushered into the house with her laughing mums. Izuku peeked down at AG, who moved a little and leaned into his side. He lifted his arm, letting his male get closer, let his hand go and draped his arm around his shoulders instead. AG let out a contented sigh as he cuddled into his ribs, which Izuku didn't mind. He liked seeing the smile on his redhead's face. So, where are we going today? AG asked, about 20 minutes into their walk. Well, the first part is a surprise. The second is we go back to mine, I'll make us dinner and then we spend the evening watching movies, snuggled up in the bed under the duvet with the occasional mug of hot chocolate and marshmallows if you want them, Izuku replied as they crossed the road. They were near their first destination and he couldn't wait to see AG's face. That sounds absolutely perfect, babe. AG squeezed him slightly, making Izuku chuckle. Good. Now, I need you to close your eyes for your first surprise. AG did, and Izuku put his hand over them as well, just to make sure. Don't get him wrong, he trusted AG entirely, but better safe than sorry. He carefully led AG forward, about 50 yards before removing his hand and stepped away a little. Can I open my eyes now? AG asked, smiling all the while. Go on. Izuku said. AG did and let out a gasp as he saw where they were. Are you serious? We're at the aquarium? We are indeed, babe. Ready to go and see everything? He held his hand out and it was taken. There was roughly an hour-ish to end before they were to get a first-hand experience at feeding some sharks. He had phoned up yesterday to see about it, saying it was their first date and AG was obsessed with sharks. They had willingly agreed, stating it would be their honor to give them a great memory for their first date. Plus, if it got his boyfriend's mind off what had transpired yesterday at the USJ, he was all for it. I'm so ready. Let's go. AG grinned in avid excitement and they went into the building. At the check-in desk, he showed the email he'd gotten confirming payment already, and they tied VIP bands around their wrists. Thanking the staff, he led AG through the main doors. They were immediately greeted with viewing tanks, of where they could touch the creatures. AG ran to one that held manta rays, and Izuku pulled his phone out and opened the camera. He took a shot as AG leaned over slightly, and ran his hand over one, smiling wide and red eyes shining brightly as the ray swam beneath his palm. It splashed a little, resulting in AG letting out a childlike giggle that made Izuku's heart melt. That was precious. He continued to take photos of his boyfriend as he flittered around tank to tank, enjoying the experience. When he'd seen them all, Izuku led him further into the building. They walked through the sweeping tunnels slowly, so AG could get the full experience of seeing the abundance of different species that lived there. AG was watching a school of fish swimming by when he turned to him. Aizu. Yeah, babe? Any idea what that brown gold striped and spotted fish is? Not seen that before. He pointed to what one he meant, and Izuku followed with his gaze. Yeah, it's a Chaetodon punctidifasciatus, more commonly known as a spot-banded butterfly fish. He replied when he realized what one it was. Don't ask how he knows that. He genuinely has no clue. That's so cool. AG grinned, before tugging him along. Izuku couldn't help but smile before something caught his attention and glanced upwards. A giant great white shark swam above them. AG? His love looked at him over his shoulder. Yeah. Look up. AG did and let out a squeal. He stared in rapt fascination of the graceful predator as it went about its merry way, uncaring of those beneath it. Izuku couldn't resist and took a photo. The result was incredible. AG was highlighted perfectly by the blue lights and made his eyes pretty much glow, along with his beautiful smile. They carried on after a few more minutes, and Izuku glanced at the time. That hour had gone quick. It was time for his next gift. Looping his arm around AG's shoulders, he led him out of that area and quickly found a worker. Excuse me, could you tell me where I need to go for this, please? He showed the ticket on his phone and the worker nodded. Of course, I'll take you there. Follow me, sir. AG looked at him in puzzlement, but he just winked, not saying anything. They followed to a staff-marked door. Wait here a moment, and I'll go get someone for you. Thank you. Once they had disappeared, AG turned to him. What's going on, Aizu? It's all part of your surprise, babe. What is it? You'll see. Don't be so impatient. Izuku laughed as AG stuck his tongue out at him. Mr. Kayama? He turned to the door as another worker peeked out. He was a brown-haired male, about AG's height, and looked at them from gold eyes. That's me. Izuku said. Great. Follow me, please. They went through the door, away from the crowd. AG looked around in curiosity, so Izuku just steered him in the way they had to go. More so he didn't get lost. They approached a room, and the worker turned to them. Kita is in there, ready for you both. Enjoy. Thank you. They bowed a little to each other before he left, and Izuku knocked on the door. It opened to reveal a guy with silver-gray hair and storm-gray eyes. Mr. Kayama? That's me. This is my boyfriend, Eijiro Kirishima. We're here for him. He pulled AG more into his side, who had a faint blush on his cheeks. Pleasure to meet you both. I'm Kita. I'll be guiding you through this. Sorry, but what exactly are we doing? Aizu refuses to tell me. AG nudged him in the ribs, making him chuckle. I guessed as much. I was informed that this was a surprise. You're here for a hands-on experience of hand-feeding some sharks. Kita smiled at them both. Are you serious? AG turned to him, looking entirely gobsmacked. Surprise, baby. Izuku smiled softly. You're amazing. AG jumped, wrapping his arms and legs around him tightly. Izuku had no trouble in holding him in place as he hugged his boyfriend. Kita just smiled before collecting the things they'd be needing. He let AG down, and he readjusted his backpack while grinning so wide, he really had no idea how his cheeks didn't hurt. This is all for you, baby. I want to give you an incredible memory of our first date. Izuku admitted, cupping his love's face. It's already incredible because I'm with you. Okay, stop with the sappy until later. Let's get this underway, yeah? Izuku hugged him quick and took the backpack from him, hooking it over one shoulder. Sure thing. I'm so excited. AG turned to Kita, who handed over a bucket that was full of dead fish. Ready? Kita questioned. Definitely. Great. Follow me. They did as requested, and he led them to a large tank that held about 15 adolescent sharks. Izuku just kept back, watching as Kita explained to AG how to do it properly as well as safely. It made his day seeing that radiant smile on his face. He made the right choice in bringing AG here. A few hours later, they were leaving the aquarium, hands interlocked as Eiji enthusiastically told Izuku again about the incredible experience of hand-feeding the sharks. They strolled out into the warm sunshine and he smiled down at his boyfriend. "So, I take it you enjoyed yourself then?" Izuku chuckled when Eiji paused to take a breath. "I loved it. Thank you, Izuku." Eiji stretched up and wrapped his arms around his neck, with Izuku's arms banding around his waist for a hug. "Well, that definitely made it worth it." "Right back at you, babe. Where are we to go now?" he asked. "Do you need to get anything from town? We could do that, then head home. It's only 4 p.m., so we have time." They untangled themselves, relinged hands and started walking. "I don't need anything. We got that fox plush for Bella in the shop, so that's sorted. How about we just go back to yours?" Eiji suggested. "Sounds good to me, babe." And that is what they did. They headed back to his. As they kept on getting distracted by shamelessly flirting or teasing each other, it took about an hour to get back. As they strolled up the road leading to his house, the sun was setting, creating beautiful colors to spill across the vast sky. Izuku glanced at Eiji, who was looking at the sky with a small smile on his face. Izuku's phone then started to ring, so pulled it out of his pocket. It was Reiki. "Hey, firecracker," he said as he connected the call. "Hey, sheethead. Just a quick call. How do we make your chicken curry? Me and Kat really fancy it after I told him about it, but I'm not entirely sure what you do considering I don't actually watch you cook." Reiki snorted. "Okay, no problem. If you go to the bedroom, in my bedside drawer, there is a small black book with stickers on resembling cooking utensils. Page 10 is the one you want. Follow it to the letter and that's how you'll get it. I take it Bakugo is the one who will be cooking?" "Yeah, well, we'll be doing it together, but Kat will be doing the brunt of it considering I can't cook." "Figured as much. I did leave chicken breast in the fridge, so feel free to use that." Izuku noticed they were at his, so pulled his keys out. "Thanks, bro. How did the aquarium go?" "Amazing. Better than I could have hoped. Eiji loved the surprise I had in there for him." "What surprise?" Izuku opened the door and led Eiji inside. "He got to hand feed sharks?" "Dude, that's effing sick. Not going to lie, I'm slightly jealous. Sharks are badass. Anyway, I'll let you go and see you tomorrow." "Love you." "Sure thing. If you have any problems, let me know." "Love you too." "Will do." "Bye, sheethead." "Bye, firecracker." He hung up, chuckling as he did so. "Reiki, I take it?" He turned to Eiji, who had taken his shoes off. "One and only. She wanted to know how I make spicy chicken curry as her and Bakugo want it tonight." He answered, and took his shoes off, leaving them in the shoe rack. "Rather them than me. I'm not a fan of spicy food." Eiji's face scrunched up, making Izuku snort before taking his mask off, and put it into his jacket pocket. "Not the only one. But I don't mind a mild curry now and again," he admitted before they went upstairs. Going into his bedroom, Eiji pulled off his backpack. "Which bed, babe?" Eiji asked. "One on the left." He pointed to his bed, with its fresh all-black bedding he'd changed over this morning. He'd changed Reiki's as well, so now hers was black and orange. "Why 2 beds in here? Reiki has the other one. Same for when I stay over at hers. Just how it's always been since we were kids." He shrugged, before emptying his pockets, then hanging their jackets up in the wardrobe. "Fair enough. So, would you like help making dinner tonight?" Eiji asked, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. "Nope, I'll be fine. It isn't that hard. You can just sit at the table and be gorgeous." He smirked. "If you say so. Then movies and snuggles." "I can't wait." Eiji beamed at him. "Me too." Izuku picked him up, and the redhead instinctively wrapped his legs around his hips, and arms around his shoulders so that he wouldn't fall. Not that he'd let that happen, as he kept one hand on his arse and took them down to the kitchen. "I can walk, babe." Eiji playfully glared but made no move or effort to get down. "I know. Doesn't mean I won't carry you around though. You barely weigh anything." "Maybe not to you, love. You are ridiculously strong, don't forget." Eiji kissed his cheek before Izuku lowered him to the kitchen table. "You love it." Izuku retorted. "Damn right I do. Stop being so adorable." Izuku kissed his love quick, before stepping back in case it got heated again. Plus, now that they were alone, there would be no stopping him from truly making his boyfriend breathless. Never. Eiji giggled and plopped down onto a seat. Izuku snorted and went to get the ingredients needed for their American-styled burger and chips, before he kissed him again for being too adorable for his own good. When done, he stood at the center island and began preparing everything. It didn't take him long, it never did. As he finished grinding the meat into reasonable-sized burgers, he glanced at his boyfriend, who was leaning on his hand, watching with a small smile. "Having fun over there?" he asked before turning to the stove and pulling frying pans out. He turned it on to heat up, along with putting in a little oil as well. Chip pan was turned on to get ready, as Izuku hated oven chips. They just tasted gross to him. "Yeah. It's quite mesmerizing watching you work in a kitchen," Eiji admitted. "How so?" "Not sure. Just is." Arms wrapped around his stomach. "Certainly different?" He turned in Eiji's arms and wrapped an arm around him. Eiji hummed, before stepping back and letting him do what he needed. "Can you grab the lemonade from the fridge, babe? Glasses are in the cupboard next to it," Izuku said as he focused on the meat cooking. "Of course. Anything else you need me to get?" "Plates, which are to my right. Cutlery in the drawer above it. If you want sauce or anything, they're kept in the pantry to your left." "Thanks, Eiji." Izuku rattled off. "No problem." He playfully slapped Izuku's arse with a grin before they worked around each other perfectly. It was like they'd done this for years already. Once dinner was ready, Izuku dished it up onto the plates, with the meat sliding into buns that Eiji had put a thin layer of butter on after asking. Izuku preferred it with a little butter, made it not so dry. He took the food over to the table and placed Eiji's in front of him. One American-styled burger, with homemade chips as requested. He put his down as well but gave Eiji a kiss first, then sat opposite. "Thank you for dinner. This looks amazing." Eiji smiled brightly. "You're welcome. Enjoy, baby." They put what they wanted on it, including onions he'd fried. Eiji took his first bite of the burger and raised wide eyes to him. Izuku just smirked as he also took a bite of his own. Full flavor burst over his tongue, sided with the onions and barbecue sauce he'd put in it. "Aizu, this is amazing," Eiji said once he'd swallowed his mouthful. "Glad you like it?" He smiled gently before they tucked in. They sat in a comfortable silence, just enjoying their food. When they finished, Eiji helped him clean up and he put the spare burger on a plate and into the microwave, ready for his mum for later. When done, they headed back upstairs, after making sure that all the doors and such were locked and the lights were off. As they walked into the bedroom, the light was turned on, before he shut the door behind them with his foot while reaching out to grab Eiji's wrist. He spun his boyfriend around and into his arms. Lemon scenes removed. "Come on, baby, let's go to bed and sleep." Reiki blinked at him sleepily. "Sounds like a damn good idea." She mumbled and stumbled over to her bed. She collapsed into it and he just chuckled. Katsuki turned all the lights out, shut the curtains and plunged the room into darkness. Reiki rolled and checked her phone, blinking rapidly as the harsh light stung her retinas. It was now 11 p.m. She had a text from her dad too, so opened it. "Dad, just a heads up, I'll be home early hours. Just so you know. I hope you're good and behaving. See you in the morning. I love you, Firecrackerx." She noticed that it had been sent an hour ago, but quickly fired off a reply as Katsuki joined her in bed, after plugging his own phone into charge. "Reiki, just got this, as we got carried away watching a movie and didn't hear it go off." "That's fine. Please be safe and careful. See you in the morning as we're going to sleep. Left chicken curry in microwave for you too. I love you too, Dadex." She put the device down, knowing he wouldn't reply as she said she was going to sleep. She turned over and curled up into Katsuki's chest as he faced her. She sighed happily as they cuddled close. He pulled her in even tighter to him. Her head went to his shoulder, using that as her pillow. Now this was the perfect way to sleep. She felt unbelievably secure. Warm, safe and treasured in a way she'd never felt before. Honestly, if it could be this every night, she'd be happy. "Good night, Katsuki. I love you." She leaned up and gave him a quick kiss. "Night, baby. I love you too," he replied. She smiled happily as sleep descended quickly, and she didn't try to fight it at all. Just slipped into sweet oblivion in the arms of her man. Mondays. The worst day of the week for pretty much anyone, and Bakugo was no exception to that. He hated the start of the new week. More so after the absolutely fantastic weekend he'd had with his girlfriend after the hectic USJ incident on Friday. He'd wished it could have stayed that way with Reiki though. Saturday, they'd spent most of it doing mountain climbing, before an amazing evening which still made him smirk thinking about it considering it had been a priceless gift. Sunday, he'd gone to training ground with the ragtacks. They'd gotten there about 9 a.m. and stayed until 5 p.m. He was still, however, feeling incredible sore from the training that the siblings had put them through. But it was exactly as they'd said, they'd break them down first and then rebuild them back up to be stronger, tougher and better. Bakugo wasn't afraid or prideful enough to actually admit that it was working. He already felt a sheet ton better than he previously did in regards of his quirk, on top of basic hand-to-hand. It was certainly no joke that Izuku and Reiki knew their sheet, resulting in ragtags paying close attention to everything they said. Bakugo rubbed his hands over his eyes, groaning under his breath as his aching shoulders protested. Remind him to never piss Izuku off enough that he'd openly spar properly with him. It was bad enough he had bruises pretty much the entire length of his spine from repeatedly hitting the floor, as well as down his legs and arms. That was just training, and he dreaded to think what it would be like going full force against the bloke, kind of like he did with that Nomu thing at the USJ. The extras in class were leaving ragtags alone, and thankfully there was no snide remarks either. Reiki was chatting with Jiro, Momo and Mina about movies that would be showing soon. Shiro, Kaminari and Kirishima were chatting about memes or some sheet that he wasn't paying attention to. His gaze slid to Izuku, who was scribbling on some paper. Sliding into Kirishima's seat, as he'd swapped with Reiki to sit closer to his boyfriend, Emerald's eyes turned to lock on him. "What you working on, dude?" he questioned. They could talk for now, as Aizawa wasn't here yet. "You wanted to gain more muscle and such for your arms, correct? To counter in for the powerful explosions you can do." Izuku sat up properly to give him his full attention. "Yeah, that's what we spoke about yesterday when we took a break during training." What exactly was he getting at? Who would even be able to get a good idea on the thoughts in Izuku's brain though? The guy was ridiculously intelligent and already top of their class, despite missing loads already due to unfortunate circumstances. True. So, I made up an exercise plan you can do at home to counter it. Do you have weights and such there? Some old ones that used to be my dad's. I haven't gotten around to getting new ones yet. No problem. I've got some spare at mine you can have. They're pretty much new, but obviously with everything that's happened, they're too light for me. How heavy are they? He knew Izuku was godly strong, but would he be able to lift the weights? They range from 10 kilos right up to 80. We start low and work up. Once you reach 80 with barely any problems, then we'll work out another set of weights for you. Seriously? You do that? Dude, you're pretty much my best friend, so obviously. I've already worked out different things for the others as they'd asked. Plus, if you can get use out of the weights and we build more muscle on you, then sorted. I've also got an idea on more protein and calcium to add into your diet, along with shakes that will have most of what you'd need extra too. Izuku replied, before passing over the sheet of paper he had been working on. Bakugo took it and blinked at the detail. How the F was he able to do this sheet so quick? You're my best friend too. If you really think it'll help, then I'm all for it. He admitted. It was true though. He classed Izuku as his best male friend. Despite all the sheet they'd gone through already, the two males were close. Follow it, and within 2 weeks, you'll notice a difference. Obviously, if you get stuck on anything, just ask and I'll help. Cheers, dude. Appreciate it. They fist bumped. Welcome. Bakugo went back to his seat and shoved the paper into his bag so he didn't lose it. Timing too, as the door opened and Aizawa walked in. Everyone scrambled to their rightful seats and fell silent. He stood at his podium, regarding them all. Most had been fairly sure that they'd have gotten a substitute teacher, considering the injuries he'd received, but the most he had was a small scar under his eye. Well, of what they could see at present time. 6 seconds to quieten down. Better than before. Now, before I officially begin, He turned dark eyes to the powerful beast near him. Yes? Izuku said. I want to personally thank you for what you did on Friday for us at the USJ. If it weren't for you, I'm pretty much there would have been much more drastic injuries or fatalities, including the injuries that I, myself, had received at the hands of that purple creature. Aizawa bowed his head slightly, which, Bakugo knew, was a massive amount of respect from teacher to student. It wasn't just because the hobo happened to be Izuku's uncle either. It's fine. I just did what any hero would do. Izuku stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Which, to him, it most probably was. I figured you'd say that. Anyway, I am now informing you all that your fight is not over yet. The entire class gave him 100% of their attention. What fight? More villains? What else is there for us now? Someone whined, not worthy of Bakugo turning his head to find out which extra said it. But he was quite sure it was the pathetic great pervert, as it was quite high-pitched. Quiet. It's the sports festival, which, if you are aware, is the biggest event in Japan. However, in the past, the Olympics were also a vast sport festival that was captured all around the world in many countries. Even being able to participate was a great honor for their country. However, due to the increase in quirks, it made the art of training one's body to become dulled and pretty much forgotten. Aizawa paused, to look at each student, probably to judge if the information was sinking in fully. Anyway, taking its place is U.A.'s Sports Festival, which means that the top heroes will be watching your performance to see who a perfect sidekick would be to add to their agency. Many of the students' eyes began to sparkle in excitement. Some, like the extras they were, even began to bounce in their seats. Bakugo barely managed to stop from snorting at the idiots. He, instead, glanced at his girlfriend, who turned to him and smirked beneath her mask, with her orange eyes flaring in steely determination. We'll show those FAs just how FNG awesome we are, babe. Her voice came into his mind. Damn right. We'll own the FING show. He smirked in reply. Determination began to blaze through his system, well aware of how important this event was. Scouted to join an agency in their first year was incredible. It would also offer experience, lessons, as well as be taught more things that they couldn't teach at a school, not with seeing it right in front of them. It would definitely help their development into becoming pro heroes. Yes, you're all excited, but naturally, you will gain valuable experiences and popularity if you're picked by a big-named hero. But I want you to remember, there's always a limit on how many opportunities you can or could get. With limited time, you have to show exactly what you're made of, as well as a hint of what your future will possibly look like. The point is, if you want to become a hero, this is the event you can't miss, and the stepping stone needed to allow you in that direction. When will this be held exactly, sensei? Ida questioned, waving his arm like usual. Bakugo barely paid the idiot any attention. It wasn't worth his time. Not after everything that had already happened in the class. Some things he could forgive, but not how they treated the siblings already, not when it was uncalled for. At least nothing had been said about the USJ, considering Izuku had literally saved their lives. Nothing had even been said about Aizawa being revealed in being Raiki's dad either. It will be held in 2 weeks' time, from today. This means it'll be your chance to show off to the pros and agencies who might want to take you on as sidekicks someday, so I expect you all to do your best. Yes, sir. Everyone chorused, almost like it was practiced and drilled into them. Good. Now, you are having lessons for the morning, but after lunch, you are dismissed for following studies for 2 weeks until the sports festival, allowing you all to train. Aizawa shuffled some papers and they settled into a lesson, knowing it would do no good in causing a ruckus. Lunch had come and gone, with Aizawa giving them some more information before dismissing them. They had full access to the open gym as well as using their student IDs to gain access into the sparring halls, which logged in hours. Ragtags were ahead of everyone to leave, and Bakugo was beside Raiki, hands interlocked. They decided on a simple evening of having dinner at his place with some cuddles on his bed and movies before going full force in training from tomorrow under the guidance of the sibling duo. Izuku was behind him, bent over a little to whisper to Kirishima about something, so you couldn't really judge his height or build at the moment. Aizawa had already long since fled the room, leaving them to it. Nothing unusual. When Mina opened the door, she stopped short, causing Syro to stumble into her before catching himself and sending them sprawling to the floor. A crowd of students were in the hallway, blocking their way. Yes, Aizawa had announced the sports festival a few hours prior, but Bakugo was fairly sure they were wanting to see the students who had fought villains and supposedly escaped unscathed. It had been spoken about during lunch, with Kaminari telling them they didn't fight any villains, but no one believed him. Raiki and Izuka hadn't joined them during lunch, having been summoned to Nizu's office, probably about everything that had happened. You think you're so great? 1B is more superior to you guys. A blonde growled. Dude, literally no one has said anything about 1B at all. I just want to go home. Mina grumbled. We could have beaten those villains easily. The blonde continued, nose raised partially in the air like he was a snob. Fing moron. As we said at lunch, we didn't even fight them. Kaminari whined. A purple-haired boy pushed to the front, reminding him strangely of Aizawa with the eye bags. You know, the sports festival is a way for the general ed students, who didn't make it in the entrance exam, to have a chance of coming into the hero course. Don't underestimate us, he said. Who the F are you? Bakugo growled, getting fed up with being kept in the classroom. Unnecessary, I'm not here to make friends. The guy responded, tucking his hands into his pockets with a lazy expression. But Bakugo heard the faint murmuring from others behind the bloke, making out the name Hitoshi Shinso. Couldn't give a shit if you were or not. Yes, the festival is a way of others gaining access into the hero's course, but that doesn't mean it'll be fing easy. For a start, Twiggy, you'd be snapped in half if you went against either me or my brother. Actually, majority of you would, so back the F off and let us leave. Raiki snarled, stepping forward. Well, if that's how a student of 1A acts, then what's that say for the rest? Pathetic beach. The blonde cackled. You're an idiot. Now you've done it? Mina narrowed her eyes, and Bakugo was kept back by Raiki, squeezing his hand in reassurance. Nito Minoma, if I were you, I'd back the F up before I snap your spine in half like I did to the Nomu at the... Izuku's deep snarl came from behind, and they stepped to the side. Everyone in the hallway went pale as Izuku was revealed to them. He stood up to his impressive height, hands hanging loose at his sides. Hold on, how did he know the bastard's name? You fought a Nomu thing? Please, I'm sure I'd have beaten it. You're nothing. The now identified Minoma sniped. Bakugo snorted, unable to keep it at bay. Izuku stepped forward, until he stood right in front of him. The size difference was astronomical. The most you'd no doubt do, is either cry like a little beach, or get ended. The Nomu is not something to be laughed about, considering it was bioengineered to fight and defeat All Might. So, want to try that again? That's what you think. You're nothing. The difference between me and you is not even worth thinking about. I took on the Nomu and upwards of 100 villains while getting the class and teachers out of the building at the same time. Don't try and make yourself be bigger than you're not, because it isn't working. Give up and stop trying to cause pathetic tension between the two classes when it is not needed. What is going on here? There was no mistaking that voice as Aizawa appeared. Minoma is trying to stir things between our classes, who thinks that he is better than everyone else, stating that he'll easily be able to take the Nomu on from USJ. Also, he called Izuku nothing twice. Syro said. Aizawa now stood beside Minoma. Bakugo noticed that Shinso had become quiet since Izuku had stepped forward. Are you serious? Even I, the pro hero, couldn't make a dent in that thing. If Izuku hadn't fought, or been there, we'd have died. Simple as that, Aizawa stated calmly, but you could see the barely concealed fury in his eyes. Many of the surrounding students gasped, as they realized just how dire the situation they'd been caught in had been. More so considering it was Aizawa himself that informed them of it. Come on Eiji, let's go. Izuku held his hand out to the redhead, who happily took it, which also promptly made Minoma scrunch his face up. Ugh, you're gay? On top of being nothing? Disgusting. That made everyone freeze. A deadly aura came from Izuku, making Bakugo gulp and shift closer to Raiki. He knew that Izuku would never hurt his sister, not like that, but it didn't stop his protective boyfriend instincts from kicking in to get ready to jump in front of his girlfriend to shield her with his body. Kirishima looked down at the floor in embarrassment, cheeks red, while the remaining ragtags pulled him into their arms for quiet reassurance. Izuku's hand shot out, wrapping around Monoma's throat, quicker than they could track with the naked eye, and lifted him up with ease until they were eye to eye. You ever, and I repeat ever, slander someone's sexuality again, or make my AG feel embarrassed about who he loves, I will personally rip you apart. I can be your worst FANG nightmare, or the nicest person. Do not push me, Nito Monoma, because that will be the biggest mistake you could ever make. I can hurt you worse than any effing villain possibly could. Izuku snarled. That fierce aura changed to pretty much freezing. Damn, that was scary. His grip tightened around the blonde's throat, while he clawed, trying to get Izuku to let go. Izuku, let him go, Aizawa said. Bakugo watched as he did, letting him drop to the floor. He had a bright red mark around his neck, very evident that it was a handprint. Monoma collapsed on the floor, spluttering as he tried to drag in air to his starved lungs. Couldn't happen to a nicer bastard. Monoma, what the hell are you trying to start now? A sharp voice rang out. The crowd split, revealing an orange-haired girl with sharp teal eyes. She appeared outright done with the idiot. Her gaze lifted to lock with Izuku's. Izuku? She questioned hesitantly. Kendo. Good to see you again. The aura disappeared, and many let out breaths they didn't realize that they had been holding. To you as well. Please tell me that Monoma wasn't provoking you? She queried. You can see for yourself that he did. You're not stupid, Kendo. You also might want to drill it into him to not slander someone's sexual preference, because the next time he does it, I'll be after him. Until then, I'm leaving. See you around. He pulled Kirishima into his side and they left, but not before 1A's ultimate powerhouse bent and whispered something into Shinso's ear, making the purplet's eyes widen and follow after him as he walked through the crowd. Bakugo wondered what he'd said to him. Aizawa let out a sigh and turned to the students. Go home. That was all he said before they fled. He turned to his students. We're going, don't need to say anything. Raiki smirked as she led him away. The other three following closely. Momo and Jiro weren't joining them, having opted to going to Momo's to do their homework together. Aizawa didn't say anything as they went past him. They soon exited the school and found Izuku talking to Kirishima's mums, with little Bella in his arms as she cuddled him. Izuku, are you free this weekend? Tegan asked as they approached. Apart from training for the upcoming sports festival, yes, I'm free. Why? Any possible chance you and Jiro can look after Bella for a couple of hours? I'm working a late shift and it falls over what Raeliana's shift ends. Unfortunately, we can't change it. I know Jiro will look after her for us, but I'm sure they won't complain or mind if you're there too. Tegan smirked at him, before noticing them. I don't mind. Izuku replied. We get Izuku to be at our house. Bella cheered, throwing her fist into the air, making all of them chuckle. She gasped as she saw him. Hey Fox baby. He grinned at her. Cat. She beamed at him, holding her arms out. Bakugo took the little girl from Izuku, who giggled and kissed his cheek. How you been, kiddo? He asked her. Good. I drew AG a picture today. She giggled. Better draw me one next, yeah? I'm draw cat the best picture ever. Then she let out a gasp. What are you gasping at now? He turned his head to see and noticed she'd spotted Raiki, who was patiently waiting. Hi. I'm Arabella, but call me Bella. His little sister held her hand out to Raiki, who took it. Nice to meet you, Bella. I'm Raiki. I'm Kat's girlfriend. She introduced herself. Cat, you got a girlfriend and not tell me? She huffed and playfully slapped his shoulder. I haven't seen you, little fox. I couldn't tell you. Bakugo deliberately used his nickname for her. I forgives you, but no more secrets. She mock glared, making everyone laugh. I promise. Now, give me a hug so you can go home. She happily did, but also pulled Raiki into it as well. His girlfriend didn't mind it, happy to hold them both. His gaze lifted to lock with Kirishima's, who was smiling at them. Even Tegan and Raeliana were smiling happily at them. Mina, however, took a photo. Not that he was surprised, considering she was silently squealing, gold eyes bright in glee as she stared at her phone. When they separated, he put Bella onto her booster seat and buckled her in. "You come Saturday too for a bit, Cat?" she asked, pulling her fox toy to her chest. "Not this weekend, I have to go and see my grandparents. But I'll bring Reiki when I do come and see you at home, yeah? Please. She is nice." "Sure thing, little fox. Love you, little sister." He kissed her cheek. "Love you too, big bro." She kissed his cheek in return, before he shut the door. Kirishima and Izuku had walked around to the other side of the vehicle to quietly say goodbye. "We will let you all get going. Nice to meet you, Reiki. Don't be a stranger. Katsuki, give me a hug." Raeliana held her arms out wide, and he shuffled into them. She was pretty much his other mum, along with Tegan. They were both badass women he respected, trusted, and loved. "See you soon, Ray." He then moved to hug Tegan. If he didn't, he'd never hear the end of it. 10 minutes later, both had hugged everyone else, and they had driven off. Kaminari, Siro, and Mina headed off, deciding to go to Siro's to do their homework together. Bakugo retook Reiki's hand, mostly without noticing as it was so natural, and they headed off as a trio with Izuku. "So, what quirks have they got?" Reiki questioned after a few moments of silence. "Tegan has a hardening quirk, same as Kiri. Raeliana is able to see most things acquainted to that of a medical profession, which is fitting considering she is a surgeon." He answered. Izuku wasn't really paying attention, texting away on his phone. "Nice. What about Bella?" "Same as Ray. She wants to be a nurse when she's older. Or a vet or rehabilitates animals. That's adorable. Would have thought she'd want to be a hero." "Oh. I did ask her about it once, but she said she will be one, just in another form. For a 6-year-old, she's got Tegan's stubbornness, which is saying something. If anyone can do it though, it's little fox." He grinned. There was no mistaking that he loved, as well as adored, that little girl. They lapsed into a comfortable silence again, until they got to where they usually split off from each other. "I'll meet you at yours, Cat. I'm going to change into comfortable clothes, then come to yours. We can work on our homework together, then cuddle, yeah?" Reiki asked, turning to him. "Sounds good to me, babe. I'll see you soon." She lowered her mask after making sure it was clear and kissed him. He definitely didn't complain and returned the affection. Once they separated, he fist-bumped Izuku and they left. Reiki glanced over her shoulder and finger waved. He just smirked and set off to his own home, eager to spend the evening with his ravishing girlfriend. He should have waited for the pro-heroes to arrive. Ida said, "Are you actually FING serious right now? By the time you arrived with them, it was a complete sheet fest. Izuku literally saved our lives, and if that's how you want to be grateful of that fact, then you truly do not deserve to be in the hero course. On top of saying for us to have more belief in our classmates, where does that justify exactly regarding the ragtags? None of you even bother to get to know them still. It's childish and highly immature," Momo stated in a no-nonsense tone of voice, just as Jiro took her hand and left the room. No one answered, just trailed along behind them. What could they say to that? They knew the girls were right in what was said, but the way they'd had their friend removed from the hero course, they couldn't forgive that easily. Ida definitely wasn't going to forgive them that easily, as he had a huge crush on Uraraka and genuinely believed she deserved to be in 1A with them. Sure, they saw each other at lunch and met up outside of school, but that wasn't the point. They got to the entryway that was needed to enter the stadium. They could hear the audience talking, waiting for it to start. Ragtags were in front of everyone, as there was no mistaking the height and build of Izuku as the sun shone in through the doorway, framing him. The way he was standing, if they didn't know it was him, they'd honestly think it was a pro-hero leading them out. Not that they'd admit it aloud. Good morning, cherished guests and viewers, to this year's Utah Sports Festival, of where our students compete for the top spot. If you're ready, can I get a hell yeah? Present Mike hollered through the microphone, voice echoing through the speakers. Hell yeah. The audience roared. Adrenaline started to course through the students' systems, ready to begin. Izuku was no different, although he wasn't as bad as everyone else. Woo, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get this show on the road. Let's give a huge round of applause to the first ones onto the field. None other than the first years, Class 1A, who survived a villain attack and are still kicking butt. Mike cheered. Izuku led them out, resulting in the audience screaming, along with stamping feet and clapping. Once they were out enough, Mike started to introduce everyone else, but with slightly less enthusiasm, which made a lot of students grunt and groan in displeasure. What a bunch of shit. Favoritism or what? We're just as strong as them. These were just some of the complaints Izuku heard, but he didn't care. Once they were all in a somewhat line, with students still grumbling about the special treatment that his class were getting on the stand in front of them all, a curvaceous and gorgeous woman appeared with a small box in her hand. Izuku smiled beneath his mask. It was his mum. She wore her hero gear, like always, consisting of a black leather leotard, which was remarkably similar to a corset over a thin, skin-tight bodysuit that shows off her curves perfectly. The center strip of her leotard is embellished with red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern, going from her collar to her midriff that combines with black translucent, thigh-high garter stockings, which are attached to a burgundy utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips. It had a matching pentagonal buckle in the center. Black knee-high boots topped off the outfit, that allowed for her to carry her equipment, but as strange as it sounds, her charm as well. A small, thin red mask outlines her azure eyes, representing a mask, as well as a handcuff on each wrist that whatever purpose that was for, which only she knew. Either way, there was no mistaking that she was, quite frankly, naturally beautiful. Now, let us play fair. Her sweet voice stops all conversation and instantly draws all attention to herself. Majority of the male audience begin to whistle at her figure, with some even drooling. Izuku took a deep breath to keep himself in check, considering he wanted to go up there and cover her in a protective manner. Yes, it was her hero gear, but he didn't care. This was his mum. He definitely blocked out the remarks that was being said too. Well, almost one particular one stood out to him, making his head snap around and lock on a particular perverted grape. Dude, she's so fine. I wouldn't say no to touching those boobs, or that ass, even if she is my teacher. Think she would let me to try it out? See if they're as real as they look? That got many others' attention as well, including his mum's, but then she turned to him as everyone immediately became quiet as he let out a bloodthirsty, spine-chilling aura. They had actually both spoken about this, knowing it would come out eventually that she was his mother, just not expecting it just yet. But Izuku didn't care. No one insulted his mum or made remarks like that to her. The entire place fell silent, to watch the commotion below. Izuku, don't? Midnight said, drawing his hardened emerald gaze. Her voice also rang out through the speakers, from the tiny mic attached to her outfit. I won't hurt him much. She got off the stage and approached, the crowd parting like the Red Sea. Mineta at this point was pretty much drooling all over himself. Midnight stopped at his side and looped her arm around his waist. Calm down, she said in a soothing tone. You lucky bastard. Share with us men. Mineta grumbled. That did it. He turned to the effer and let out a low growl. Ragtags latched onto him without hesitation, hoping to keep him in place. Uncaring that everyone would hear what he said, his gaze narrowed on the now shaking pervert. Listen here, you spineless F-. You are not a man. You are nothing but a sniveling coward who makes women feel extremely uncomfortable due to your disgusting remarks and lecherous stares. They are not objects, you can do that too. If you say anything else about Midnight, or any woman for that matter, I'll personally throw you into the sun after I beat the absolute iffy sheet out of you. Do I make myself clear, Mineta? Why's? He barely managed to get out. Why so protective, huh? Another voice called, and it was the sheety F Minoma. He glanced at Midnight, who was still holding him, and she smiled at him with a nod. I'm extremely protective of this beautiful woman because she is my mum, he stated. Loud gasps erupted around the stadium at the truth of Midnight having a 16-year-old son. Barely anyone knew much of her personal life outside of family and close friends. Secret was out now. Midnight reached up and kissed his cheek. I love you, Izuku. She smiled wide at him. It was clearly a relief that she didn't have to hide their relationship anymore. He felt the same, but yet worried due to the scumbag villains. "I love you too, Mum." She patted his arm and went back to the stage with a happy hop to her step. Ragtags slowly let him go and Reiki looked at him. "You good, bro?" Fing peachy. He was anything but fine at the moment, it was obvious. Figured as much. Save it for the festival. She smirked and they focused back on his mum. "Okay, let's get this started." Now, the sports festival is split up into 3 separate tasks, which will be selected at random. First, let us hear from the top student from the entrance exam. Please give a round of applause for Katsuki Bakugu. Everyone clapped and the blonde made his way to the stage. Once he was there, he stared right at him with a dirty smirk, and Izuku knew he was going to cause a bit of havoc. "All I'm going to say is that you need to bring your A game. The only ones who are worthy of winning are us ragtags, who are top of the Fing food chain. Let's go ragtags." He pointed right at them. Reiki just shook her head helplessly at her boyfriend, while the others snickered. "Let's go ragtags," Kaminari screamed, holding his fist up high. The others looked at each other, grinning before raising their own fists. "Let's go," they roared right after. "How cocky! Rude much?" Some people shouted, but they didn't care. Bakugu quickly hurried back to them, happily kissing Reiki's cheek, making her snort. "Looks like it's an open declaration from our feisty ragtag group in 1A. Let us see how this pans out, yeah." Mick's voice blasted through the speakers, making many cheer. Midnight cracked her whip, gaining focus with ease. "The first task is..." She dropped the small box, which split, and a screen appeared beside her, showing a holographic selection wheel with different things on each section. Everyone waiting with bated breath as it spun. It stopped and she smirked. Obstacle course. Which, for those who are unaware, it's more or less a race around the stadium with tasks in between. The tunnel to your left is your starting point. Quirk usage is allowed, as long as you do not injure or maim the other competitors, or it's an instant disqualification. Good luck, everyone. Everyone scrambled to get into place, as the audience started to cheer. Ragtags, somehow, were at the front. Izuku rolled his shoulders and got ready to go. "Are you wanting to use any enhancements kit?" Syrinx piped up. "Not just yet. Reiki and I have a slight advantage in this bit, as we know what is used in this type of course, considering we helped design it, so just be ready if I need it." "Got it. Show them what being top of the food chain means." "I will." They stopped talking and he glanced at Eiji. "Good luck, baby," he said, drawing his boyfriend's gaze. "Right back at you. Let's win." Determination shone brightly in his red orbs. Izuku nodded, just as a loud horn went. He instantly took off, pretty much leaving everyone in the dust behind him. Even without using a quirk, he was ridiculously quick, even for his height and build. Hightailing it out of the tunnel, he heard the crackling of ice and realized that Todoroki had frozen it completely. The first out is none other than the already proven powerhouse of 1A, Izuku, followed closely by Reiki and Bakugu. "What will happen next, folks?" Present mic boomed. Izuku soon answered that as he caught sight of some zero-pointers that had locked right on him. He smirked beneath his mask and charged right at the closest one. Using just pure strength, leg muscles coiled before releasing, allowing him to detonate right into the stomach of it, causing the mechanical monstrosity to collapse backwards, falling on the other ones. He flipped and landed perfectly on his feet, before shooting off towards the next supposed challenge. "Effing to show off." Reiki cackled as she kept up with his long-legged stride while Bakugu used his explosions to keep up too. This was nothing for him though, and he kept going with barely breaking a sweat. He heard people scream behind him but paid no mind to it as he ran off. The second obstacle came into view, and Izuku smirked. The next obstacle has been approached. It is nicknamed the Fall. To get across, you must use the crossways, or use your quirks in an imaginative way. Mike cheered, hyping the audience up that watched from the bright screens. Izuku narrowed his gaze slightly as he judged how far across it was as he stood on the edge. Roughly guessing about 100 feet with multiple rope walkways, as well as huge concrete pillars that are barely wide enough for 1 foot to stand on. He glanced at his sister, who regarded him back, along with Bakugo. Others finally joined them, with Eiji, Siro and Kaminari on his left. You'd think it would be harder or something, he muttered, just as Todoroki made an ice bridge to get himself across. Make a statement, brother. Raiki patted his arm before going across the rope bridge with Mina. He nodded and turned to Eiji. Want to cheat a little? He questioned. What you got in mind? Eiji grinned at him. I'll do the work to get us across. You just hold on until the other side. I won't say no. Eiji quickly scrambled up his back, locking around him tightly. The other two gave puppy eyes and he snorted before wrapping his arms around their waists, hauling them up to him. Hold on, he warned, before pushing off and landed perfectly on a pillar. Their grips on him tightened so they didn't fall. What's this? Izuku has 3 people holding onto him tightly as they go across the fall. This just shows the incredible strength and agility that Izuku has if having 3 additional people on him while doing this. It's truly incredible. Mike roared. Izuku blanked him out as he hopped from one pillar to the other until they got to the other side. He let the men down, saluted and bolted as fast as possible. He overtook Todoroki and Bakugo, who were neck to neck, then passed Raiki, who was in front of them, and hightailed it over the third obstacle, which also happened to be the mines. The third and last obstacle has now been reached by Izuku. This is the mines people. They aren't set to cause damage, but they still pack an almighty punch. What will happen? Eraserhead, what are you teaching these students? Mike roared, clearly excited. I didn't teach Izuku this. This is purely him and his incredible ability. Everyone else is clearly doing it right themselves too, but have obviously learned from their lessons we've given so far. He heard Aizawa say in a bored tone. This had been the first he'd spoken so far. What's the betting he'd been napping? Izuku bolted, zipping over with ease, uncaring if he actually hit any. He knew he did, because soon small explosions discharged behind him. He smirked beneath his mask as he cleared it quickly and got to the other side with no problems. Not slowing down at all, Izuku hefted it to the tunnel at the bottom, which would secure his win of the first round. Glancing behind him quickly, Raiki was hot on his tail, with Bakugo seconds behind her, along with Todoroki. Ragtag's not far behind either, thanks to their advanced training. Focusing back on where he was going, he zoomed through the tunnel and out the other side, as multicolored confetti erupted from cannons while his picture and name appeared on the screens stating the win of the first round. There we go, people. In first place is Izuku. Quickly following in second place is Raiki, and third is taken by Bakugo. Mike cheered and the audience was going wild. He caught sight of the beaming smile on his mum's face, and when she realized that he was looking at her, she winked. He did back before turning to Raiki, who was with Bakugo and lightly panting. How the F are you not out of breath? Her vibrant orange eyes narrowed at him. Raiki, I can run up to 10 miles before I start getting out of breath. Do you honestly think this would tire me out? He questioned. I forgot about that. She grumbled. I see. He turned slightly before being tackled by his boyfriend. Hey, Eiji. He hugged him quick before the redhead grinned at him. That was incredible what you did at the second obstacle. It was amazing. He cheered. Thanks, babe. The sound of a whip hitting the ground drew their attention to Midnight, who was grinning devilishly at them as the wheel beside her flashed with the next task, while on the big screens were the names of those who had gotten through in order. Congratulations to those who passed. Now, the next task will begin shortly. The top 48 who passed as those who are able to carry on to the next round, which will be a chase-type game. The chance to fully move into the limelight and show what you are made of and give it your best. You are to go into groups of 4 and wear headbands that must remain above the neck. The lowest is worth 100 points and it goes up from there. Whereas the top is worth an almighty 10 million. You have 10 minutes to find a team. Good luck. Her whip went again. Everyone turned to look right at him, whereas he just looked completely unfazed. Bring it on, was all he said, before Raiki, Eiji and Bakugo grabbed him. Seems he now had his team. He heard collective groans as many realized who had teamed with him, who just turned to look at them all with dark grins plastered on their faces. Sucks for them. As he said, bring it on. Reiki smirked beneath her mask, as people realized who was now on her team for the next round. Man, we're buggered. She heard Kaminari whine. She turned to the self-pointed baby of the ragtags, who was standing with Mina and Siro. They needed just one other person for their group, if they chose it. Peering at her brother, she could see that he was being calculative, yet giving nothing away in terms of appearance. Such a typical Izuku move. What are you thinking about? She questioned, drawing that sharp gaze to hers. Katsuki and Kirishima listened into their conversation as well. Those three look lost. I've got an idea to help them a bit. He let out a sharp whistle twice, which resulted in a wild purple-haired, lavender-eyed teen to appear. He looked permanently exhausted and reminded Reiki of her dad, which was really effing weird. Many people stared at them curiously, pondering how that had worked. Reiki included. What was he playing at? You called Izuku? Shinso, allow me to introduce you to 3 members of the ragtags. This is Reiki, my sister. Ijiro, my boyfriend, and Pugu, Reiki's boyfriend. You 3, this is Hitoshi Shinso, the guy who asked for my help in physical training for the last 2 weeks. Anyway, the reason for the whistle, did you find anyone to team with? Izuku queried. No one wants to team with me. He grumbled. Reiki wondered as to why that was. Was he unliked, or did people not like his quirk? Maybe it was a mental one? Who wouldn't like that though? If used right, mental quirks were ridiculously powerful. Team with the remaining 3 of the ragtags. They'll work with you. He motioned for the other 3 to join them, and because Siro was looking at them, he noticed. He dragged the duo over by their hands, before stopping in front of them. You called Izuku? Siro asked. I did. This is the 4th member of your team. This is Hitoshi Shinso, the one who personally asked me to help train him where I had disappeared for a couple of hours during the day from our own training sessions. No one wants to work with him, so I recommended you. Work to the best of your abilities, and we'll see each other at the end. Sure thing, boss man. Come on, Shinso, let's go make a plan quick. Kaminari beamed happily, grabbed the guy's wrist and dragged him away, Mina and Siro following with a chuckle. At least he's enthusiastic. Reiki snorted. I recognize him from somewhere, Kirishima said, looking puzzled. He was one of those in the crowd that stopped us from leaving the classroom the day Aizawa announced the sports festival. Izuku replied, absent-mindedly. Okay, we know where he's from. As well as where you now had disappeared for a few hours a day. Now enough of that, we need to think of a quick plan as we have 2 minutes left. Katsuki announced. They turned to her brother. He was always the one with the best ideas. I've got a rough plan. Bakugu, you'll be the rider for the entire game. Eiji, you're the horse, along with Reiki. Alternate here or there to utilize the different skills we've learned and practiced these few weeks. I will focus solely on defense and taking headbands from other teams. Reiki, you'll use shadow manipulation to keep a constant tether around Bakugu's ankle, to make sure that he does not touch the ground at any cost. Bakugu, if you use your explosions and can't land on either of the 2, use me. Remember, always watch each other's backs, because I already know that we will be targeted by the team on my 6, with 2 members being Tenya Ida and Achiko Uraraka. Also, when it comes to the remaining 2 minutes, Bakugu, I will mind link with you, and we'll use the ultimate move we've been working on. Hell if and yeah. Let us show those F-airs what we're all about. They smirked, before slamming fists together to seal the deal, excitement beginning to thrum through their systems. How will we begin? Kirishima asked. Cat on Kiri's back. Me and Aizu will defend. When the starting signal goes, everyone will flock to us, so Aizu, using shadow speed, grab us and take us to the other side of the field. Reiki stated, receiving nods and understanding. Katsuki climbed onto Kirishima's back, legs locked around his torso to keep in place. She tied a shadow rope around his ankle, which was constantly tied to her. Even with people running through it, it would automatically red ether again. Reiki clasped Kiri's arm, ready to begin. Okay people. We are now officially beginning the 2nd round. The headband chase. Remember, teams are made up of 4 individuals to claim headbands of whoever has them. The first 10 teams with the highest number of points at the end advance onto the next round. Mike roared over the speakers. The audience cheered, excited to see what the teams would do to accomplish their task. Now, I want everyone to know that quirks are allowed to be used, as long as they don't maim or seriously injure. Good luck, everyone. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip, followed by a buzzer. All teams automatically ran to them. Aizu now. Raiki hollered. Izuku grabbed her and Eiji's hands before shadows rolled across the ground and ran over them. It quickly dispersed, leaving everyone stunned. What? Where did Team Bakugo go? Mike gasped. Yo FRs, are you looking for us? All teams turned, and standing across the field, stood Team Bakugo, all with dirty smirks plastered on their faces. Raiki and Izuku were slightly in front of Kirishima and Bakugo, acting as the barriers. Neither had headbands on now, having given them to the team's horse for safekeeping. We will get you, bastard villains. Someone screamed and they realized it was Uraraka in her team, who started coming towards them. Raiki snorted and glanced over her shoulder to her boyfriend. Oh Katsuki. She purred and his smirk instantly turned evil. Time to show them what he and Izuku had been working on for the past few days. Yes. He knew what she meant and hopped onto Izuku, who held his feet in his hands. He just stood there, holding the explosive blonde up like it was nothing. If that didn't show his immense strength, then Raiki wasn't entirely sure on what would. Ready? Izuku questioned. Raiki strengthened her shadow reins, doubling it around Katsuki's ankles. There was no way they were losing in this. Let's FNG go. Katsuki cheered, igniting his explosions, which made his red eyes light up and she thought it was stunning. She was wholly in love with him. What is this, folks? Bakugo is being held up effortlessly by Izuku and now it looks like they're planning something big. Mike roared with obvious awe in his voice. They blocked the loud blonde out, focusing on their task. Izuku took a throwing stance, leaned back, arm muscles tensing as Katsuki also bent his knees a little. The entire audience dropped into silence to see what they would do. Raiki and Kirishima stood on either side of Izuku, smug smiles on their faces. The teams watched as Uraraka's team ran right at them, with Ida being the horse for speed. Now! Raiki roared and Izuku literally threw her boyfriend, who twisted his body in a spin for an explosive entry. He crashed right into the beach and snatched all of their headbands with a cackle. Ida grabbed her to keep her from hitting the ground, while Raiki lifted Katsuki with shadows that had moved to his waist and brought him back and onto Kirishima's back. He put the headbands on Kirishima's head. Other teams began to battle each other, giving them a short breather. What now? Katsuki asked. Bakugo, get on my back with Raiki. Eiji on my front. I'll hold you in place with shadows. Raiki, we're going to play one of our favorite games. Izuku said. Who are we taking out? She questioned as they got into place. She tried not to laugh as Kirishima literally went koala mode on her brother as he locked his arms around him tightly to keep the redhead in place. No one was going to get near Kirishima, that was for sure. Her and Kat locked arms and braced themselves somehow against the broad surface of Izuku's back. A hand locked on his shoulder each to help keep their balance. His shadows came out of his body and locked around them. There was no way they'd be falling now as Izuku commanded shadows that were stronger than anything she knew of. That even meant hers, and that was saying something considering hers could hold up buildings. Whoever gets in our way. Let's aim for the pervert first though, as I really don't want him to get far. Izuku stated, rolling his shoulders and they felt the solid muscle move beneath their palms. Which team is he on? Kirishima queried. He's hiding in the arms of Shoji, along with Azui. Her brother calmly told them. How he knew that she'd never know but wouldn't argue about it. Does he have the headband for his team? Katsuki wondered as she glanced at him. He does. So, Raiki, I need you to holler something that will get his attention. Eiji, when we are close enough, harden your entire body as we are going to bowl right into Shoji to take them down, and I don't want you to get injured. Before you panic, it won't hurt me. I want you to grab the headbands if they have any, while Raiki and Bakugo are going to be lifted off my back and float in the air to ward of anyone that steps near. Izuku rattled off the plan. She was extremely impressed, yet not surprised considering her brother had a very analytical mind and could create amazing battle strategies as easy as breathing. Sounds a good plan. As long as I don't touch the ground for the next 5 minutes, we win, Katsuki said, and they all nodded. We won't let you contact the ground. Let's go, Izuku. Raiki tapped his shoulder, and he took off. They all tightened their grips, as he was astoundingly quick and closed the distance rapidly. Holy shit! Katsuki whispered from beside her, probably just realizing that Izuku was carrying all 3 of them and making it look so bloody easy. As they neared the team they were after, Raiki straightened up. Now it was her time. She didn't want to do this, but she knew it would work. Mineta, some girls have their boobs out and are letting guys touch them. She roared. Where? The tiny pervert jumped out of Shoji's arms, wildly looking around, already drooling. But he turned in their direction, as did Shoji. Azui popped up from her hiding place, and all 3 students' eyes blew wide as they saw who was charging right at them. Eiji now! Izuku shouted, and Raiki caught sight of Kirishima turning his quirk on. They barreled into the opposing team, sending them sprawling to the ground. Well, would have, but it was only Kirishima and Izuku that hit them, as dense shadows lifted her and Katsuki into the air. Another team came to her left, and she shot flames at them, sending them scurrying with startled yelps. Katsuki shot explosions at another, narrowly missing their faces, but it was perfectly executed, as it sent them running, while screaming. They were soon dragged to the side and she focused properly. Izuku had gotten up and they were running. Now if that is not perfect teamwork displayed beautifully by Team Bakugo, then I don't know what is. Mike squealed excitedly, making Raiki chuckle. She did so love that loud cockatoo. They tackled many lower teams, before they came pretty much face to face with Team Todoroki and Team Uraraka, who were standing beside each other. They openly left the other ragtags and Shinso alone. Raiki absently noticed that the beach and her Sonic rip-off stick-up-thars had managed to get new headbands. Other teams had joined in some sort of alliance to take them down, realizing that her team was the strongest on the field. Do you want this the easy or hard way? Izuku questioned, glancing over his shoulder at her and Katsuki as they hovered in the air, blatantly ignoring everyone as they started to shout insults at them for being ignored. What's the easy way? She questioned, keeping an eye on those around them. I break the ground, send them flying, and we leave. We have a minute left. He answered. Hard way? Katsuki asked. You throw explosions and Raiki throws fire as distractions while me and Eiji take the headbands? That would mean getting right in the middle, doesn't it? Yes. With an exceedingly high chance of them taking our bands. He admitted. Do it the easy way. I'm bored now. She replied, shrugging. Got it. Eiji, let go, baby. Kirishima had, by now, turned his quick off, and let him go. Izuku wrapped him in shadows and sent him up to them, and Raiki promptly locked all of their arms together. Shadows crept up and around their scalps, not allowing anyone to touch them from behind, despite the face they hovered 5 feet above Izuku's head. Demolish Izuku! Raiki roared, just as their opponents charged forward, quirks active. Rippling power cascaded through her brother, sparking his hands and his muscles tensed, showing just how defined he was. He raised clenched fists before sending them flying into the dirt, landing in a solid thud. The ground cracked, groaned, and split until it was like some sort of earthquake had tunneled through. Teams fell over, crying out in shock. Raiki cackled as it happened, as she realized that it also left the audience speechless, as well as the pro-heroes who were watching. Izuku stood back up, graceful as ever. Time is up. Well done everyone for a fantastic show. Once everyone is up, please come over so we can see the winning teams. Midnight called, cracking her whip with an expert flick of her wrist. Her, Cat, and Kirishima were gently lowered to the ground and the shadows dispersed as though they'd never been. Kirishima quickly handed the headbands over to an ectoplasm clone to be counted. That was effing badass, Izuku. Katsuki smirked, playfully punching her brother on the arm. Which part? He asked, draping his arm across Kirishima's shoulders. Where we were held in the air in the shadows, as well as you punching the ground and causing that. He pointed to what he meant. Raiki snorted, drawing the guy's attention. What are you snorting at, Raiki? Kirishima smiled at her. This knucklehead. She pointed at her boyfriend. But Katsuki sniped, pulling her into him. Oh shush. You do realize that when Izuku broke the ground he wasn't openly trying, right? What? They both gasped. He wasn't trying. Hence why it isn't destroyed too bad. Ragtags. They heard and turned. Izuku moved Kirishima from his side and effortlessly caught a whirlwind that was a giggling Kaminari. Shiro, Mina and Shinso trailed along behind, smiling at the blonde. Shinso, however, looked a little apprehensive about joining them. Hey guys, Shiro said when they got near. Mina latched onto Raiki, giving her a hug. Izuku put Kaminari down, who beamed at them all. Alright guys. Izuku nodded at them. They focused on Midnight as she cracked the whip to get their focus. The audience paid close attention as well, eager to know who advanced. Congratulations to a fantastic game, students. Now, I will rattle off the top 10 teams who advanced through to the next round. In first is Team Bakugu with 10,290,000 points. Midnight proclaimed, getting a cheer from the audience. Ragtags all smirked at each other before tuning out the other results. Well, until Raiki heard that Team Shinso got through in fourth. Well done on passing. She cheered for the other members of their group. Thanks Raiki, they said as one. How did you find working with them? Izuku asked Shinso, who was standing beside him. Really good actually. We worked well as a team and I didn't have to use my quirk like I did in the first round. He admitted, rubbing the back of his neck in a sheepish manner. What is your quirk? Raiki questioned, quite curious. Brainwash. He muttered. Pretty damn awesome if you ask me. You'll do incredible things with that as a hero, Shinso. She smiled at him. She meant it as well. Really? You don't think it's villainous? He looked downright gobsmacked. Why would I think that? Dude, it's not about what quirk you have, but how you use it. I can already tell that you are not villainous at all. Thank you, Raiki. No one, bar my parents and Izuku, have said that to me before. Are you serious? Yeah, I am. No one liked being around me because of it. He turned his gaze to the ground in obvious embarrassment. Raiki was disgusted by the way he had been judged. It was revolting. Quirk discrimination was one of the highest reasons as to why villains existed, all because of quirkist, nasty bastards. It infuriated her. Mina, however, was having literally none of it. She stomped in front of him, before gently making his raise his head. Head up. Be proud of your quirk, Shinso. As Raiki once told me when I felt really crap and down about my own quirk, you control it, don't let it be the owner of you. We definitely won't judge you. Sod what anyone else says, I'd happily accept you as a friend. She beamed at him. Raiki smiled at her best friend. If there was definitely something that Mina was good at, it was making people feel good about themselves. Really? Shinso looked apprehensive, so Raiki let Katsuki's hand go and moved to stand beside Mina and look the purplet in the eye. She means it. Mina doesn't lie. She is right though, you own your quirk, not the other way around. Do you actually have any friends here at U.A, or outside of school? Raiki blunted questioned, startling Shinso a little. You'll get used to Raiki's bluntness? Mina chuckled, leaning into her side with a happy hum. I'd rather someone be bluntly honest with me than lie. Plus, in answer to your question, I don't have any friends. He admitted. In U.A or out of it? Izuku asked. Either. Ever since I was 4 and my quirk manifested. Well, that ends now. I'll be your friend. Mina cheered, and Kaminari quickly joined in, nodding in agreement with his usual smile. I'd like that. How do you feel in offering Shinso a place in Ragtags? She sent to Izuku mentally, as Katsuki reclaimed her hand. Shiro now held Mina's, whereas her brother was holding on to a smiling red-headed koala named Kirishima against his ribcage. I have no problems with it, to be honest. Even with the training I did with him, I could tell he was astoundingly lonely. Call a huddle or something as ask for their input as well. I won't make a group decision like that without consulting everyone first. Izuku sent back. I'll talk to them. You stay with Shinso. Got it. Ragtags, come talk with me a minute. Shinso, stay with Izuku, okay? He nodded, before the others followed her a short distance away. Okay people. Now that the results are in, we are going to have an hour break. Please feel free to get food at the stands and stretch your legs before we begin the third and final round. Thank you. Mike hollered. People and students began to leave the arena, eager to fill stomachs, empty bladders, or stretch legs. Reiki turned to her group. Okay, so I quickly spoke mentally to Izuku about something, but he wanted me to ask you guys first before any final decision to be made. She started. What is it? Mina asked. How do you guys feel of having Shinso join us ragtags and be the official 8th member of our group? She put it out there. They all glanced at the guy, who was talking to Izuku about something. They seemed quite invested in their conversation as Izuku was nodding here or there while giving the guy his full attention. Personally, I don't have any problems with it. I can already see that he's lonely and craving having friends. I think he could be a great friend and member of our little family, Kirishima said, smiling as he glanced at his boyfriend. I don't mind either, Siro claimed, with Mina nodding happily. I like it. Can he? Please? He was a great team member during the last battle. He didn't get annoyed with us. Kaminari chirped, bouncing on the balls of his feet as he held her arm. Cat? She looked at her boyfriend. I don't actually see any problems with it. But how would it work considering he's actually in general studies? Cat questioned. Leave that to me and Izuku to sort out. I'll have a chat with Dad and Izu. He's already proven that he can do more than others, as he's advanced more than anyone else in general studies apart from Floaty Beach. Then if you think so, I don't mind him joining us. Cat shrugged. Okay, let's go back to the boys. Then we need food. Reiki led them back and the two stopped talking to look at them. Well? Izuku asked, making Shinso look confused. We're all in agreement. Katsuki answered him. Izuku nodded and turned to Shinso. Okay, you're probably wondering as to what this is about. How do you feel of officially joining our group, the Ragtags? Are you serious? Shinso's jaw dropped. We wouldn't F you around like that, Shinso. We're not arseholes like that. She told him. How would that work though? I'm in general studies. Leave that to me and Izuku to sort out. What do you say? So you all really don't mind being friends with a villainous person like me? First of all, shut the F up. Second, you are not villainous. I'm a lot FNG worse than you. Third, we truly don't FNG mind. Reiki stated, leaving no room for argument. Then I'll happily accept. She smiled shyly, with a hint of a blush on his cheeks. Reiki felt someone grab her hand and hold it tightly. She glanced at who it was and barely stopped from smirking. It was Kaminari, who was staring at Shinso in total awe. She leaned over to whisper in his ear. It seems like someone likes the sleepy purplet. He turned to look at her in shock. Shoo, no I don't. Tell that to the blush on your cheeks and the look of sheer awe flashing in your eyes. You can't hide it from me, baby. She chuckled as he whined, turning to hide his face in her shoulder. With that said, I officially welcome you in the Ragtags, Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku said, holding his hand out. Shinso fist bumped him with a smile, before letting out a laugh as Mina jumped on him in excitement. Kaminari and Siro joined in, hugging the male. Kirishima fist bumped him with a broad grin, whereas her and Katsuki just nodded. Now, let's go and get food to celebrate our new family member. Kaminari cheered, waving his hands around like the adorable goofball he was. Him, Mina and Siro skipped ahead, doing a weird dance thing while chanting food, food, food. Precious beans. Family member? Shinso asked beside her as they followed the laughing trio. We're not just friends. We're family, Katsuki explained. I think I'll like it in this group, Shinso said with a small smile. We're glad. We look after our own, so if you have any problems, just holler and we'll come running. We back each other 100%, Reiki told him, knocking their shoulders together. I'll remember that. They left the arena, eager to fill stomachs. But one thing Reiki liked was how completely natural it was for Shinso to be with them. Like he'd always been part of their group. It didn't feel out of place or weird. It was a nice change compared to how her and Izuku's school life had been so far. But one thing was for sure, Reiki wouldn't change it for anything. This was her family, and she'd protect and love them with her life. Izuku absently watched as Kaminari went down to the front to Nizu for some reason. He muttered something to him and they walked off quickly. He wondered what that was about. But knowing the blonde baby of the ragtags, he'll quickly—
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.